Yo, what's up, everyone? Welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you might be.
Remain largely intact. This also goes against
Lots
President
going
Trump's
on
claims
today.
that Iran's nuclear facilities have been obliterated.
Lots of
What's your
news
take,
stories as well.
Mohammed, on all this? And will we ever know the true extent of the damage and the fate of the enriched uranium and the centrifuges, of course?
Yeah, well, I'm not going to claim to know. I think probably the smartest.
Apparently, there's a
analysts
video
are
floating
those
around of
who are
the
saying it's going to take some
inside.
time for us to know exactly the extent of the damage, right?
I don't know
I thought it
how
was
that would be
interesting,
possible, but
Pete Hegseth had this press conference today, and you all just played a snippet of it. But one of the things that
we're going to watch the entire
creators that they like to
quote,
watch.
a big shovel.
We're going to watch the entire press
end
conference
quote,
later, actually.
to understand what was actually going on underneath these nuclear sites. And I agree with him. But if that's true, then, you can't just criticize the folks that have said Trump is wrong for saying the sites have been obliterated. You also have to criticize Hegseth and Trump and others in the administration.
Vanilla Chad,
for
what's up, man?
stating
How's it going?
confidently that they have been obliterated, right? I mean, the reality is we probably won't know. We probably won't know for some time.
And it's interesting, isn't it? Because Pete Hegseth has been lambasting the media.
We're going to watch this
over its leaked intelligence
press
report
conference
suggesting the
in a bit.
airstrikes only put back Iran's nuclear program by just a few months. Both he and Trump, as we know, have been incensed by all of this. What do you make of the information war and the conflicting media narratives between Iran and the US over the strikes, Mohammed?
Well, I mean, on the one hand, it's very, predictable. I mean, both sides are going to come out in the aftermath of a war, a short conflict, and say that they were victorious. I think that's pretty predictable. I think what's interesting is that the Trump administration continues to be at war with the media in the United States. Trump famously declared the media to be the enemy.
It's crazy.
Of the
they're
American
actually
people.
going after
And of course,
Fox
he's
News
famous
as
for-
well,
for
of all
calling the
people.
news media, the fake news media. And it's interesting that Hegseth was just sort of browbeating the members of the media that were present today at the press conference. So he's taken a page clearly from Donald Trump. But one of the points I was making earlier, look, there's a long media studies literature, academic literature about American government propaganda and how the American government manipulates mass media. But oftentimes, the manipulation is subtle and relatively sophisticated. The propaganda is fairly sophisticated. But in the case of Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth, I think they're going to put people like me out of work, because I don't think you need a PhD in media studies to see the propaganda. It's very raw.
It's very blatant.
It's very obvious, and it's very explicit.
All right, so look, I mean, the ceasefire between Israel and Iran now means the focus has shifted back on Gaza. I mean, both Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu have been hinting about the possibility of a ceasefire in Gaza. How is that likely to take shape, Mohammed? And there's even talk of widening the Abraham Accords. So what sort of deals are being done here, do we think?
Yeah, I do think that something is brewing. There have likely been promises made on multiple fronts. So remember, about 6 weeks ago or so, Donald Trump lifted sanctions on Syria. And one of the things that analysts are speculating about now is that it's possible that the Syrian government, the transitional government led by Ahmed al-Shara, promised in return for the lifting of sanctions to normalize with Israel. So that is being reported now as a serious possibility. There are also possibilities with respect to normalization between Lebanon and Israel. And so
Later on,
once
the stream gets going, we're going to watch the news conference from
has
Hegseth.
agreed to wind down the war on Gaza in exchange for something bigger. Right, and that would be
pretty
some
spectacular, to be honest. I don't know another word.
The normalization front.
Better to describe it, but
an easier sell at home for him. And I've read in the Israeli media today some reports suggesting that it's possible that Donald Trump has promised Netanyahu to kind of repair the coalition if it collapses. right? So he could invite Benny Gantz or Yair Lapid or others in the opposition to join up with Netanyahu.
Mohammed, just a final thought to you. European leaders meeting in Brussels have also been calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. And just last week, they released a report which found that Israel was likely flouting its human rights obligations under the EU-Israel Association Agreement. But given the deep divisions in Europe over Gaza, can European diplomacy make any difference on the ground, do you think?
Well, the short answer is it's unlikely to have a significant impact. I mean, sanctions were levied against some of the Israeli ministers, Ben Gvir and Smotrich, about 2 or 3 weeks ago by the UK and Norway and some other countries outside of Europe, Canada. But it's unlikely to have a significant impact, I think. First of all, because to your point, Europe is very divided. There are differing opinions on Israel, but also, and I think the more important point is that the United States still holds all of the cards in international diplomacy because of its power, its status as a superpower, and because of the influence it wields at the United Nations.
Mohammed Al-Masri, always good to get your thoughts and your analysis, Mohammed. Many thanks for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, the U.S. State Department has approved $30 million in funding for the controversial Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. That's the group, backed by the U.S. and Israel, which has set up food distribution sites in Gaza. But that funding has been approved despite concerns over the continuing violence near its sites. Palestinians have been targeted and killed by Israeli forces.
They need to honestly send in like UN troops here to
US
protect
President
these
Donald
people
Trump says great progress has been made
are just getting
a
shot at
in Gaza. There are mounting demands on his administration to pressure Israel into agreeing on a deal after he brokered a truce between Israel and Iran. Families of captives held in the Strip have been holding weekly protests since the war began, demanding the release of their loved ones.
We have proven that when the U.S. and Israel work together, there is nothing that can stand in our way, no matter how challenging the enemy. President Trump, please, put your foot down, bring all 50 hostages back home, and make the Middle East great again.
Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has released a statement signaling there could be an agreement encompassing Gaza. It reads, this victory presents an opportunity for a dramatic widening of peace agreements. We're working on this with enthusiasm. Besides
I saw some tweet or something where
Hamas, there's a window of opportunity here that we must not miss.
Where they talked about how there could be
Al Jazeera's Noor Day reports from Jordan's capital, Amman. She's there because the Israeli government's banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied West Bank.
Building on what the Israeli Prime Minister described as a resounding victory against Iran, he is now talking about bigger steps, wider steps that will span the region, not just release the Israeli captives.
I still think it's wild
Gaza,
that Al Jazeera
not just,
has
according
been banned.
to him, destroy Hamas, but something bigger, something more grandiose, something that, with the help of the American president, the Israeli Prime Minister is hoping can even bolster his legacy and his standing among the right-wing circles in Israel. Of course, what is being talked about is more normalization deals with neighboring countries in the region, one that would make Gaza and ending the war a component rather than a central issue in the efforts moving forward. And we've even heard from the American president stepping in, criticizing the ongoing corruption charges against Benjamin Netanyahu, asking for those trials to be done with. So right now the momentum is building, not just by protest to demand an end to the war in Gaza, but certainly it seems by Benjamin Netanyahu to try to find a deal that is bigger than Gaza, one that will keep his right-wing coalition intact, because already we heard from the Israeli Minister of Finance who said if normalization will come at the price of Palestinian statehood, then he doesn't think that price is worth it. Noor Day, Al Jazeera, Amman.
Time for a short break here in Al Jazeera.
All right, we're just going to quickly go to a little article here about the stuff going on in Gaza. So what they just announced is there may be a bit of a breakthrough. Netanyahu is talking about, I guess, talks in reducing tensions in Gaza. So there's a One of the things that they mentioned is that the U.S. and other countries have re-upped on their agreement for $30 million in helping the Gazan residents. The problem that we've talked about a number of times is that when the supplies and food and aid come to the North Gazan borders, the people are going to try and get food, and they're being basically killed by Israeli soldiers. It is most definitely a war crime. These are people that are just going up to basically the trucks or whatever where they get the aid from, and just getting killed. So these are, adults, men, women, children, just getting killed, and it's in the dozens every single day. So this is a video. I have to watch it on this side. This is a video
Stopped.
that shows the aid trucks coming in, and these guys that are apparently on top of the truck, they're basically like guards who help guard the stuff so that people aren't just coming in and ransacking the truck.
Israeli officials on Thursday said the country had stopped desperately needed food and supplies from entering the northern part of the war-shattered Gaza Strip, saying that images of masked men on aid trucks showed that Hamas fighters were stealing what was meant for civilians. But representatives of Gaza's influential clans said the trucks were being protected.
So Israel is claiming these guys are all Hamas, and the residents are claiming that they're not. They're saying no, they're just
As part of what
guarding
they
it.
said was a process managed, quote, solely through tribal efforts, and that no Palestinian faction, a reference to Hamas, was a part of it.
The clans came today to form a stance to prevent the aggressors and the thieves from stealing the food that belongs to our people and taking it to merchants to sell on the market at high prices. We want this aid to be distributed to everybody and for every person to get their share.
Hamas, the militant group that now controls only parts of Gaza after nearly 2 years of war with Israel, denied any involvement. The war was sparked by a Hamas attack on Israel on October 7, 2023, killing nearly 1,200 people, mostly civilians, and taking 251 others hostage into Gaza. Israel's subsequent invasion has so far killed more than 56,000
Jesus,
Gazans,
that whole
according
building
to the
just went
Palestinian
down.
Health Ministry. It has reduced the territory to
Jeez.
rubble and rendered nearly the entire population of more than 2 million homeless. The U.S. and Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which operates aid distribution sites in southern and central Gaza, said on X that it was the only humanitarian organization permitted on Thursday to distribute food in Gaza.
They're just wanting to make sure. Apparently, they just want to make sure that the actual supplies get to the actual spot where they give out aid, rather than it just being ransacked along the way, I guess.
But that distribution
Israel mistook the protectors for thieves. I think it's less that they mistook it for thieves and more that they just used it as an excuse to, cover their ass,
has
basically.
been marred by bloodshed.
'Cause,
Israeli
I mean,
forces
this has been going on for months now, where they're just killing people that are going to the aid distribution centers, and they're just killing people.
have
Like
repeatedly
it is most definitely a war crime, and I have no idea. Like, it is being reported by some news agencies, but you certainly don't hear this stuff on like Israeli
opened
TV or
fire
anything like
near
that.
distribution points in recent weeks. Palestinian forces have
Let me-
was the
I'll
only
go back and you can
humanitarian
listen to it.
organization permitted on Thursday to distribute food in Gaza. But that distribution has been marred by bloodshed. Israeli forces have repeatedly opened fire near distribution points in recent weeks. Palestinian medics said dozens were killed on Tuesday trying to get food. A representative of one of Gaza's clans described the distribution points as death traps.
Young
But
people
the-
go to die in the death trap.
Being stolen and sold in the market at high prices, then the shipments are being stolen. Is that what he said?
This
Sorry, I
is
was doing something on the other window.
Every day we have death traps. Every day, 50 to 60 people die while getting the aid. We want to prevent this death.
As of the 25th of June, we have actually 598 reportedly killed in total.
Volker Turk, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, on Thursday said the killings at aid sites underscore the need for an immediate truce.
What we need again is a ceasefire, release of hostages, and
and an all-out effort to get humanitarian assistance into Gaza.
20 hostages remain in Hamas captivity in Gaza, while the group is holding the bodies of 30 who have died.
Okay, so there's 20 that are still alive. And anyways, we'll go back up to
Ports. The EU finds itself in an awkward situation. Its leverage in the Middle East is diminishing and is waiting to see what happens at next week's talks between Iran and Israel to decide its next move. But any decision on Iran or Israel's war on Gaza has to be approved by all EU member states, and that may be difficult to achieve. Hashim Al-Bara, Al Jazeera, Brussels.
Funerals have been held for 3 Palestinians who were killed during attacks by Israeli settlers in the occupied West Bank. Relatives have also been mourning the death of a 13-year-old boy who was killed by Israeli forces on Tuesday. Nida Ibrahim has the details.
Israel really needs to learn how to fucking talk to people. I mean,
this young
most
Palestinian
definitely
is asking for more time with his brother. Jihad Hamail was shot in his leg. His brother Muhammad sustained a fatal bullet to the chest. Their only fault, their family says, was helping to defend their neighbors and loved ones after Israeli settlers attacked the village of Kufr Malik in the center of the occupied West Bank. 3 Palestinians were killed during the attack. 7 were injured.
The settlers started shooting at us and throwing tear gas. Then the Israeli army started firing as well. To give the settlers the upper hand, they started shooting at Palestinians indiscriminately.
Palestinians here say it's yet another night of terror. Just on Tuesday, Israeli forces killed a 13-year-old boy. Many were in the boy's family mourning house when the settlers started attacking homes and burning cars.
The settlers broke the glass of this window and threw a Molotov cocktail. A 1-month-old baby was inside the room. We had 13 children in this house, so we carried the children and went to the 2nd floor, but they threw another Molotov there. So we ran to the top floor.
As neighbors helped get the women and children out of their homes, they say they were shot at by the Israeli soldiers who raided the village. The army says they fired at armed Palestinians. Residents say they have no access to weapons or any protection.
The soldiers were among the olive trees here. They're only here to protect the settlers, who are so emboldened to attack Palestinians. We're defenseless. If we were in prison, we would have had police and better protection than this.
This is the story of Palestinian villages across the occupied West Bank. Increasing number of Israeli settlers, growing number of attacks, little, if any, accountability or justice. These settlers were caught on camera attacking Palestinians near Taibe village east of Ramallah, a predominantly Christian village near Kufr Malik. Even as people were burying their loved ones on Thursday, settlers attacked Palestinians at another village near Ramallah called Turmasaya. It's a continuous sense of fear and intimidation. Palestinians say they have to stay on alert. The next settler attack could happen at any moment. Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera.
thanks for the follow on Kick,
Yes,
by the way, guys.
Donald Trump has hosted
I'm
an
just getting
event in
annoyed with
support
the
of so-called Big Beautiful
constant
Bill.
bots
The bill
on
would
Kick.
reduce spending on Medicaid and allocate an additional $150 billion for defense spending. The proposal, though, is dividing Republicans, with some wary the bill could blow out federal deficits. Trump, however, is still pushing hard to get it through the Senate. Al Jazeera's Mike Hanna reports from Washington.
Well, President Trump called this gathering to attempt to push this bill through the Senate, but he's got major problems with it. There are members of
This is
his
a big,
own
bad,
Republican
beautiful
Party
bill, right?
who are still opposed to various sections of the bill, in particular its impact on Medicaid. But then again, as well, there's the parliamentarian. Now, this is a senior Senate figure who decides what parts of the bill are in effect legitimate, whether they can be passed with a simple majority or need some other method of passage. And the parliamentarian has taken out a number of the provisions of the bill which are going to have to be rewritten and are going to have to be replaced. That is going to take time. So President Trump is fighting a race against time if he wants to sign this bill by the 4th of July. All Democrats are opposed to it, but he needs full Republican support. The bill is posited very much as about immigration, about controlling immigration. And President Trump lashed out at President Biden, his predecessor, and those thousands, as he put it, of criminals and thieves that he described them as without any valid evidence who came into the country during the Biden administration.
I don't think we can ever allow history to forget it. What they've done to us is so sad. We're going to fully fund the final sections of border wall, impose a new remittance tax on money sent back to foreign countries, and dramatically increase deportations to a bare minimum of 1 million illegal aliens per year.
And as a sign of President Trump's desperation, perhaps, he threatened that taxes could rise by 67% if that bill is not passed. Now, that is an utterly ludicrous figure, but it's an indication of how seriously he wants this bill to pass in its entirety, because, as he puts it, there are many promises he made on the campaign trail contained within that bill. Promises made are promises kept, he said.
I'd like to see what a tax expert would have to say about the bill as far as who's actually going to save money.
Against police brutality. The demonstrations, which started off peacefully, descended into chaos.
This has not been reported very much. This is the Kenya incident, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
Saw reports from the capital.
This, for some reason, not really making its.
They had come to the
There are massive protests that are happening in Kenya right now.
It's not good news. It's not clear how he died, but he appeared to have been beaten and had burn marks. Moses Mwangi's body was brought here last night.
What?
He was just 22 years old. They all say they had gone for the protests on Wednesday.
What is barn max?
We had hope. We still don't believe it. We didn't think we'd find him here.
Another family is also mourning.
What is barn max? I don't even know what that is.
Was not a protester. They say he'd gone to work in a town on the outskirts of the Kenyan capital, Nairobi. Wangari Mwangi says her husband, Kevin Jao.
She said that her brother died of barn max. I'm like, what the hell is barn max? I looked it up and I don't know, maybe I'm just, maybe an accent or something.
As he tried to get back home.
I've lost my best friend.
Thousands of people protested in several towns across Kenya. They wanted to pay tribute to more than 60 young people who were killed during last year's anti-government protests. They're demanding good governance, police reforms, and an end to corruption. The Interior Minister said what happened on Wednesday is unacceptable.
We condemn the criminal anarchists who, in the name of peaceful demonstrations, unleashed a wave of violence, looting, sexual assault, and destruction upon our people.
This is one of the most affected areas in the city center.
We cannot
it may have been
normalize
burn marks, maybe?
Of its most basic principles.
I think what we should hold on to is that some of those principles of the UN Charter, such as trying to avoid the use of force, have actually kept the world more stable. And so we shouldn't just dismiss the document outright.
The Charter gave enormous power to 5 countries in particular to uphold world peace: the US, UK, France, Russia, and China, the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, with veto power over any legally binding resolutions.
Those against?
Just in the past 20 months alone, the United States has invoked that veto power 5 separate times to block Gaza's ceasefire resolutions.
Jesus, man.
So in the Security
How
Council
can you,
is blocked from acting
block?
Because of the abuse of the veto by
What's
a
going
permanent
on there?
member. That core institution.
And you know why? It's
is
because they're
prevented
just siding
from
with Israel.
discharging its function. And so what states do is they try to work around it, either through the General Assembly or through the International Court of Justice, or outside the UN system entirely.
8 decades on, the guiding document for world peace and security still relevant, but under threat.
We will succeed.
Gabriel Elizondo, Al Jazeera at the United Nations in New York.
More on all the stories we're covering here on Al Jazeera on our website at aljazeera.com. The very latest on the Israel-Iran ceasefire on there, as well as the war on Gaza. I'll be back in 30 minutes with more news after Fort
30 minutes? 30 minutes? What are we watching then? All right, what's this?
On defense. But, Trump has always been haranguing the allies fairly enough to spend more. And agreeing to do that yesterday at least puts them on the spot. They've admitted that they haven't pulled their own weight inside NATO. They've admitted that they haven't done enough to keep themselves safe, should they have to do so. And agreeing with a couple of exclusions like Spain and Slovakia that they're going to do it still does put it on a completely different trajectory than it was before the summit agreement.
Yeah, so and let's just listen to one thing that Trump said, because he did this press conference and he was asked at one point, what's your attitude to Article 5? So this kind of cardinal bit of NATO's foundation saying that an attack on one is an attack on all. And we heard quite a different Trump from what we've heard before. So let's just listen to what he said.
And when I was around that table, it was a nice group of people, many of whom I knew from previous. When I saw the passion they had for the country, almost everyone.
Last 36 hours.
It was very.
Well, we're gonna watch the press conference that happened earlier with Pete Hegseth. It turned into a bit of a shit show. There's stuff going down in Kenya. We just kind of watched a clip from that. We're gonna go over that as well. More about Gaza, and then I've got some other interesting news stories that are happening as well.
Really love their countries. It's not a ripoff.
Welcome, Montius.
We're here to help them protect their country.
So, Terry, I mean, we know the mindset of Donald Trump. He's very sort of nation first.
Yeah, we are going to look at what's going on in Kenya because it's not
he's
really
trying to indicate that he started
to
kind of gel with the idea of NATO and that he started to feel some kind of ownership about it now.
Absolutely. It was honestly shocking to hear him of all.
I'm going to be honest. Trump saying "fuck" was one of the funniest things I've seen from any president. Like, and it was one of the times where I was like, "Yeah, fuck right on." Like, I actually liked the honesty of what he was saying. Like, I actually, as someone who probably would not vote for the guy, I was like, "Okay, right on." I love it.
Him talk like that. It wasn't public, so he seemed to think that we all heard those speeches, and we didn't. But of course, we heard them before.
But what are you hearing from people who were in the room? Like, was it as kowtowing as he makes it sound?
Well,
no, it was real.
He was talking about
I was up and watching it. It was
and
so funny,
explaining
man.
why they already, in some cases, several countries already spend 5% of their GDP. I think the kowtowing
Wait, what?
came in other.
Okay, very few countries are spending 5% of their GDP on military.
Richard, I can tell you because
this woman's smoking.
This was expressed behind the scenes that they had all basically agreed amongst themselves that they were going to say thanks, Mr. Trump, as many times as it took until he was happy with them. They had basically sold this summit to him in advance as, we're going to go to 5% as you wanted. We're going to give you credit for it. Just please, please, please come. Don't screw it up. Don't pull Article 5. Don't pull some of the U.S.'s key resources. And we'll say this is all thanks to you.
Yeah. So let's get the Germany side of this, Michaela. Relief here, right?
Absolutely. I mean, clearly we've seen not just Mark Rutte, the NATO Secretary General, but also Friedrich Merz try.
This is the about the NATO powers agreeing to raise the
they are not a response
spending on defense. People are making 5% sound like a big deal. It is. It's a big up. But what they did is they changed kind of the wording on what counts towards spending towards your defense. So, for example, Canada has announced a bunch of initiatives in order to improve accessibility to like mines, the mining of critical minerals and all that sort of stuff, which these countries are going to need in order to develop their weapons and their tanks and their planes and all that sort of stuff. But the cost of actually developing those roads goes towards what they are spending towards their defense, basically, because it's it's got an end goal, I guess you could say. So 5% is a lot, but there's a lot more now that you're able to include in that price, or in that amount.
And consolidate security guarantees over time. The EU should, in the coming days,
we can look up stuff
adopt
from the
an
Ukraine,
18th
because I've
package of
got my
sanctions, unprecedented in its ambition and the measures it takes
Let me,
in the
put up
financial
my,
and energy sectors.
Ukraine.
It will impose an embargo, notably on imports of Russian crude oil refined in third-party countries. This is a strong signal.
Next, we head to northern France, where at least 16,000 migrants have crossed the Channel this year, trying to get to England. Warm weather and calm seas means many more are expected to make the dangerous crossing, and it's making the task tougher for French coastal police. Claire Paquelin is near Calais in northern France. She sent us this report.
These migrants had been camping a few hundred meters from the beach near Calais. They were ready to board small boats headed for the United Kingdom when French police found their camp and ordered them to pack up and leave.
We want to continue living freely. They shouldn't stop us, but instead make it easier for us to get to the UK.
I think the UK is telling you not to come.
The police called a local charity to bring food and water. The migrants ask us not to film their faces up close. Some tell us they don't want their families to see the conditions they're living in.
It looks like they're camping. It doesn't really look like it's that bad of conditions. This looks like a nice campsite.
We meet Iraqis,
What are you
Egyptians,
talking about?
Afghans, Syrians and Kuwaitis. Many have traveled along smugglers' routes from Turkey, like this woman who arrived in France 6 weeks ago.
Did Iran win the war? We can go over that too. I do have a clip about
was
that.
Very difficult. I went to Turkey. I stayed there for a few days. Then I traveled in a truck illegally. After 3 days, I arrived in France. Since then, I've been trying to cross to the UK.
They leave on foot, but no one seems to know where they're going.
Is there a particular reason why they're trying to get to the
make
UK,
sure they
or?
don't set up camp again nearby. French police are trying to disrupt the plans laid by migrants and their smugglers to cross the channel.
Oh,
to
you
the
know why?
UK
It's
in small
because the
boats.
UK is not part of EU anymore.
We come boat and then police come with knife.
What I want to say in France, I mean,
Yeah, that's not good.
what's wrong with France?
But they're not deterred.
And why don't you stay in France?
Here's the question.
France? France is like this.
So France, they're not putting up with it. Basically, they're kicking them out.
The UK is paying France over 500 million euros to prevent small boats from crossing the channel. But the number of successful crossings is 42% higher than at the same time last year. That very morning, 14 small boats managed to cross to the UK.
Magazine legend Anna Wintour has announced she's stepping down as editor-in-chief of American Vogue. Her nearly 40 years in the job earned her a reputation as perhaps the single most
Where are they
influential
from? It
figure
looks like they
in
were
the fashion
from
world.
Africa or something.
She's one of the most influential figures in the fashion world. But after nearly 40 years at the helm of US Vogue, Anna Wintour is stepping down as editor-in-chief. With her iconic short bob haircut and sunglasses, British-born Wintour took over US Vogue in 1988.
I'm not gonna. Never mind. That
It
haircut
introduced
annoys the
world
hell
to
out of me. It
brand
is.
new models and cutting-edge designers.
Tori is certainly one of our great American designers, also important to celebrate female designers, of which there are, in my view, not enough.
Outside of her work with Vogue,
Anyone
she
read
also
Vogue?
oversees the annual Met Gala.
I don't.
It's one of
I don't
fashion's
read it.
biggest
No.
and most star-studded evenings. It's to raise money for
Definitely
New York's
don't read.
Metropolitan Museum of Art. Wintour's Ice Queen persona and no-nonsense reputation is widely thought to be the inspiration behind Meryl Streep's
Okay, I
authoritarian
don't give two craps about Vogue. I'm not gonna lie. I don't even know if I give one crap.
These names in the mix.
I don't
for the
even know if I
2028
give one
Democratic
crap.
Presidential nomination. We'll just have to stay tuned. So we're going to take a brief pause here, have a few more.
He wanted the credit. B, if this wasn't a success, everyone's going to ask,
Women's
okay,
Fashion
so are
Magazine,
you going to go back? And will the war start up again?
Okay, do we want to just go ahead and start watching the Pete Hegseth interview?
In an alternate...
Hold on. I saw this while I was flipping through things. This is supposed to be Asmongold if he never played World of Warcraft. Like, if as a young kid, he actually kind of grew up, didn't get introduced to WoW, took care of himself, you know, brushed his teeth, you know, had a family. This is what Asmongold's life could have been. How happy do you think he is that he decided to play World of Warcraft?
Reality where World of Warcraft never existed. Do you want to know what's really funny about this? Is that the moment that I stop like streaming and like have you guys ever had a time in your life where your internet goes out for 3 hours and you get more done in those 3 hours than you have in the past 3 months? Whenever that happened to me, I was like, oh, well, yeah, of course. I mean, like, of course they could do this. You're like, oh, they can't do this. Well, what else are they gonna fucking do? I mean, you can't get on the internet. You can't do anything. You're waking up in the morning. All right, let's keep making the triangle. And does this mean next vacation you'll come back married? Oh, I don't know about that, right? Read comments. Oh, God. I have to read the comments on this. This is going to be so weird. And let's see if I can find it. This version, Asmon drinks water and eats vegetables with his food. Should have been an Asian girl for maximal... In an alternate reality where World of Warcraft never existed.
Anyways, I just thought it was funny that he was talking about, or I saw this, and then I saw it, and I saw this picture, and I just started laughing. I was just like, oh my God. Okay, we're gonna watch the Pete Hegseth. I don't even know what you want to call it, but it was their press conference that they had earlier. They went over a bunch of things, kind of an aftermath of the Iran war. Anyways, this is Pete Hegseth's interview. It happened this morning, and he's basically talking about what went on with the bunker buster bomb. I caught like 2 minutes of it before, but I've seen clips of it since, and he basically starts melting down over the media. We'll take a watch.
Try to muddy the waters and make it look like this historic strike wasn't successful. I'm going to get to the chairman in a moment because he's going to lay out the particulars for you. Based on his professional military experience. But here's what other folks are saying. The DIA that put...
Okay, so I think they cut the first part of the clip out, but he actually started talking about how the media is not representing what's going on properly, and basically, boo-hoo, the media is picking on us. None of the media is telling the full story or saying anything good about us, is the gist. So now he's quoting other media, or suggesting that he's quoting other media.
Put that report out. Says this is a preliminary low confidence report and will continue to be refined as additional intelligence becomes available.
He's going over that report that apparently came out with CNN, and then all the other news stations started running with it, basically saying, you know, there's this confidential report that's out that is saying that the bunker buster bombs didn't work. And of course, that pissed off Trump. It pissed off, Hegseth, who basically have said that it completely obliterated the station or the facility. And he's reading out now another preliminary report
available. How about the Israeli Atomic Energy Commission? The devastating U.S. strikes on Fordow destroyed the site's critical infrastructure and rendered the enrichment facility inoperable. Have any of these quotes made their way into the New York Times or the Washington Post? MSNBC?
Basically, yes.
CNN? Any of these quotes? How about this one? This is a new one from the UN, the United Nations. No friend of the United States, or certainly Israel.
You know what's interesting is he's just like laying into the media. And he's like no holds barred. He's going after everyone. And I don't know if people realize how dangerous this is, because part of having a democracy is allowing your media to be able to do their job without being threatened, etc., etc. And you know, they're supposed to be allowed to investigate and do their job. And one of the first things that governments that have authoritarian leaders is they get rid of the media because they don't want anyone questioning them.
Often. Here's the head of the UN Atomic Energy Agency this morning, Rafael Grossi. U.S. and Israeli strikes caused enormous damage to Iran's nuclear sites. Don't take my word for it. How about the IDF's chief of staff? I can say here that the assessment is that we significantly damaged the nuclear program, setting it back by years. I repeat, years. The Iranian foreign minister, the spokesman, our nuclear...
By the way, I've not fact-checked any of this to see whether or not these people actually said that. I'll have to take him for his word, even though generally I would like to fact-check this stuff.
Demonstrations have been badly damaged, that's for sure. I'm sure that's an understatement. John Radcliffe, the director of the CIA, putting out a statement just last night. CIA can confirm that a body of credible intelligence indicates Iran's nuclear program has been severely damaged by recent targeted strikes. This includes new intelligence from a historically reliable, very different than preliminary assessment with low confidence. He's saying historically reliable and accurate source and method that several key Iranian nuclear facilities were destroyed and would have to be rebuilt over the course of years. CIA continues to collect additional reliably sourced information to keep appropriate decision makers fully informed. How about DNI Tulsi Gabbard yesterday? She writes, and I quote, "New intelligence confirms what POTUS has stated numerous times. Iran's nuclear facilities have been destroyed." Institute.
Info from Peter Hegseth may be supporting specific agenda. Rockany. Yeah, this is the problem, is you've got to be able to dissect between what is actually truth and what is just basically propaganda and BS.
For Science and International Security President David Albright, overall, Israel and U.S. attacks have effectively destroyed Iran's centrifuge enrichment program. Time and time again, I can go down the list. Those that understand, those that see, those that do proper assessments recognize that what the United States military did was historic. And again, before I pass it to the chairman, because you, and I mean specifically you, the press, specifically you, the press corps, because you cheer against Trump so hard, it's like in your DNA and in your blood to cheer.
They're not just going after CNN here, by the way. He's going, he's going
Trump.
after everyone.
Because you want him not to be successful so bad, you have to cheer against the efficacy of these strikes. You have to hope maybe they weren't effective. Maybe the way the Trump administration has represented them isn't true. So let's take half-truths, spun information, leaked information, and then spin it in every way we can to try to cause doubt and manipulate the public mind over whether or not our brave pilots were successful. How many stories have been written about how hard it is to, I don't know, fly a plane for 36 hours? Has MSNBC done that story? Has Fox? Have we done the story?
The fact that he's ripping into Fox is shocking, actually, considering how full of propaganda and like far right wing newscasting they are. Like, they are obviously extraordinarily biased in their reporting. So the fact that he's going after a news organization that has traditionally been 100% backing Trump is kind of surprising.
How hard that is? Have we done it 2 or 3 times so that American people understand? How about how difficult it is to shoot a drone from an F-15 or 16 or F-22 or F-35? Or what it's like to man a Patriot battery? Or how hard it is to refuel mid-air, giving the American people an understanding of how complex and sophisticated this mission really was. There are so many aspects of what our brave men and women did that, because of the hatred of this press corps, are undermined because people are...
First of all, I did see reports on well, we actually even looked at some of them on, was it last stream, where we showed what the pilots were flying in. We were asking questions about, where's the toilet, all that sort of stuff. So it's not like this hasn't been covered, but it is funny how the press is asking questions that are very important, like, is this facility actually destroyed? And he's responding by saying those aren't the questions you should be asking. You should be talking about other things.
People are trying to leak and spin that it wasn't successful. It's irresponsible.
Yeah, why did he just post it to
And
Signal, the
folks
app?
in this room are privy to that information because of the proximity here in the Pentagon. It's an important responsibility. And time again, classified information is leaked or peddled for political purposes.
Yeah, what do you mean it's leaked? Like, I thought when this first came out, didn't they say it wasn't true? So if this information was leaked, is it classified information that was leaked, or is it BS and CNN is just making all of this up?
To try to make the president look bad. And what's really happening is you're undermining the success of incredible B-2 pilots and incredible F-35.
They're not undermining the success. They're trying to validate that it was actually successful. That's the difference. Like, just show the evidence that it was successful. That's all they're questioning. And they're all getting uptight. I mean, if there's evidence that it was successful, show the evidence. But right now there's not, because that sort of evidence isn't going to come out for months. Like, they're not going to know the full amount of damage that was done to the site for months, probably.
5 pilots and incredible refuelers and incredible air defenders who accomplished their mission, set back a nuclear program in ways that other presidents would have dreamed. How about we celebrate that? How about we talk about how special America is, that only we have these capabilities? I think it's too much to ask, unfortunately, for the fake news. So we're used to that.
Again, back to attacking news, and not just one news station now, it's all of them. So he's literally attacking all the news stations in his country in particular, when it is literally their job to question and investigate. So when they see a report like this and they go to investigate it, suddenly they're getting attacked for actually doing their jobs.
But we also have an opportunity to stand at the podium and read the truth of what's really happening. And the reality is, you want to call it destroyed, you want to call it defeated, you want to call it obliterated, choose your word. This was an historically successful attack, and we should celebrate it as Americans, and it gives us a chance to have peace, chance to have a deal, and an opportunity to prevent a nuclear Iran, which is something President Trump talked about for 20 years, and no other presidents had the courage to actually do. So with that, I want to hand it over to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. They've done technical analysis on this, not just on the strike, but also on our Patriot defenders, on Al Udeid. And Mr. Chairman, I'll hand it over to you.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, and all of you. Thank you for being here. As a follow-up to my comments on Sunday's press conference, I wanted to give you a few updates this morning on something I'm honored to do as a chairman, and that's a chance to get to talk about some of our service members and the incredible things that they do on behalf of our nation. And I apologize ahead of time for the length and the detail. Today I'm going to brief you on a couple of things. First, I'm going to talk about our air defenders at Al Udeid in Qatar and their actions on Monday. Then I'm going to walk you through a little bit about the academics that went into the attack against Fordo, the massive ordnance penetrator weapon, and we're going to show a video that highlights the effects that weapon has. Of course, nobody was down inside the target, so we don't have video from the target. First, on Monday. As the President has stated, on Monday morning we began to receive indications and warnings that Iran intended to attack U.S. bases in the region. That morning, building on the work that CENTCOM Commander Eric Kurilla had done, and on the orders of the President, Al Udeid at...
So keep in mind, I believe he's talking about the attacks where they had pre-warned the U.S. that they were going to do this. And again, read between the lines. This was an attack to save face for their citizens, to show that, hey, we're not going to put up with getting attacked by the U.S. We're going to attack them back. They basically told the U.S. so that it would de-escalate the situation. If any soldiers had been killed over there, all hell could have broken loose. But they pre-warned the U.S. so that the U.S. could basically get rid of or evacuate the bases, shoot down the missiles, be prepared for it so there was no damage, and then everything would settle down after that, which is basically what happened.
Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar and around the region, we assumed a minimum force posture. Most folks had moved off the base to extend the security perimeter out away from what we assessed might be a target zone, except for a very few Army soldiers at Al Udeid. At that point, only 2 Patriot batteries remained on base. Roughly 44 American soldiers responsible for defending the entire base, to include CENTCOM's forward headquarters in the Middle East, an entire air base, and all the U.S. forces there. The oldest soldier was a 28-year-old captain. The youngest was a 21-year-old private who'd been in the military for less than 2 years. So let's put ourselves out there for a second.
See, 21. You imagine that's more than more than half my age. Like, could you imagine? Anyways, could you imagine like being 21 years old and being on an army base and suddenly having missiles launched at you? Like, what were you doing when you were 21?
Second, imagine you're that young first lieutenant, you're 25 or 26 years old, and you've been assigned as the tactical director inside the command and control element. You, at that age, are the sole person
You're in basic training?
responsible to defend this base.
Big balls,
Listening
man.
next to you is your early warning operator, whose job is to notify you of imminent attack. There's 5 people inside a vehicle and 5 people outside of a vehicle around these, a total of, as I said, 44. By the way,
not yet. I'm
you've sat in the Middle East for years, deployed over and over again, extended multiple times, always being prepared, but unsure of when that particular day will come that you must execute your mission and not fail at doing it. In this case, these Patriot crews were deployed from Korea and Japan as part of our U.S. forces there to ensure that we had the most capable missiles in the CENTCOM area of responsibility. As the day continues, you start to hear more and more chatter in the information space about a pending attack. And as the sun starts to set in the west, you get orders from your higher headquarters to make sure that your missile batteries are pointed to the north. There are just a few other teammates. It's hot, you're getting nervous, and you expect an attack. Outside of those Patriot vehicles, your hot crew, which is 1 NCO and 4 additional soldiers, turns a key and relinquishes control of those missiles to that young lieutenant inside the vehicle. And you wait. You know that you're going to have approximately 2 minutes, 120 seconds to either succeed or fail. And then at approximately 12:30 p.m. on Monday, that's 7:30 p.m. in Qatar, as the sun sets in the west, Iran attacks. As the targets were detected, round after round of Patriot missiles are ejected from their canisters by an initial launch charge. Then the main solid rocket motor ignites. You can feel this in your body if you've ever been around a Patriot taking a shot. And round after round goes out and guides against those missiles coming inbound.
That would be a scary experience, man.
That this is the largest single Patriot engagement in U.S. military history. And we were joined in this engagement by the Qatari Patriot crews. I'm not going to tell you how many rounds were shot, but it was a bunch because of classified purposes. And we're aware that there's reports of something getting through. What we do know is there was a lot of metal flying around. Between attacking missiles being hit by Patriots, boosters from attacking missiles being hit by Patriots, the Patriots themselves flying around, and the debris from those Patriots hitting the ground, there was a lot of metal flying around. And yet our U.S. air defenders had only seconds to make complex decisions with strategic impact. These awesome humans, along with their Qatari brothers and sisters in arms, stood between a salvo of Iranian missiles and the safety of Al Udeid. They are the unsung heroes of the 21st century United States Army. And I know a lot of you have seen the videos online and the excitement as those Patriots departed their launchers and went up and guided. This really demonstrates the combat capability and capacity of our Army air defenders. Simply stated, they absolutely crushed it. If you'd flip this over, thanks. Let me next move to a walkthrough of the GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator weapon and share a little bit about the planners who did this. And
they're going to now talk about the bunker busting bomb, and we'd all been like wanting to learn exactly how this device works because it seems incredible that it can somehow bury itself down 200 feet into the dirt. I guess based just strictly on weight and the way it's designed.
Their work on the weapon. First, let me set the stage for you.
A lot of us were having
There's
our
an
doubts as to whether or not it
organization
could
in the
actually
U.S.
reach
called
this
the
bunker.
Defense Threat Reduction Agency, DTRA. DTRA does a lot of things for our nation, but DTRA is the world's leading expert on deeply buried underground targets. In 2009, a defense...
This looks like we're going to get more information out of this press conference than we have like from all other, I guess...
Threat Reduction Agency officer
from all other news
was brought
sources
into
anyways.
a vault at an undisclosed location and briefed on something going on in Iran. For security purposes, I'm not going to share his name. He was shown some photos and some highly classified intelligence of what looked like a major construction project in the mountains of Iran. He was tasked to study this facility, work with the intelligence community to understand it, and he was soon joined by an additional teammate. For more than 15 years, this officer and his teammate lived and breathed
they just sat there
this
and
single
watched
target,
satellite
Fordo,
images
a
of
critical
this.
element of Iran's covert nuclear weapons program. He studied the geology. He watched the Iranians dig it out. He watched the construction, the weather, the discard material, the geology, the construction materials, where the materials came from. He looked at the vent shaft, the exhaust shaft, the electrical systems, the environmental control systems. Can
you imagine that being your job, just sitting at a computer screen and watching like basically what is looks like a mining operation?
Nook, every crater, every piece of equipment going in, and every
15
piece of
years just
equipment
watching
going
video.
out. They literally dreamed about this target at night when they slept. They thought about it driving back and forth to work, and they knew from the very first days what this was for. You do not build a multi-layered underground bunker complex with centrifuges and other equipment in a mountain for any peaceful purpose.
It's probably honestly like watching me play World of Warcraft or something like that. Boring as
They
hell.
weren't able to discuss this
Not
with
very
their
exciting.
family, their wives, their kids, their friends.
Aladar
but they
leveling another mage to like level 10.
just kept grinding it out. And along the way, they realized we did not have a weapon that could adequately strike and kill this target. So they began a journey to work with industry and other tacticians to develop the GBU-57. They tested it over and over again, tried different options, tried more after that. They accomplished hundreds of test shots and dropped many full-scale weapons against extremely realistic targets for a single purpose: kill this target at the time and place of our nation's choosing. And then, on a day in June of 2025, more than 15 years after they started their life's work, the phone rang and the President of the United States ordered the B-2 force that you've supported to go strike and kill this target. Yesterday, I had the incredible honor and privilege of spending time with these two Defense Threat Reduction Agency officers who've given so much. One of them said, quote, "I can't even get my head around this. My heart is so filled with the pride of being a part of this team. I am so honored to be a part of this." To you both, thank you, and thank you to your families. Operation Midnight Hammer was the culmination of those 15 years of incredible.
How do they even say that without laughing? Oh my God, Midnight Hammer.
Work, the air crews, the tanker crews, the weapons crews that built the weapons, the load crews that loaded it. Before I run through this video today, I want to talk a little bit about weaponeering and what goes into an attack.
Okay, this is what
Weaponeering
we've
is
been
the
waiting to
science
hear.
of evaluating a target. I mentioned all of those factors before that these two DTRA officers had thought about. Ultimately, weaponeering is determining the right weapon.
One of them woke up in the middle of the night and said to his wife, "Honey, wake up. I'm going to give you the Midnight Hammer." That's how they got the name.
Combination to achieve the desired effects and maximum destruction against a target. In the case of Fordo, the DTRA team understood with a high degree of confidence the elements of the target required to kill its functions, and the weapons were designed, planned, and delivered to ensure that they achieve the effects in the mission space. By the way, in the beginning of its development, we had so many PhDs working on the MOP program, doing modeling and simulation, that we were quietly and in a secret way the biggest users of supercomputer hours within the United States of America. So let me talk about the graphic a little bit. And the GBU 57, which all of you I know is a 30,000 pound weapon dropped only by the B-2. It's comprised of steel, explosive, and a fuse, programmed bespokely, each weapon to achieve a particular effect inside the target. Each weapon had a unique desired impact angle, arrival, final heading, and a fuse setting. The fuse is effectively what tells the bomb when to function. A longer delay in a fuse, the deeper the weapon will penetrate and drive into the target. So on Fordo, in June of 2008, you can see these three holes. Depicted here is the main exhaust shaft with 2 additional ventilation shafts on either side. The United States decided to strike these 2 ventilation shafts, seen here on the main graphic, as the primary point of entry into the mission space. In the days preceding the attack against Fordo, the Iranians attempted to cover the shafts with concrete to try to prevent an attack. I won't share the specific dimensions of the concrete cap, but you should know that we know what the dimensions of those concrete caps were. The planners had to...
Is that... I wonder if they could actually determine that. Like, how high... They probably got special, like, magnified satellites that they can use that are just way more powerful than what we have with Google Maps. So they can probably see these caps in much greater detail than what we can see.
To account for this, they accounted for everything. The cap,
unless they had people on the ground, like Mossad agents or something like that, that were able to say this is exactly how thick they are.
Was forcibly removed by the first weapon, and the main shaft was uncovered. Weapons 2, 3, 4, 5 were tasked to enter the main shaft, move down into the complex at greater than 1,000 feet per second, and explode in the mission space. Weapon number 6 was designed on each side, so there were 6 on each side. Weapons number 6 was designed as a flex weapon to allow us to cover if one of the preceding jets or one of the preceding weapons did not work. The video I'm about to show you is a culmination of over 15 years of development and testing. As I said, hundreds of test shots on various models. This is one weapon. So if you take a view of this as 5 additionals, you'll get a sense of what this looks like. Hopefully you can see it and there's not too much reflection. Tom runs our videos out there. We'll run it at full speed so you can see it and then go back through it. Go ahead, Tom.
Hey, Tom, that was not full speed. This is definitely not full speed, Tom. So, is that the ground inside the tunnel?
You'll see inside the mission space.
So that's it coming through the top of the tunnel.
Unlike a normal surface bomb, you won't see an impact crater. because they're designed to deeply bury and then function. I know there's been a lot of questions about that. All 6 weapons at each vent at Fordo went exactly where they were intended to go. A bomb has 3 effects that causes damage: blast, fragmentation, and overpressure. In this case, the primary kill mechanism in the mission space was a mix of overpressure and blast, ripping through the open tunnels and destroying critical hardware. The majority of the damage we assessed based on our extensive modeling was a blast layer combined with the impulse extending from the shock. Imagine what this looks like 6 times over. A point that I want to make here: the Joint Force does not do BDA.
Sorry, the question: why they didn't just use a stealth team? You mean like boots on the ground? That would have been considered like an invasion. There's no way, absolutely no way that the American population would have been okay with that. Like there's no way that that would have happened.
By design, we don't grade our own homework. The intelligence community does. But here's what we know following the attacks and the strikes on Fordo.
No, they definitely knew that the jets were coming. They even said, like, everyone knew that they were coming. Maybe not the exact moment that the B-2 bomber was going to arrive. That's why they had the decoys that headed out towards the Pacific, whereas the ones that actually ended up bombing this facility went over the Atlantic, right? But they knew they were coming, and that's why they tried to start sealing up the tunnels. We went over those pictures.
For the Horde!
Chicken dude. Chicken is my very longest subscriber to my channel, everyone. Orange Chicken subscribed to my channel longer than anyone else. 90 months. Thank you very much, dude. We need to go for a drink sometimes. Anyways, I'll finish this, Chicken, if you're still going to be around. 90 months, man. That is crazy. Like, thank you very much. Anyways, so they did a we found satellite images from days before before it was bombed, and then just like the day before, and you could already see just from the day before that the Iranians went in and they tried to seal up the tunnels. Presumably they brought everything out, or that's what they're saying they did, is that they took everything out that they could and then they sealed up the tunnels. So we saw actual satellite images of the tunnels before the bombs were dropped that showed that they'd sealed up all the tunnels and stuff like that. He actually admitted to that. They said that they tried to put a cement cap over the vent shafts and stuff like that to try and protect them. These bombs went right through them anyways.
First, that the weapons were built, tested, and loaded properly. 2, the weapons were released on speed and on parameters. 3, the weapons all guided to their intended targets and to their intended aim points. 4, the weapons functioned as designed, meaning they exploded. And we know this through other means,
you can see satellite imagery
that we have that were visibly,
There's before and after satellite imagery of the site. You can definitely see that some of the hills have like collapsed a bit. So there's definitely been some damage done.
Able to
the
see
extent
them.
We don't know for sure.
And we know that the trailing jets saw the first weapons function, and the pilots stated, quote, "This was the brightest explosion that I've ever seen. It literally looked like daylight." Let me now turn to the bomber crews themselves, give you a few details about them. The crews that attacked Fordo were from the active duty Air Force and the Missouri Air National Guard. The crews ranked from captain to colonel, and most were graduates of the Air Force Weapons School headquartered at Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada. I will state for the record that there is no beach volleyball or football at the Air Force Weapons School. There were male and female aviators on this mission, and a crew member told me when I talked to them on video the other day that this felt like the Super Bowl, the thousands of scientists, airmen, and maintainers all coming together.
Hey, Nick,
One
what's
last
up, man?
story about people. When the crews...
This is the Pentagon live press conference about the B-2 bombing that happened. This press conference was earlier today.
Went to work on Friday. They kissed their loved ones goodbye, not knowing when or if they'd be home. Late on Saturday night, their families became aware of what was happening. And on Sunday, when those jets returned from Whiteman, their families were there. Flags flying and tears flowing. I have chills literally talking about this. The jets rejoined into a formation of 4 airplanes followed by a formation of 3 and came up overhead Whiteman proudly in the traffic pattern, pitching out to land right over the base and landing to the incredible cheers of their families who sacrifice and serve right alongside their family members. Like I said, there were a lot of flags and a lot of tears. One commander told me this is a moment in the lives of our families that they will never forget. That, my friends, is what America's Joint Force does. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we test, we evaluate every single day. And when the call comes to deliver, we do so. I could not be more proud standing up here today of our joint force. I'm filled with gratitude that I get to tell their story. And as we stand here right now, our forces remain on a high state of readiness in the region, prepared to defend themselves.
Reckless, that is it's just very typical American. You know, and I mean, that's, you know, all the power to them. They're very proud of their military. So this press conference is 40 minutes. It could have probably been summed up in about 3.
And one last thing. Our adversaries around the world should know that there are other DTRA team members out there studying targets for the same amount of time. And we'll continue to do so.
A little bit of a threat there, I guess.
Thank you very much. I apologize for the length. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Little threat there.
Thank you, by the way, for that extensive work, the lay down. I mean, even, do you have that laser pointer? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, squaring me away as always. I mean, even in just the public reporting, if you see the post-strike shaft of the 3 holes, the vast majority, and fairly so, the vast majority of speculation has been those are the 3 strike points. When in actuality, what you realize is these are the vents, these are the caps. The first munition took the cap off, and the other 5 went down the center hole, which, if you're planning the target, you would want it to be the direct one going to the bottom. These are the types of things that go into the planning for a strike that the Pentagon would not
Precision is crazy.
Like the American people to initially understand. So
never mind whether or not this actually blew up the facility. The fact that they dropped these bombs, and these B-2 bombers, keep in mind, can fly as high as, I believe, 50,000 feet. So the fact, which is about 30,000 meters roughly. The fact that they were actually to hit these air shafts from that height, that is actually pretty spectacular. Say what you will about whether you like these type of weapons, but the fact that they're able to hit these facilities with that type of precision is actually pretty crazy.
Laying this information out is helpful, but it's also why we ask for a beat, for a moment, for a day or 2, the opportunity to tell that story, because as the chairman said, these men and women that did this mission, they just want to do their job. They're not expecting their story to be told. They're not expecting the glory. They are grateful for the flags and the hugs of family. That's why they do the job. But they also know they were a part of something historic. We know how historic it was. The chairman does. I know. Our staffs know. And so that's why we are, and the president of the United States knows. And that's why
don't forget to leave him out.
Almost personal when we see the way in which leaks are used to try to disparage the outcome or muddy the waters about the impact of what happened without being responsible with information and allowing the professionals to assess and provide that information just like the chairman did. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that information.
Zero Dark 31.
And
name of the movie.
A few additional questions. Yes, sir.
General, on Sunday you said final battle damage will take some time. And you also said, I think BDA
12
is still
days
pending,
war.
and it would be way too early for me to comment on what may or may not still
The day America saved the universe.
be there at the nuclear facility. So that was just over 3 days ago. So what has changed? Would you use the term obliterated as well?
Sure, like I said, we don't do BDA. I'll refer that to the intelligence community. And
you're talking with them. I mean, what changed in the past 3 days that make you so, you know?
Sir, I think I said.
Yeah, Operation Midnight Hammer is for sure a porn movie already. I'm not going to look it up. Someone else can look it up, but I'm sure what is it? Operation Midnight Hammer has already been copywritten as an 80s porn movie. So they cannot call the movie that is based on this story Operation Midnight Hammer.
I mean, I think I explained what changed. There was a great deal of irresponsible reporting based on leaks, preliminary information in low confidence. Again, when someone leaks something, they do it with an agenda. And when you leak a portion of an intelligence assessment, but just a little portion that makes it seem like maybe the strike wasn't effective, then you start a news cycle, whether it's the Washington Post or Fox News or CNN or MSNBC, you start a news cycle that starts to call into question the ethics. No,
What news organizations is left for them to actually, are they okay with? Are they just going after everyone now?
So you bring the chairman here, who's not involved in politics. He doesn't do politics. That's my lane to understand and translate and talk about those types of things. So I can use the word obliterated. He could use defeat, destroy, assess, all of those things. But ultimately, we're here to clarify what these weapons are capable of.
What is
anyone with, two eyes, some ears, and a brain can.
What's his name? The guy that got sued because he was saying that the school massacres were made up. Alex Jones. That's got to be one of their go-to is safe, right?
Recognize that kind of firepower with that specificity at that location and others is going to have a devastating effect. So we all recognize there will be days and weeks ahead. That's why yesterday I said, if you want to know what's going on at Fordo, you better go there and get a big shovel, because no one's under there right now. No one's under there able to assess, and everyone's using reflections of what they see. And that's why the Israelis, the Iranians, the IAEA, the UN, to a man and to a woman who recognize the capability of this weapon system, are acknowledging how destructive it's been. So that's what's changed.
Just 3 or 4 days later. What changed?
See, this is a point. This is how difficult.
What was the question?
What changed?
See, this is. Weapon system are acknowledging how destructive it's been. So that's what's changed.
Just 3 or 4 days later. What changed?
See, this is.
Okay. The question was, and it's a valid question. How can you be so sure of how destructive it was just 3 or 4 days later? I think that was the gist of the question, and that's literally a valid question. Like, they've got apparently, as far as we know, nobody that's been able to actually go up and examine the site or see firsthand how much damage is done inside.
A point. This is how difficult it is to actually manage.
That is literally their job as journalists, is to ask questions and to verify. And like, they seem to not like anyone actually questioning anything that they're saying. It's very authoritarian-like.
Watched a video of what this weapon is capable of. That's where we find our confidence, is in the skill of men and women and the capability of the systems they employed, and the recognition so far in the reflections that it was a highly successful mission.
Sure, I think you could, I'd say go out, the IC should be able to help you answer that question. They look at a variety, as the Secretary has alluded to, we look at a variety of things. I don't do that, they do. All different sources of intel, which I'd refer you to.
Hold on, reckless ambivalence? Here's my counter to that. You're saying, I believe Mark Rubio explained that by saying they would have agreed they wouldn't have agreed to a ceasefire if it wasn't completely destroyed. Here's my counter to that. If it wasn't completely destroyed, you would probably want to agree to a ceasefire so they don't completely destroy it. You understand what I'm saying? Like, oh, wait a second, it's not completely destroyed. Let's agree to a ceasefire. Are you talking about the Israelis or the Iranians? Because maybe if you're talking about the Israelis, I could maybe understand that. Oh, you're talking about the Iranians. So yeah, if you're saying Mark Rubio is saying or explained that, let me read it again. Mark Rubio explained that by saying they, meaning the Iranians, wouldn't have agreed to a ceasefire if it wasn't completely destroyed. And my point is, if you're Iranian leadership and you realize it hasn't been completely destroyed, you probably maybe want to agree to a ceasefire so that they stop trying to destroy it even further, right? So that doesn't make any sense. What you're saying exactly my first thought on that. So if the Iranians, if it was completely destroyed, then the Iranians have nothing left to lose. Like, they could just continue on fighting, right? Like, oh, you're explaining it facetiously. Okay.
To them to
hard to
get clarity
see that
on,
people are being
on
facetious.
So again, I go back
Raynor,
to the
thanks
IC,
for the
whether
follow,
it's,
dude. Appreciate
Director
it.
Radcliffe or ODNI Gabbard. I read the statements at the beginning. They're the ones aggregating the intelligence, and they're saying nuclear facilities were destroyed and would have to be rebuilt over a number of years. Facilities were destroyed. What do we got right here?
Sir, you cited a body of credible intelligence to suggest that the damage at Fordo and other places. What is that referring to, and when can we see it?
I was reading from the CIA director's statement, which came out last night. CIA, again, they do the BDA, they do the assessment. CIA can confirm that a body of credible intelligence indicates, it also goes on to say, new intelligence from historically reliable and accurate sources and methods. Now, you can imagine the CIA director is going to be very careful about how he articulates things of that sensitivity. Classified, secret, top secret, compartmentalized. He's going to know things that you're not going to know, that the press isn't going to know, and he's reflecting that the sources he's seeing are highly credible. They've given credible intelligence. They or those processes have given credible intelligence in the past, and that's what he's basing it on.
Don't you think we need to see that?
Do you have a top secret clearance, sir?
Eventually,
okay.
The American public wants to see it.
Yes.
Yeah, you. I wanted to ask briefly just.
No, not you. Checkered shirt.
Oh,
so Mike.
Not you.
Yes, sir.
Not you. You don't ask us questions that we like. Not you, sir.
Anybody who's ever read a Battalion S2 report after a fight knows that it's usually, the initial report is usually wrong, sometimes grossly so. Has what happened in this incident caused you all to sort of rethink the intelligence process or the dissemination, or do you think it's just a matter, I mean, if the process itself doesn't require any more adjustment?
Well, I can tell you what the chairman told me in the Situation Room and reminded us all, which is alongside what you just said, sir, is that the first reports are almost always wrong. They're almost always incomplete, right? Anything, whether it's a squad level operation or a strategic level operation, the initial reflections you get are coming at you at a high rate of speed from a lot of different sources. So your job is to step back and assess them. And that's why we're urging caution about premising entire stories on biased leaks to biased publications trying to make something look bad. How about we take a beat, recognize first the success of our warriors, hold them up, tell their stories, celebrate that, wave an American flag, be proud of what we accomplished. And in the meantime, I can assure you, the chairman and his staff, the intelligence community, our staff and others are doing all the assessments necessary to make sure that mission was indeed successful. Yes, right there.
Why can't you do both? Like, why is it that it should just be directed at, oh, we're always successful? Why can you not do both?
Sir, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Iran has recognized that their nuclear program was indeed severely damaged, but they also said that the U.S. strikes only strengthened their ability and their determination to complete their nuclear program. How do you respond to that, sir? Is that a provocation from Iran?
Well, I would say Iran's going to have to say a lot of things right now in order to bolster their image, especially internally. You know, in the media, there's a lot of things they'll say for domestic consumption. But we're watching very closely what they do. Again, that's the intel community. Our job, as the chairman, the chairman laid it out so beautifully. Our job is to be prepared. And how proud are you? How proud am I? I didn't know the full story of those men and women 15 years ago who've been pointing at that target. That makes me proud to be an American. That's an awesome story. I hope we can tell more aspects of that in an unclassified way in the future. That's a great thing to know. Our job is to be prepared when the commander-in-chief calls based on those assessments. So, of course, our IC, the Intelligence Committee, will keep watching what Iran does and pay attention to that. But the president has created the contours, the opportunity for a deal, for peace, in something that the world said was intractable, that wasn't possible. And we got that peace, that ceasefire, that option, because of strength, because of his willingness to use American military might that no one else on the planet can do with the kind of planners and operators that the chairman just laid out. Yes, sir. Right there. Yep.
Me, sir? Just a quick question. There's public imagery available saying that highly enriched uranium was moved out of Fordo before the strikes. Is that accurate? Have you seen that? And Mr. Chairman, a question for you. Have you been pressured to change your assessment or give a more rosy intelligence assessment to us by any political factors, whether it's the president or the secretary? And if you were, would you do that?
Yeah, well, that one's easy. No, no, I have not, and no, I would not. My job as the chairman is to offer a range of options to the president and the National Command Authority to deliver the risks associated with each of those, and then take the orders of the National Command Authority and go execute them. I've never been pressured by the president or the secretary to do anything other than tell them exactly what I'm thinking, and that's exactly what I've done.
And the highly enriched uranium?
There's nothing that I've seen that suggests that we didn't hit exactly what we wanted to hit in those locations.
That's not the question, though. It's about highly enriched uranium. Do you have certainty that all the highly enriched uranium was inside the Fordo mountain, or some of it, because there were satellite photos that showed more than a dozen trucks there 2 days in advance? Are you certain none of that highly enriched uranium was moved?
Of course, we're watching every single aspect, but Jennifer, you've been about the worst.
Oh, jeez.
The one who...
She asked a legitimate question, and now he's attacking her. Like, this was literally a legitimate question. Did you get the uranium or not? And now he's just attacking her for asking a perfectly legitimate question. It is actually kind of insane that that a supposed democratic government is attacking people like this, members of the media, who are asking legitimate questions.
Who misrepresents the most intentionally what the president says. I'm familiar.
About the ventilation shafts on Saturday night. And in fact, I was the first to describe the B-2 bombers, the refueling, the entire mission with great accuracy. So I take issue with that.
I appreciate you acknowledging that this was the first the most successful mission based on operational security that this department has done since you've been here, and I appreciate that. So we're looking at all aspects of intelligence and making sure we have a sense of what was where.
Why not acknowledge the female pilots that also participated in this mission? The early messages that you sent out only congratulated the boys.
So when I say something like our boys and bombers, see, this is the kind of thing the press does, right? Of course, the chairman mentioned a female bomber pilot. That's fantastic. She's fantastic. She's a hero. I want more female bomber pilots. I hope the men and women of our country sign up to do such brave and audacious things. But when you spin it as, because I say our boys and bombers as a common phrase, I'll keep saying things like that, whether they're men or women. Very proud of that female pilot, just like I'm very...
So I want to show you guys something very quickly, okay? The question that she's asking, this is a picture of... This is a picture of the Fordo site literally 2 days before the bombings happened. And these are trucks that they watched. And there's other pictures. Let me see if I can quickly bring them up. Here's an... Anyways, these are pictures of the trucks that are there. Here's more... and presumably they're picking up everything that's inside because they know this place is going to get bombed. Here's another picture. This picture was before the site. You can actually see the dirt that is piled into the entranceways. Like they've gone in, presumably taken what they needed out of there, and sealed the site up. So her question is actually a very legitimate question. Are you sure that you got the enriched uranium? And he's refusing to answer it and instead turns around and lashes at this reporter for asking something that everybody actually wants to know. Crazy.
Very proud of those male pilots, and I don't care if it's a male or a female in that cockpit, and the American people don't care. But it's the obsession with race and gender in this department that's changed.
And I'm not saying that because he's like MAGA or Republican or whatever. I'm not even American. Okay? Like I don't live there. like if somebody working under whatever Biden or Obama or Kennedy or whatever, if someone like that was attacking the media, you've got to question it. You've got to be like, hey, why are you attacking these people when they are supposed to be questioning what you're doing?
Priorities. We don't do that anymore. We don't play your little games. Yes,
You
right
know
there.
for certain that the uranium was removed from the facility before the B-2 struck.
So I'm not aware of any intelligence that I've reviewed that says things were not where they were supposed to be, moved or otherwise.
It's right here. We literally looked at these pictures before the facility was bombed. We literally looked at these. This is from after it was bombed. This is before it was bombed. But here are pictures down here of the facility before it was bombed. Like, how were you not aware of this intelligence report? It was being reported literally everywhere that that trucks went into the facility. Where's that? Did I erase that picture? Anyways, trucks went into the facility and took basically what they could out and then sealed the facility up. This is very clearly before the bombing. So how could he not know about this?
Kelly Meyer with News Nation, and just off the top, want to say we're grateful for the service of these pilots and everybody that serves. I wanted to ask you, the CIA statement said, when possible, they will provide updates and information to the public for transparency, and I believe that's what we're looking for here. Do you commit to share the defense?
Yeah, but Reckless, the worry is that they actually have other facilities that the Americans don't know about. That is the worry, that they can just take it somewhere else and very quickly get to a bomb.
Intelligence agency report when it is ready, so the American people can understand more about the intelligence assessment?
Well, actually, the report that was discussed, this preliminary report, was what's called a restrike report. So it comes to us to give us an assessment whether a target would need to be restruck, right? That's the reason why. So it's based on internal feedback loop that we're supposed to have access to. Unfortunately, someone took advantage of that. But whatever is supposed to be made public will be, but whatever has to stay sensitive.
Sir, can I just jump in? You know, one of the things that I'm trying to do through this journey that we're on together, of course, transparency, but also the requirement to really protect these capabilities. I guess the time's up. So there's a balance in there, right? We do need to preserve options should the nation and the joint force be tasked to go do something again. So I'm confident we'll find the middle ground, but there are some things that if asked, I want to not release related to.
So we're going to leave it right there. I want to thank the heroism of our men and women in the military. What they accomplished is truly historic. Setting back the Iranian nuclear program untold number of years. It was a devastating attack. We appreciate you covering it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Talk a little bit more about the role, sir.
Anyways, that's the end of the press conference. It happened this morning, so I wanted to go over that on stream. I think the biggest thing that I took away from that is just how much the government is actually lashing out at the government, and it's not just CNN anymore. Like, they're going after anyone that is questioning them whatsoever. It is actually kind of weird. So that's something that people might want to pay attention to, because that is quite often the first thing governments do when they're trying to really take an authoritarian stance as far as running the government. So anyways, we'll leave it at that for that conference. What do you guys think? Imagine if the public has the images of trucks. Yeah, for sure. Like, but he's saying I'm not aware of any of this intelligence. Well, I mean, it's public information. Like it was being shown on these news organizations, right? Like, second. It's going to be long until Iran negotiates with Russia to work with their enriched. They will trade drones for Russian scientists and facilities. I mean, Russia's been helping them for years get their nuclear facilities started. Like, you know, we've heard from Netanyahu for the last 32 years or whatever about how Iran is just days away from getting nuclear weapons. I feel like we're watching some weird like action movie, like a Mission Impossible or something like that, where it's the same bloody script over and over again. Oh my God, the Iranians have again almost gotten enough enriched uranium to create bombs. And then the heroes go in, destroy the facility, and then 5 years later, oh no, we've got to do it all over again. And then it's like part two of a movie that we've seen this movie over and over and over again. This is the media is playing decisive. The previous one where Trump was calling Senate scum was very disheartening. You really like. I know there's people that are going to be in my chat that are obviously very pro-Trump, and I'm fine with that. But what is really surprising to me is the people that are usually more vocal about their their rights of their citizens. And let's be honest, I'm sitting as someone that is a neutral observer in another country. I'm neither right or left. I consider myself a centrist. But from my standpoint, the people that are usually the ones that are the first to say, oh, you're not going to infringe on my First Amendment or my Second Amendment, is usually the right. So it is surprising to me that it's that side that seems to be remaining silent about this issue where the government is basically trying to destroy the media's reputation so they can get away with doing whatever they want without being questioned. Right? Like, it is surprising to me that it's the right that seems to be remaining silent. And maybe it's just because they got their boy in power right now, right? They got their boy in power. We're not going to question anything that he does. But it's usually that right that is usually very vocal about, losing certain rights in their constitution. So they need to wake up to see how dangerous this could be, because it affects them as well, in my opinion. There was I have not seen any of this video at all. Okay, this is from MSNBC, and again, yes, they are generally one of the ones that Trump is bashing. I'm hoping Nick Wallace breaks down Pete Hegseth's meltdown and tantrum at the Pentagon press conference. I have not seen this at all. So, I have not seen this at all. I have no idea if she's going to bash him. I'm going to assume that based on the title, that she's going to rip apart why this is dangerous. I'm hoping that's what she's doing, but I haven't seen a minute of this. So Nicole Wallace breaks down Pete Hegseth's meltdown and tantrum at the Pentagon press conference. So we'll see.
Administration in the wake of Saturday's airstrikes in Iran. The question is, has Iran's nuclear program been, as Donald Trump asserted Saturday night and has repeated every day since, obliterated? As they keep using that word over and over again. At a press conference this morning, Fox News weekend host turned America's Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, tore into the news media for daring to report on a preliminary assessment from the Defense Intelligence Agency that claims that the bombings may have set Iran's nuclear program back by only a few months at best. We'll spare you a replatforming of all of his aggressive attacks on the media for a second, because real news was made. We did learn some new stuff at this press conference. We just didn't learn it from Pete Hegseth. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, refused to say that the strikes, quote, obliterated Iran's nuclear facilities, as Donald Trump keeps saying. Watch.
On Sunday, you said final battle damage will take some time. And you also said, I think BDA is still pending, and it would be way too early for me to comment on what may or may not still be there. That was just over 3 days ago. So what has changed? Would you use the term obliterated as well?
Sure, like I said, we don't do BDA. I'll refer that to the intelligence community.
Well, they're not calling for them to be jailed reckless, but they are being called for them. They are calling for them to be fired if they don't agree with their opinion. It is. I mean, they're calling for them to be silenced.
That right there is actually the whole issue that's being debated. Were the strikes successful in terms of hitting targets? Yes. But did the strikes deliver the result that the administration says they did?
Very legitimate question here.
As ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee, Congressman Jim Himes puts it, quote, the only question that matters is whether the Iranian regime has the stuff necessary to build a bomb. And if so, how fast? Obliterating the sites means nothing if the Iranians moved enough 60% uranium centrifuges and other weaponization tools to build a bomb at some possibly unknown location. The regime may be vile, but they are not stupid. And the stuff can be relatively easily relocated. So
this is what we talked about at the end of the Pete Hegseth news conference, is they don't know where any of this stuff is. We showed the satellite imagery of this is 2 days before they did the bombing. All these trucks showing up, presumably they know that the bombs are going to come. They're bringing all these big trucks by to remove whatever they can from the facility, and then they also sealed it up, which you can see from these pictures again taken just the day or two before they got bombed. So the fact that the media has access to these pictures, we did because we showed it on stream. Is it not like a valid question to ask whether or not the mission was actually a success? They're not asking, did we hit the target? They're asking, are we sure that we actually obliterated the target? And what happened to all the stuff that was inside? Do we know for sure that they didn't just move it and have set up somewhere else? Because presumably they probably don't know of all the facilities that Iran actually has. So that's basically the question that that is being asked, and they're getting absolutely, like, I don't know, screamed at by by Pete Hegseth for even daring to suggest that this couldn't have been a success.
I'll show you more from this press conference. Here's what happened when Fox News's Pentagon reporter, Hegseth's former colleague, Jennifer Griffin, asked
going after
the
Fox
incredibly
News now.
important and respectful and relevant question whether the Iranians moved uranium out of the Fordo site.
Why are they asking? Because of these pictures. That's why they're asking. Are you sure that they didn't just move all the equipment and uranium out of the site? Totally legitimate question.
Certainty that all the highly enriched uranium was inside the Fordo mountain, or some of it, because there were satellite photos that showed more than a dozen trucks there 2 days in advance. Are you certain none of that highly enriched uranium was moved?
Of course, we're watching every single aspect, but Jennifer, you've been about the worst. The one who
Instead of asking the question, he just immediately goes after her.
Represents the most intentionally. What the president says. I'm familiar.
Report about the ventilation shafts on Saturday night. And in fact, I was the first to describe the B-2 bombers, the refueling.
Now, this is what's disgusting, is how she's got to suck up to him to get her to stop bullying her. Like it is.
The entire mission with great accuracy. So I take issue with that.
Jennifer, you're the worst. If you missed the first part of that statement, that was America's Secretary of Defense saying to Fox's highly respected, highly credible, highly experienced Pentagon correspondent, quote, Jennifer, you're the worst. And you saw her there take issue with the assessment and go on to defend her reporting, none of which has been disproven. It's just a taste of what happened today at the Pentagon from the Secretary of Defense, whose salary is paid for by all of our taxpayer dollars. Now, a different line of questioning from a different reporter, Hegseth did something different. He said he was, quote, not aware of any intelligence suggesting, quote, things were not where they were supposed to be, end quote. Whatever that means. Buried in what was a mountain of details about the mission from Kane and an onslaught of attacks on the press like the one we just played for you by Pete Hegseth is an alarming question. Why does the Trump administration respond to questions from reporters or lawmakers trying to ascertain the success of the mission in striking Iran's nuclear program by attacking every?
No, Ronnie, we're just asking. I think the reporters are just asking them to be honest. Just be honest. They're asking honestly legit questions. Just say we don't have 100% factual evidence that all of this stuff was destroyed. That's it. Then this story goes away too.
Everybody
Like
asking those questions, forcing the press and the American.
Impeachment. Well, I mean, at least right now, impeachment is definitely not on the line because the House and the Senate are both very, very controlled by the Republicans. Impeachment. There's no way impeachment will happen now. Possibly in the second term if enough people are pissed off, and the House and the Senate flip to Democrat. But right now, no, it's not. It's not on the line at the moment.
People and lawmakers with oversight responsibilities to go other places for key facts. New York Times is today reporting that the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency said this, quote, there was no escaping significant physical damage, but that it would be, quote, too much to assert that Iran's nuclear program had been, quote, wiped out after the Israeli and American bombing campaign. The source, Mr. Grossi, noted that not all of Iran's nuclear sites had been struck and said Iranian officials had told him that they would take protective measures for the uranium they had already enriched. Still, he added, the nuclear program has definitely suffered, quote, enormous damage. Breaking in just the last few minutes, senators are emerging from a classified briefing given to them by Trump administration officials on this big question, on this big issue of how effective, what the consequence of the airstrikes are, whether they succeeded in taking out Iran's nuclear program or, quote, obliterating it, as Trump keeps claiming. Question everyone's trying to sift through and find a true answer to. After the briefing, there's a dispute now in the readout between Republicans and Democrats. Here's Democratic Senator Chris Murphy's takeaway from the briefing.
To me, it still appears that we have only set back the Iranian nuclear program by a handful of months. There's no doubt there was damage done to the program, but the allegations that we have obliterated their program just don't seem to stand up to reason.
Doing our own.
Keep in mind the sites that Fordo was designed to withstand a nuclear bomb. So, whoops.
Job at ascertaining the facts about U.S. airstrikes on Iran amid a cloud of confusion.
Oh, Quizzy, the Iranians have basically admitted that there is a nuclear program. They've admitted as much. The question is, are they enriching uranium past the point needed for public consumption of electricity, or which would mean that they're trying to build weapons? Because there's no reason to go past. I think it's 3 to 5% enriched uranium. Once you're going past that, the only reason you do that is for nuclear weapons.
And from the Trump administration.
Yeah, that's what I just explained. So you can. There's a process with what devices that are called centrifuges, and they basically enrich the uranium. And the way that it actually works, just a little quick, and this is just a very brief explanation because I don't know, I'm not an expert on the subject, but based on videos that I've watched, they use centrifuges to enrich the uranium. And once you get it to, I believe it's around 3 to 5%, you can use that then for public purposes, like for electricity and stuff like that. But if you go beyond that, then it is obvious the only reason you would go beyond that is to basically make nuclear weapons. And they're saying, the Israelis are saying that they were around 60% and they had a lot of it. And the way the centrifuges work is the longer that you're enriching the product, the faster it enriches. So to go from like 1 to 10% is actually a lot slower than going from like 60 to 95%. So you can very quickly from 60% get to enough enriched uranium to make a bomb. And that's basically the problem.
That includes chaos and spin and deflection is where we start today with some of our favorite reporters and friends. NBC's Courtney Kuby will join us in a couple of moments. Also joining us, New York Times national security reporter Julian Barnes is here, and retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General Mark Hertling is here. Mark, you sent us some really smart thoughts and reflections about both the substance and the conduct of this press conference. Let's start there.
Yeah, first I'd like to say, Nicole, Jennifer Griffin is not only a great reporter, but I got to know her in a couple of days. We invited her to go along with us on a staff ride of the Normandy battlefield back when I was commander of U.S. Army Europe. And she was not only a professional reporter, but she was just a good human being. And the question she asked of Secretary Hegseth is a question I would hope that the Pentagon would be asking themselves. Okay, great, we hit the target. Terrific event, wonderful synchronization of weapon systems against the target that the Air Force and the Navies were supposed to hit. But the secondary question of all military personnel.
You know who else who is known for a lot of coups and funding of terrorists, Ronnie Glass? The United States of America. Check your history, because it's actually true. They've supplied weapons to terrorists in different countries, and they have definitely been known for coup attempts, including in Iran, by the way. So, yeah, I guess maybe Iran is known for funding terrorists and coups, but so is the United States of America.
Is what were the effects? What happened when you hit the target? Was there anybody there? Was there equipment there? Was it removed? And that was the question that Jennifer asked.
All in the name of oil, baby. Drill, baby, drill.
Something that stood out for me. The second thing was General Kane's presentation, I thought, was excellent. He did the thing that most military folks want to do. He pumped up the airmen, the sailors, everyone who was involved in the mission, talked about their professionalism, gave a great detailed account of what they did so the American public can know how well trained and how competent our military forces are in doing what they're asked to do. But he refused to answer the question about BDA because, as he said, I don't do BDA. That belongs to the Defense Intelligence Agency and the other intelligence community. Ask them about it. All I'm asked to do is strike a target that I've been told to strike. It was on the other side of the podium where Secretary Hegseth seemed to have quite a bit of hubris, quite a bit of condescension, quite a bit of insulting of different people, and a great deal of anger on points that really he should be interested in as the Secretary.
Let's be honest, like, it was just completely unprofessional as well.
Secretary of Defense, it's great from the military standpoint that you hit the.
I can get if they're not asking legitimate questions, but the fact that they were asking completely legitimate questions and you're just lashing out and attacking them is very unprofessional.
And you conducted this operation in a very professional way. But part of the strategic implications is, did you hit what you aimed at? So those are my initial thoughts, and I have many more if you want to talk about them.
Anyways, how do you guys feel about that? Definitely, definitely something that everybody should be questioning. Whether you're on the right, the left, the fact
there must be a reason why.
The fact that the government is attacking the media, anyone that steps up to question them whatsoever, they're just immediately lashing out at is something that you should be concerned about. Hopefully Trump sits down to talk to him and yells, "You're fired." Dude, I think Trump would full on just fine with it. What was her name? Nicole Wallace. Trump attacked the media worse. Oh, I mean, this has been an ongoing thing for the last. When did Trump first start running for election? Like, this is a kind of a recent. I mean, the government has always like maybe questioned the media or whatever, but they've never. It's only been like in the last like 15 years where they are just outright attacking the media and trying to discredit the media or anyone else that disagrees with their opinion. And that is literally what the media's job is to do. If you're not allowing the media to question what the government is doing or anyone else, you're basically, I mean, you're basically Russia at that point. Average people take disagreements now to be fair. What do you mean? As just being insulted? Yeah, that is, okay. I understand what you're saying. I think I understand what you're saying. That is, if you, it is very hard in this day and age to actually have an intelligent disagreement with other people, or have a conversation with somebody else where you disagree with them, because quite often, and I don't know if it's because it's the online age or whatever, a lot of these disagreements take place online, and usually the first response is, you're just a fucking retard. There's no intelligent rebuttal or talking back and forth. It's just straight to, you're a fucking retard. Or they use the, they call you a slang word or something like that. So it is, I don't know. I feel like it started with the internet. You got these keyboard warriors and stuff like that, and now it's kind of like gotten into politics and stuff like that too. So, anyways, guys, there is an ad break coming, and I gotta pee anyways. So, I'm just gonna start it. Go grab something to eat. Go grab a drink. Come back, and we're going to continue watching a couple more videos. We're gonna cover quite a bit of things tonight. So, go grab some popcorn. Be right back, guys. I gotta pee. All right. Grab another Miller. Gotcha. I'm not drinking beer, and I would never drink a Miller. So, definitely not a Miller Lite or Coors Light. There's no chance in hell that's ever happening. Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's carried over into politics. It's almost just comedy at this point. There's for those of you that aren't in my Discord, I have like especially since I've started doing this news stuff. Actually the break hasn't ended yet, but I'm back. They should have used their Twitch Primes. I have I have some very finite like laws or rules. One is like nothing, no racism, no hatred towards people based on age, sex, religion, blah, 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 type of thing. The only exception is I do not put up with extremist religious bullshit. So like, Sharia law or anything like that. I think that's garbage. That's basically my only, but also posting fake news bullshit. Like I've warned people, if you post fake news in here, I'm going to just immediately ban you. And I have banned a couple of people because I'll see something that they post and it's obviously just hatred towards, like it's based on hatred towards people. They've found an article which is completely bullshit made up, but it fits their narrative and allows them to continue hating a certain group of people. And as soon as I see crap like that, I ban the person. I don't have a problem if you don't like certain I don't like religions. Like, never mind certain religions. I'm agnostic at best. But to hate people because they have slightly different beliefs than you, even though their beliefs aren't affecting your life whatsoever, is kind of ridiculous. It's a waste of your time. So, let's see. I'm American. Give me a Labatt Blue then. No, if I'm gonna drink beer, it's gonna be like a if it's a sunny hot patio, it's gonna be like a Coors Light. Or sorry, it's gonna be a Corona Coors Light. I don't know. I just took a piss, so maybe that's why I was thinking Coors Light. It's concerning, but what can you do? If you speak out against the MAGA movement, then your political career becomes very difficult. And same with the Dem side. If you speak out against IPAC, major problem exists in every group. There are definitely very extreme left and right sides to the politics. That's why as somebody that kind of sits in the middle, I'm able to look at both sides and say, okay, you're crazy on this side, and you're definitely crazy on this side. Right? And it's flabbergasting because you're not, the right side will look at me and call me what's a libtard? That's their way of calling someone a retard. They'll just call you a libtard, when in fact I'm a centrist. But and they do the same thing with news as well. Like, as soon as they see anything that is from a legitimate news source that disagrees with their movement, they will call it fake news. Even if it is completely backed up, factual, whatever, it doesn't fit their agenda or what they want to believe. So they will call it fake news. Instead of actually looking up and doing their own investigation, it's just immediately fake news. And the left has crazy people too. Don't get me wrong. The left definitely has crazy people as well. So it's hard to deal with all this lunacy that is floating around right now. Here, let's get back to see what's going on in the news and all.
Rapporteur on the catastrophic situation of genocide taking place in Gaza. Therefore, what I will defend today in the European Council is that Europe must suspend the association agreement with Israel.
So this is about Gaza, which I do want to talk about as well.
The agenda. EU leaders
Gaza is a massive problem
that
at
the
the moment.
Israel-Iran ceasefire is so fragile it could collapse at any time.
Now we need to focus on effective diplomacy. And here Europe has a role to play to ensure in a lasting, sustainable way that Iran is never allowed to acquire a nuclear weapon by fully complying with the Non-Proliferation Treaty.
European leaders also reiterated their support for Ukraine, but they still fear US President Donald Trump might unilaterally strike a deal with Putin. The bloc considers Russia to be the biggest threat to stability on the continent.
It's a very fundamental issue that speaks to the future of Ukrainians, but also of Europe and the European Union. And Ireland has been...
You're feeling disheartened? It feels like we're going... You, as an outsider? Crazy Koala? Definitely. In fact, you're starting to see a little bit of that here in Canada as well. You have a very vocal, but very minor group of people that are in the far right category. You're starting to even see that here in Canada.
Better deal. Brussels has until July the 9th to finalize
the fact that news organizations are allowed to
agreement or risk facing a 50% tariff
allowed to function without absolutely having to make every attempt they can to tell the truth in the US blows me away. It actually blows me away that they're allowed to do that.
Talks between Iran and Israel to decide its next move. But any decision on Iran or Israel's
left-leaning
war on
centrists
Gaza
who
has
largely
to be
can't
approved
stand the
by
American
all
left
EU
for being
member
detached
states,
from reality,
and
or the
that
American
made
right
it
for being
difficult to
crybabies.
achieve.
You know what's funny is
Zero.
how much the and this again, I'm saying this as a centrist, how much the right calls the left like snowflakes or crybabies or whatever, but the ones that I hear bitching the most are people on the right. Like, if you look on Twitter and stuff like that, it's especially in Canada, because we have a liberal government that is in power right now. But this liberal government is a very centrist government But the people that are bitching the most are the people that are the far right. Like, they are bitching nonstop. But the people that are on the far left, who would have voted for the very far left-leaning party, which is called the NDP, or New Democrats Party, you hardly hear from them at all. But the ones that are on the very far right, who didn't get their boy, man, they will not shut up on Twitter, man. It is nonstop.
It's not good news.
This is Kenya.
It's not clear how
There's a
he
big
died, but he appeared to have been
protest that's
beaten
going on there
and had
now.
burn marks. Moses Mwangi's body was brought here last night. He was just 22 years old. They all say they had gone for the protests on Wednesday.
We had hope. We still don't believe it. We didn't think we'd find him here.
Another family is also mourning. Their 23-year-old relative was not a protester. They say he'd gone to work in a town on the outskirts of the Kenyan capital, Nairobi. Wangari Mwangi says her husband, Kevin Jao, was shot in the head
You live in New
as
Zealand?
he tried to get back home.
I've lost my best.
It is actually funny. If you guys want to do something, go watch videos of people that have left North America to go live in other countries, and what they'll tell you will blow you away, because they are able. It's able to open up their eyes as to everything that is effing wrong here. Like, they're suddenly like, hold on a second. Like, what I've been told about these areas is complete bullshit, and now I'm looking at all the problems that are going on back at home. And it's really an eye-opener for them. What are these guys doing?
The criminal anarchists who, in the name of peaceful demonstrations, unleashed.
We went over this earlier. UN released new details on our strikes.
Focus on one issue, the catastrophic situation of genocide taking place in Gaza. Therefore, I will maintain that Europe must suspend the association agreement with Israel.
Is it Nairobi? They're storming the prison. Man, it's getting crazy.
Condemnation by Sanchez, who is an outspoken critic of the Israeli offensive in Gaza.
Meanwhile, Palestinians in the West Bank held funerals on Thursday for those killed in an attack by Jewish settlers on a Palestinian village. 3 people died after Israeli security forces responded to the violence, with both sides trading blame for the fatalities. The violence took place on Wednesday, not long after an Israeli raid elsewhere left a teenager dead. Luke Schrago has the details.
Palestinians in Kafr Malik hold funerals for 3 of their own on Thursday, a day after Jewish settlers attacked the West Bank village in their dozens as the residents tried to defend themselves. As the cleanup continued, they say they were taken by surprise.
No fewer than 70 to 80 settlers took part. They entered the area and scattered among most of the houses within 5 minutes. At first, they started with the car, broke the windows, and then burned it. A settler came to the house here. The window shutter was open. He broke the glass and threw a firebomb. There was a 1-month-old baby girl sleeping in the bed.
The deaths came after Israeli security forces intervened, following reports of the clashes seen here in CCTV footage. The military stated it responded when Palestinians opened fire and threw rocks, likely wounding an officer. Not so, according to both Palestinian authorities and regional UN officials, who say the settlers have been acting under cover from those same security forces, and not for the first time.
Since the 7th of October, there's a massive spike in settler violence in West Bank. What we are seeing is that the Israeli Defense Force and sometimes the Israeli Border Control and the police are in fact working hand in glove with the settlers, and sometimes even protecting the settlers instead of protecting the Palestinian population.
It wasn't the only violence in the West Bank that day. A teenager died in the northern town of Al Yamoun when he was shot.
So sorry, why are Israelis settling in the West Bank?
A university here
that
in
what they're-
France
is that
has welcomed a
what they're
first
talking about?
group of
Why are they there?
American researchers applying to relocate to the country. Dubbed Safe Place for Science, the program at Aix-Marseille University aims to provide refuge for academics whose work is threatened by Donald Trump's effort to cut government support for research. Nick Rushworth tells us more.
A welcome for the first of a series of American researchers applying to relocate to the south of France. The Aix-Marseille University program is called Safe Place for Science. The university president said it was a sad twist of history that some American scientists are coming to France seeking a space of freedom, thought and research.
American scientists
creation of a
leaving
new
the
status
country.
of refugee scientist.
I believe that when you set up a scientific asylum program, you have to be consistent and also have a law protecting
I'll
them
tell
as
you another
scientific
story.
refugees. That'll speed things up.
There's also been lots of reports about American teachers, professors, and stuff like that that are leaving American colleges and universities because they're actually worried that they'll be pointed at as being, I don't know, against the government for a lot of the stuff that they're teaching in colleges and universities, and they've come to Canada to basically start teaching up here.
Is very much impinging on science, making it difficult to carry out scientific endeavor. I did not plan to come to France before Trump's election. I do not wish to say I classify myself as a refugee.
The principle of academic freedom.
Yeah, but part of the problem, Reckless, is that there's also been lots of reports where Israeli soldiers are going in and forcibly removing Palestinian families from the facility and putting in and allowing Israelis to move in. There's been countless videos that I've seen where this has happened. So they're literally trying to take over the West Bank bit by bit by bit and force people out. We can watch it. You can find a YouTube video of it easily.
Vacation destinations. North Korea is probably not at the top
Let
of
me
your
look
list.
for one, actually,
But on
'cause-
Thursday, the country released footage of leader Kim Jong-un touring not a missile factory, but a resort water park. The new beach resort will begin service for domestic tourists next Tuesday, and the first Russian tourists will arrive just a few days later. Nick Rushworth has more.
A lavish opening ceremony. North Korea's supreme leader Kim Jong-un cut the inaugural tape on Tuesday, with Pyongyang saying the country's new
What is this?
Wonsan Calumet coastal tourist zone will usher
A
in a new
tourist
era
zone?
in its tourism industry.
What? There's where we're going for our vacation, boys.
Kim visited the 4-kilometer stretch, the country's biggest tourist site, with his
What?
wife and daughter. Construction began in 2018. Now, years later, it has accommodation and
Oh
distractions.
boy,
for
did
up to
you get
20,000
the
people.
dear leader wet there? You're
The
dead.
country's state news agency said the transformation of the Wonsan Calumet area, a great auspicious event of the whole country, is a brilliant fruition of the profound thinking and inexhaustible efforts of the respected comrade Kim Jong-un.
Who's going to North Korea for a
Kim is
vacation?
more often associated internationally with appearances overseeing ballistic military launches. These latest images, however, do not suggest an opening up of the country. The first domestic tourists will visit from the 1st of July. Russian officials say the first Russian tour to the site will take place a few days later. With the number of foreign visitors severely restricted, any American tours to the site are highly unlikely, though the US President Donald Trump has expressed hopes of reviving dialogue with Pyongyang. On his inauguration day, the 20th
Canada?
of January,
Go on,
Trump boasted about
trip?
his ties with Kim, saying, "I think he has tremendous condo capabilities. He's got a lot of shoreline," a likely reference to Wonsan Calumet. North Korea has repeatedly rejected Washington and Seoul's dialogue offers and focused instead on expanding its nuclear weapons program since Kim's nuclear diplomacy with Trump collapsed in 2019.
Hey, post about this?
Well, it's time now for a look through some of
That's
the top stories
crazy.
in
Who
today's
wants to go to North
newspapers, and
Korea?
Deeptika Laurent joins me on set for that. Deepti, you're starting with the U.S., where the health secretary, RFK Jr.'s advisory
hold on.
panel, has voted to...
Let's there's a couple of videos here actually. We were just talking about this. Let me just load them up here. We just load them up. So I was hold on. Whoops. What just happened? Oh. So we were talking about how the West Bank, during the news report video that we were just watching, I was questioning, why are they talking about like settlers? And when they say settlers in these news reports, they mean Jewish settlers. And they're talking about how Jewish settlers are moving into the West Bank and basically setting up camp. And essentially what they're doing is they're forcing Palestinians to move out of their homes and then allowing the Jewish people to move in. and then slowly and gradually taking over the territory when they're not supposed to be there at all. This is just how they're trying to remove the Palestinian problem, so to speak. So here's like it took me 5 seconds to find this video, but there are literally dozens of other videos that you can go watch. It's basically the same thing. This one's called Israel Military Drones, Palestinians Constantly Removed from Homes.
In the early hours of the morning, these Palestinian families are being forced to leave their homes and belongings. The Israeli military sometimes uses this area in the north of the occupied West Bank as a training ground. This means that people who have lived here for decades have to stay away for as long as the army decides is necessary. Israeli military jeeps move between homes to ensure everyone has left. Palestinians here say it's not their first order to leave their home this year, and fear it won't be the last.
They'll stay here until each one of us leave their home. They'll say, "Why aren't you out yet? It's 8 a.m. You have to leave."
Explosions like these often break the peace here.
So this one's not actually showing
They get scared of the bombing. I try to calm them down, but we're
them getting
scared too.
removed.
I remind them not
Here,
to.
let's watch the next one, because this one actually is about the title is Palestinian Family Forced Out of Home in Occupied East Jerusalem. Settlers move in.
Have evicted her and given it to settlers from abroad. Israeli soldiers cordoned off this narrow alleyway in Aqabat al-Khaladiyah in the heart of occupied East Jerusalem. They pushed their way
this is in
into the
Jerusalem.
family's home and evicted them.
Evicted the family that was living there, and then had Jewish people move in.
People have gathered to support the family. The mother has lived here for nearly 7 decades.
I was born in this house. It holds all my beautiful memories before the death of my mother, my childhood with my mother. After her death, I became a mother aged 13. I raised 2 brothers in this house.
The families say the landlord of this home is linked to a settler movement that wants to reshape the identity of the old city. They say they expelled her on the grounds that before her birth, the owner of the property was Jewish. That's legal under Israel's absentee property law. Passed in 1950, it allows Jews to reclaim the property that's historically Jewish-owned. Palestinians cannot do the same.
It's a mechanism in which the states and settler organizations are using these discriminative laws in order to evict Palestinians from their homes and take over their homes and develop them as new settlements.
While we were filming, Israeli settlers surrounded what was a protest held in solidarity with the Supla bands, and anger turned to scuffles.
The mother of the Supla family says she is hopeful that she will see her house, this house, once again. But this kind of incident isn't unusual. According to the UN, more than 218 Palestinian families in occupied East Jerusalem are under eviction orders, likely to lose their homes and land.
Her son says the settlers are stealing and taking more than the family's home.
My mother will be coming to Al-Aqsa to pray and cry because she can no longer access the house where she was born in, where her mother has passed away, where all of her siblings grew up, and where some of us also grew up. This is stealing not just a home, it's stealing our memories, it's stealing our past, it's stealing our place in Jerusalem.
As the protesters dispersed, more Israeli settlers entered the house before the family could remove their furniture. They raised the Israeli flag from the balcony.
Could you imagine, like, troops just coming to your house where you've lived for 7 decades and just watching as they say, okay, we're going to have this new family move in? Like, it's absolutely disgusting what's going on in this area, and I don't think a lot of these stories are told. Like, everyone's all pro-Israel, but they don't hear this shit. Like, this type of content is for sure not shown on you would never see this on Fox News. You would never see it on CNN, for Christ's sakes. Right? Like, it is absolutely kind of repulsive what's going on here. And this is just in East Jerusalem. This is happening in the West Bank. This is happening. You know what's happening in Gaza. Like, You know, that's Gaza. We already know what's happening there. And now in East Jerusalem, which is a city that's, kind of sectioned off, they're pushing Palestinians out and moving settlers in. Is the Iran bomb stuff? We'll see if we can find some other stuff. Is that all you're here for? The aid program isn't working. They're being shot in the head. Queuing. Yeah, the aid program is definitely not working. What's going on there is the UN needs to absolutely bring people in to protect the citizens of Gaza. And again, like, this is not about like what religion they're part of. Do they follow Sharia law? Like, whatever you might disagree as far as how they are, running their lives or what religion they're a part of. This is about like people that are, women and children that are just getting shot for target practice. Right? You like explosions? We will probably revisit it. Let's just win. We will probably revisit it, but we're kind of going through a whole bunch of things throughout the area. And again, I'm not saying that Israel's the only one guilty, because there's other guilty parties in the region as well, right? Like, whether it's Hamas or Iran or, whoever, there are definitely different parties that are also at fault for things. But here in the West, we tend to only get one side, and that's the side that that the government, they don't want to tell these stories. And it's gross what's going on there. At least when you're watching, some of these other networks that are, international networks, you'll actually see it. That's why, like, Al Jazeera has been banned from Israel, because they're actually telling these stories, and they're legit stories. Israel just doesn't want them being told because it makes them look bad. So, let's see what else we got going on. Seems to be it's the bottom of the hour, so a lot of these things are are we discussing the oil leak here?
At this time, I have nothing to announce on that front. I'm not aware of anything to that effect.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, Tommy. I'll keep with the reorganization. So I'm just wondering, so you guys have the July 1st deadline for state reorg, right? There's an injunction by a federal judge that effectively blocks the department from implementing agency-wide layoffs. And there's SCOTUS potentially.
No, Ronnie Glatz is literally your Palestinian get out. They basically target homes that are have Palestinians living in them, and then they move Jewish settlers into them.
I'm not going to speculate and tell the future on hypotheticals, but I can tell you we have no plans here at the department to violate a court order.
Right. So you're saying that if SCOTUS between now and July the 1st does not weigh in on this, then the July 1st deadline will inevitably be postponed?
Well, my first answer stands, and I'm not going to speculate further on that. We have no plans here at the department to violate a court order.
One more on this. We understand the Foreign Affairs Manual recently has been tweaked to prepare for the foundation of the RIF procedures. This administration has eliminated.
Here, we've also discussed, we've discussed this before. What is this? Verify I'm human? I'm not human. Okay, we've discussed this before. So this is Palestine, or the Palestinian area. So behind my fat head, you can't really see it, but it basically encompasses the area of what is now Israel, Gaza, and the West Bank. Okay. Then in this area here, this was during the UN partition plan, where they separated the two, or gave Israel their own home. And you can see over time how basically it shrunk. And you, particularly over on the far side, the far right, you can see that there's settlements, like they've taken over areas by just basically moving Israeli settlers into the area. And the way they're doing a lot of that is by just removing Palestinian people from their homes that they own illegally, and then kicking them out and bringing in settlers to basically gradually over time take over the whole area. This is, when you see it like this in this context, it's like, holy shit, like that's crazy. right? Day by day, it might not be much, but if you lived over there, it would be a huge deal. So, continue listening to
Wouldn't
this.
that play into consideration?
Well, ultimately, what we're seeing here is wanting to make sure the State Department is able to meet those challenges.
Is Egypt taking them in yet? Why should Egypt have to take them in? Like, why can't they just stay in their where they live? Why should they have to move? Why is it that the international community isn't stepping in and saying, "Hold on, this is BS"?
Making sure we're empowering people, not bureaucracy, that we're able to meet those challenges in an effective way. He has spoken to that routinely. He has spoken to that publicly. That's the point here, and I think the American people expect to see that.
If I may, I also wanted to follow up on something that that Matt raised on the GHF. There has been a lot of criticism, almost universal criticism, from the Arab world, from the UN and others, about the distribution process, or limited sites in southern Gaza, no access in northern Gaza, the deployment of IDF troops, monitoring access in violation of certain international norms and the Geneva Conventions. Can you tell us, as the U.S. is about to begin funding, whether they are expanding the sites to more sites so that they can equal what the World Food Program and others had done previously?
Well, look, what I can say is, again, that 46 million meals distributed to date. That's something that should be applauded. We've talked about here in the past different distribution sites that have been opened, but I think this is an example of seeing that aid that has been distributed. And President Trump's commitment, Secretary Rubio implementing that vision here to get aid to the people of Gaza. So we're seeing those 46 million meals, and then we're seeing from there the fact that we're seeing this $30 million approved.
If I may, if you do the math, there are 2 million people in Gaza. If you figure that families have multiple children and that this process has been going on now for nearly a month, 46 million meals don't amount to feeding the population of Gaza.
Well, it's 46 million meals that have been distributed. That is
It's sort of being normalized, yes, but
the
it
Gaza
shouldn't
Humanitarian
be.
Foundation and its work, as we have this $30 million that are approved. We're seeing the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, in line with President Trump's call to deliver aid in a way where it can't be looted by Hamas. We're seeing those creative solutions. We're seeing the fact that we have 46 million meals distributed. That is good news that we have those meals being distributed, and we call on other countries to join in supporting the GHF's work.
Can I follow up on that, please, Tommy?
Okay.
Every time there's been a
They don't
distribution,
know what the fuck they're
in some
doing.
of those centers, there's been
I was gonna make a sound clip of that actually, Ronnie, and I was gonna turn it into like something you could turn bits in for.
and people actually.
I still
dying,
might.
You know, heading towards these centers. Now the Israeli army is saying it's investigating all that, but it seems to be a pattern from the beginning. So, do you have no issue with that whatsoever? Can you? What's your take on that?
Well, there are two factors here. First, we refer you to the IDF on their investigations. Second, I would remind you that many of these reports, some of these reports, are based in Hamas propaganda. So we have two factors here when it comes to some of these reports. Ultimately, we want to see aid reach the people of Gaza. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has delivered 46 million meals.
You talking about Israel, Beaver
We
Queen?
want to see that food being delivered. We see the $30 million approved.
Do you have
So
access
that-
to top secret information, Beaver Queen?
What the story is here, moving to implement, get those creative solutions in there to make sure that the aid being distributed is not being looted by Hamas.
And just
Oh, the US government.
You said $30 million.
You do,
Has that
really?
actually
Let's
been
all
given
schmooze
to, the
with the
foundation
Beaver
already?
Queen.
It's been approved. That's as far as I can go on that front.
She lives in
Yes.
with the Canadian government.
To follow on what
We-
everyone was asking about, you say you want to see aid get into Gaza. Are you pushing the Israeli government to allow other groups?
Actually, I got a question for you, Beaver Queen. I know what. Well, I don't know if you're Actually, are you private about what you do for work? I have an idea, just because I've seen your Instagram. But is it easy? Was it easy to get into? Well, I think it's safe for me to say. You've said what you do. Was it hard for you to get into the Canadian military? I have a friend of mine that he's somebody I work with actually, but we got hired together and trained together, and then he quit the job after like a year. He just couldn't handle it anymore. He went and joined the military instead. So But yeah, he said it was a fairly lengthy process to actually get in.
Period of a month, because it's been a month since they started this thing. So there are only like 4 centers.
Anti-submarine
So, are there any
warfare.
plans
Lots
to
of things I can
expand these
discuss,
centers
but
to more opening, more entry points and so on for
we
aid?
gotta
And
take
obviously,
Beaver
Gaza
Queen out for a
used
few
to
drinks
receive,
and get her
you know,
drunk and
1,000, maybe
then
couple
have her
thousand
spill the
trucks
beans.
of food a day. So the situation is very dire.
So I don't have anything to preview in terms of future plans here. I'm not going to get into that here. I can say what we've seen in the past is distribution sites opening. We've seen
3 years to
ramp up
2
of the meals being delivered.
So from what I understand, you have to sign up for like a certain classification or a certain job description, and then that job description is a certain number of years, and you have to be 60 minus those number of years in order to actually be accepted. So I'm 50, and I was considering that maybe it might be something that I want to do, but I was like, would I even be accepted as somebody that's 50 years old to get into the military at this point? Excuse me.
Not to be trigger happy and
I don't know if they'd be like, dude, you're
very
kind
hungry
of
people who are, you know,
you're kind of over the hill at this point, dude.
grabbing stuff and so on.
Well, I answered your question earlier, but I think it's also important to recognize that Hamas bears sole responsibility for this conflict, as has been stated from this podium several times by spokesperson Tammy Bruce. The fact that we're seeing Hamas act in certain.
So how does the actual like pension work? Like, do you have to serve like 35 years or whatever in order to get a full pension, or is it a shortened pension program? Like, I know some organizations, like, you don't actually have to serve 35 years in order to get a full pension. You have to serve a full pension at 25 years. And here's another thing. As far as I'm aware, Mark Carney has said that he's going to be giving a big bump up for the military salary. Have you heard anywhere that he's reneged on that? Because I see it all over Twitter, but I feel it's from these far right-wing Twitter accounts that are just spazzing out and making up shit about Carney. Or are you guys still expecting that you're going to get another a nice fat wage increase?
Special Envoy Witkoff stressed moving forward with the Abraham Accords.
Over the hill and picking up
President
speed. That's
Abbas wrote a
exactly
letter to
the way I
President
look at it.
Trump, basically, you know,
I'm in decent
congratulating
shape
him
for
on
a
the Iranian
50-year-old.
ceasefire, expressing his desire to move forward with the peace process here. I'm trying to figure out, because there's been almost no discussions between, at least publicly, between the State Department and the Palestinian Authority. I know Tammy always says just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not going on. But where if Hamas is going to be out of the picture, maybe Arab countries don't know where it's going. What is this?
But if I have like
Department's
no
vision for
experience,
future-
like, that's fine. Like, I can get in. They'd be like, okay, we're gonna train you, and you're gonna be in the military for 6 years. Because presumably, if you can get your full pension at 25 years, if I serve whatever it is 4 years, that's worth more than 4 years of pension. I'm assuming that's worth more like 6 years of pension, right?
Our focus is, and that's where it's going to remain until we reach those goals. Yes.
Tommy, I'm going to stick on this subject just for a little bit more. You keep saying that the story is the distribution of.
And you said you've already been how long?
meals.
Did you say 15 years or something?
We're trying to just point out.
You've been in the
the
Navy
other
15
multifaceted
years.
Angles of what's going on.
There are
here,
only 10
given
years
that
left.
The government is about to invest a lot of money into this. So I'm just wondering, like, why, again, to Jenny's question, does this mean the U.S. government doesn't support
They would train
the
you,
World
okay.
Food
Oh.
program trying to get
Ah,
into
interesting.
Gaza right now? If not, why not? We're just trying to get a clear answer on whether. Why
And
is
you
it
said
just
how
one
long it takes to get in?
Well, as I just said, what this indicates is the fact that we have $30 million.
3 months to
approved for
2
the Gaza
years to get in.
Foundation. That's what this indicates. We've also seen the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, as I was saying, been able to deliver aid in a way that is not being looted by Hamas. The story here, again,
Something I
as
wish
said, as you
maybe
pointed
I
out, is
should
that
have thought about
46 million meals.
years ago.
That's the story here, and the fact that we're encouraging other countries to step up and support.
Okay, let's see what
President-
else is on right now.
At the end of the day, misinformation still.
Foremost leaders in the House and the Senate on both sides of the aisle, plus on intelligence
Oh.
issues, who typically get briefed before such military action would take.
How much is the full military pension? Oh, well, they get a 20% bonus at the end of the year. So it also a lot of it depends on what ranking you are and stuff like that, right? Like if you're just you're just a private or something like that, your pension's going to be a lot less than if you're like a general. All the things we asked you to do to take your sweet ass time. Do you have any foreign assets such as... No, I don't. So if I'm a Canadian resident and I'm really on top of like getting the documents filed and stuff like that as quickly as possible, I could get in after like 3 months. What do I need to do in order to be a spy? How do I want to be a spy. What do I want to spy on stuff. What do I need to do in order to do that? Cuz that would actually be kind of cool.
They have the right to understand the military action that actually occurred, the aftermath of it, whether or not...
Yeah, do they have a classic WoW division?
With what Donald Trump is claiming, that the nuclear capabilities of Iran, the nuclear sites, the enrichment programs have been completely and totally obliterated. They'll want to hear the details of that. Will they get those details? That remains to be seen. But I can tell you, Issa, from covering so many of these briefings, typically members of Congress come out...
Usually it's about 6 months, okay.
What they
Yeah, I think my buddy, he got in after, I think he said it took him, no, it couldn't have taken him about a year because, oh no, it was maybe about a year. Because he and I got trained for our job, for the job I have now, and it was probably about 6 months ago. So just a little over a year where he quit. So I haven't applied. I was just wondering, but it's something that I probably should have thought about years ago, to be honest. I worked with a guy that used to be in the, I want to say he was with the Canadian Air Force or something like that, but he was in it. He did his 25 years, and then he quit, and he was working with me at my last company. So he'd already had a full pension, and then he was working on basically just making more money. And the company that I work at now, we get a really good pension. But we have all sorts of people that have worked as like police officers or whatever. They've already got their pension from another job, and now they're working for us, and they're just racking up a second pension. Like they're going to be set once they retire.
Very closely. But I think one other important point that was kind of missing from the messaging was not saying that they won't negotiate with the United States. I think that's also very important moving forward, that Iranian president had explicitly said.
Hey, you
that
know
they're
what? I have
negotiation as a diplomacy, and now
I have another video. Okay, this is what's his name? Ali Khomeini, Iranian supreme leaders. I can't remember what his first name is, but you know, he's got the picture of Sean Connery on the wall when Sean Connery was the leader of Iran. And this is the Iranian supreme leader's first comment since the truth. My company's pension sucks. Depending on their trade record pension. Well, I mean, it's the smart thing to do, right? So if you've already got a pension, you've got your full pension, go work somewhere else that has another pension and just double dip. So anyways, for the next 10 minutes, probably longer, this is the Iranian supreme leader's first comments since the truce. So he is still alive. We had wondered at the beginning, did they get him? Did they not get him? But this is basically his first public appearance where he's showing that he is alive. And as you can see, Sean Connery is posted on the wall. Former supreme leader of Iran, apparently, Sean Connery. So let's see what the current supreme leader says.
The U.S. president said that Iran...
I imagine that this is just going to be a bunch of propaganda, and it's going to be conflicting propaganda to America's propaganda about the war. No, it looks like AI. No, once you see it, once you see that this is actually Sean Connery on the wall, you will never unsee it. Every time you see this picture, you are going to think Sean Connery. I promise you.
Should surrender. That means there's no more enrichment. It's the question of Iran to be surrendered. To mention the word Iran is too much for the mouth of the U.S. president to even pronounce it, to say it. A great Iran and the word of surrender, they don't match. They don't match with each other. It's a joke. It's a ridiculous thing to say.
So you now understand why these little missile fires kept firing back across the border around the time of the ceasefire, is because Iran wanted to save face in front of their population. That's why they attacked the American base and also gave the Americans warning before they attacked the base so they could clear the base out and make sure that they were prepared for it. The Iranians certainly didn't want to see anyone killed because then they knew that the Americans might have to retaliate in full force. So the Iranians basically warned them. They made the attack, made it look like, see, we were the last ones to attack. Both Iran and Israel had to back off. We win the war.
I would like to congratulate the great nation of Iran. I want to congratulate them for a few reasons. First, I would like to congratulate them for victory over the fake regime of the Zionist regime. With all those claims that the Zionist regime were making, they almost were crushed under the blows of the Islamic government.
All right, group chat is back. Bringing back
All right.
Charlie Dagres. We were just talking.
So are
about
they're
this,
declaring
where
war?
it's
Are they
now we
declaring
seeing
victory? Is that
evidence
what's
we
happening
haven't
here?
Verified the image. What are your instincts as you're watching it?
Well, he looks exhausted and very worn out, and I would assume rightfully so, given the events of the past 2 weeks, this war. And I think it's
Only
noteworthy
12
that they're
days. It's the
showing
12-day
this. I
war.
think they wanted to make a point that this man is alive, that the Supreme Leader is still around because of a lot of the conversations on the ground.
See, remember when the war or the ceasefire happened? The first thing that I was asking is, where is the Supreme Leader? Is this guy still alive? We were wondering, is there a possible chance that there's going to be a coup attempt? Like, there was all sorts of rumors floating around. So I think it was very important for the Iranian government to show their population that he is still around. Otherwise, people would start asking questions. What the hell is going on? Where's the Supreme Leader? And then people might start rising up to demand new leadership if they thought there's a possibility that he's dead.
Like the questions about where is he? Is he still
Right.
alive? So I think this was like a signaling that the Islamic Republic is still functioning for the time being.
Yeah, and Jasmine, I don't know to you, but the timing happens just when the Trump administration had planned to have their own kind of show and talk about this. Netanyahu in Israel is also dealing with a corruption trial that has resurfaced.
Yeah.
Can you talk about the timing going into this week?
Yeah, I mean, I think so much of what Iran is doing is also playing to their domestic audience. And so for the White House's perspective,
It's a
they're
PR
constantly trying to
campaign.
figure out what is for the domestic audience in Iran and what is for them, what they should be responding to. And so I'm sure that you're going to hear the president respond to some of these claims potentially. Maybe we'll hear some at the 8 a.m. But they're constantly trying to sift through what they need to be consuming as they try to deal with this issue and what should be kind of left to the wayward for Iran and the Iranian
Evan?
people.
I think that this issue, when you're looking at this whole thing with Iran, it is just a fascinating time to see us all in America talking about this country again, talking about this region of the world again, and what we're trying to do with it as our country's trying to engage with it. Today at 8 o'clock, I'm quite fascinated to see how the White House will try to finally put this to bed. They clearly really care a lot about this moment and about how these strikes have been covered. And I think that we're going to see today just what that spin's going to look like.
Jerusalem, last word to you.
We watched the press conference earlier, and basically it was a PR it was basically a PR campaign to basically say we destroyed Iran. Iran's doing the same thing back, just saying we were the victors. And you gotta wonder, from people that are the Persians, the Iranians that are living inside of Iran, whether they know that's just BS. Because keep in mind, they didn't have, I don't even know if the internet's turned back on yet in Iran. I have no idea. But you got to wonder if you're, the people that are in Iran, do they understand what's happened? Or are they just taking this guy at his word? basically.
I just think it's hard when no one in America wants to see this war. When after 9/11 there was a groundswell of frustration and anger genuinely from the democratic public that wanted to see action in the Middle East. That's not where we are right now. Most people don't want to see, let alone boots on the ground, they don't want to see much more action in the Middle East, another forever war.
And Iran's supreme leader lashing out at the U.S. in his first public comments since the ceasefire with Israel took effect. It comes as President Trump is still insisting that those nuclear sites in Iran were totally obliterated.
Obliterated.
Despite a preliminary assessment from the Pentagon's own intelligence arm that found those strikes set back Iran's program not by years, but by only a few months. CNN was the first to report that assessment. But new this morning, the head of the United Nations nuclear watchdog says the centrifuges at Iran's Fordo nuclear facility.
Oh, these are kind of interesting. So these are apparently, the left is apparently before the U.S. strikes. Like, doesn't even look like the same place, to be honest, because I don't see like this hill area. It's kind of hard to make that out. Maybe that's this part here. Okay, so yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense, but
are, quote, no longer operational after the strikes. This is before and after an image of that site, which is dug into a mountain and goes deep underground. And the head of the CIA now saying there is credible evidence that the strikes, quote, severely damaged Iran's nuclear program. Also new this morning, those first comments in days from Iran's supreme leader. He claimed Iran, quote, crushed Israel and said the U.S. did not gain anything in this war. President Trump says U.S. and Iran will meet next week on a possible nuclear deal, but Iran has declined to confirm that meeting. We start with CNN's Elena Trine, who is at the White House, as she always is for us in the morning. We are learning a lot of different things. There's a lot of different words being used to describe exactly what happened, depending on who you talk to. What are we expecting to hear out of this news conference today?
Yeah, Sarah, I mean, look, we are 4 days out now from those U.S. strikes on these Iranian nuclear facilities, and it's clear that not only we are trying to learn more, but also we are getting increasingly more intelligence coming from this administration regarding the extent that those strikes did to damage those nuclear facilities. And essentially, the question of whether they were severely damaged, they were moderately damaged, or if they were totally obliterated, as the president has been saying repeatedly now. Now, you mentioned it, but I want to repeat it again. We have now heard from the CIA director, John Ratcliffe. His words were that the strikes had, quote, severely damaged Iran's nuclear program. Then we also heard from the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency, who said that on the basis of satellite images, given the power of these bombs and technical characteristics of the centrifuges, that we do know now that they are no longer operational, referring to the centrifuges at Fordow. Now, of course, we are continuing to hear, Sarah, that much of these different
So you're saying that the centrifuges were damaged, but the question that the reporters had earlier in the press conference that never really got answered is, do we know that the centrifuges were still there? Or were they shipped out with all those trucks that we, do I still have the pictures of the trucks? Yes. So we talked earlier about how all these trucks came in several days before the bombing, and people are suggesting that possibly they cleared everything out of the shafts themselves, or out of the Fordo site themselves, including maybe the enriched uranium. So how much of this stuff was actually still there? Again, this is before and after pictures. You can see that before the place was bombed, they'd already sealed up the place, and then it was bombed afterwards. So what did they get out of there? That's kind of the big question.
Intelligence reports are still preliminary. They're still trying to gather more evidence. And we are still waiting as well to see if and when people are actually going to be able to go to these sites physically on the ground and look at these different sites and really observe the damage face to face, as the president suggested yesterday when he was at the NATO summit that people were doing. Now, really, this entire subject, Sarah, dominated the NATO summit yesterday, and particularly that press
Yeah,
conference
Mike,
we
I
saw
did
at the
see that,
conclusion of the
actually.
summit, where the president not only was answering questions about this, but also clearly wanted to focus on some of these intelligence analyses, and also really try to downplay that report from the Defense Intelligence Agency, one that, which I should say, for people who don't know, is the intelligence agency. It's an arm, the intelligence arm, really, of the Pentagon, and the director of it is actually the principal intelligence advisor to Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Now, we did hear as well from the president, but also Hegseth say yesterday, reiterating over and over again this new intelligence analysis that they said had moderate to severe damage to these different nuclear sites, really trying to focus on the latter part of that severe damage. And then we heard, you know, the president come out and continue to say, as well as Hegseth, that those sites were obliterated. All to say, Sarah, I think it's really important to note that, one, I don't think anyone is, you know, trying to refute the courageous and valiant efforts of those soldiers and you know, people in the military who flew those planes and carried out these strikes. The question is, how much damage was really done to those different sites as the United
That's the
States
questions you should be
continues
asking.
to assess really what the next steps are and how to move forward here.
All right, Elena Trine, thank you so much for your reporting there for us from the White House. CNN's Nick Robertson is live on the ground in Tel Aviv. Israel put out their own damage assessment of this. We've heard from, of course, President Trump. We are going to hear from Secretary of Defense Hegseth today. What
We
is
already
the
watched
reaction
that,
on
but
the ground there, where you have been reporting as you go from site to site, where some of these missiles from Iran have struck buildings in Israel?
well, there's a video floating around which we can watch if I can find it quickly. There's a video floating around which is apparently somebody that snuck into the Fordo site. You know, like it wasn't guarded or anything like that. Suddenly, somebody snuck into the Fordo site and took video of it.
Look, the
Seems
view from
suspicious.
people here is that they're happy that this is over, that they think it was a success. They'll listen to the words of the supreme leader in Iran, and when he describes a crushing victory over Israel, they'll see just how hollow that is.
If anyone has a link to that video,
It's perceived, and it's not how it is here. Interestingly, that's the same language that Prime Minister Netanyahu used 2 days ago to describe the victory over Iran. Crushing. The key question here, for both the military and the intelligence agencies and for the Prime Minister, is how long, in terms of what the IAEA is describing, will those Iranian facilities remain out of operation? The Prime Minister here,
that's the
Benjamin
question that they were
Netanyahu, has
asking
been
during
very
the
clear. If Iran
press
does
conference.
try to reconstitute
And Hegseth
its
got pissed
nuclear
off.
programs, then he said Israel will take the same actions as previously. So that is a very clear warning to the Iranian leadership that this may not be over, depending on their next move. Now, we know the Iranian parliament has voted.
I did see some video that was floating around of somebody showing what the damage inside looked like, but it is very suspicious as to whether or not it is an actual real video of that site. I'm trying to find it, and right now I can't find it.
Although this is not binding yet, not approved by the Guardian Council, voted not to interact and work with the International Atomic Energy Agency. And we know from the International Atomic Energy Agency, they still have inspectors in Iran who haven't been able to do their work over the past number of weeks, and they are ready to go back to these sites to make their assessments, and perhaps when and if they can, and I think it's a big if at the moment, that might get the best independent international eyes on the situation. We do know from both the Mossad chief here, the External Intelligence Service chief, and the head of the military, head of the IDF here, that Iran's program has been set back several years, and not just a sort of an isolated strike, but a systemic destruction of Iran's nuclear capabilities, according to the IDF chief. But it's not clear how close and how much visibility Israel has been able to have on the ground, if at all. The Mossad chief did congratulate his operatives and their work inside Iran in the recent months, even years.
So again, just to I don't know, sum up this video, they haven't really shown any evidence, except there is this video floating around. And I'm going to suggest that you take this video with a very small grain of salt, because there is no evidence that this video is actually real or not. But this is apparently somebody who's got, taken video of the inside of the site itself. And again, we have no way of determining whether this is actually real or not. So please don't look at this video and say, hey, there's actual proof. There is nothing to show that this is actually the inside of Fordo, but this video is floating around. And whoever this is, talk show columnist, Arab News, apparently this is highly classified footage from inside the Fordo nuclear facility, which reveals massive destruction at this dangerous uranium site. The scale of the damage is staggering. We have no proof that this video is actually true, that it's actually from Fordo. We have nothing to go on except that it's floating around the internet and that this person is saying that it's highly classified. It honestly looks relatively fake. So I would take it with a very, very small grain of salt. Yeah, right. Highly classified. But yeah, it's just floating around on the internet. You're right. So yeah, definitely take that with a very small pinch of salt. All right. We'll watch this one here. I actually we were talking about this earlier, and this from yesterday? Yeah, it's from yesterday. So this was here's a video that I wanted to watch yesterday, but I didn't get around to watching it. But this was before the media scrummer with Pete Hegseth today, where he blew up on media for asking very legitimate questions. And this was a video from yesterday before this incident happened today. And this is, again, CNN. So whether you like CNN or not, that's fine. But he's asking, he's making, it appears to be legitimate points where he's telling you that asking questions is literally the journalist's job. So it's dangerous to start saying, hey, journalists, you shouldn't be asking questions. You should just follow our narrative.
Question that many of you might be wondering, is Iran's nuclear weapons program, quote, completely
fake news? Okay, we'll
totally
say it's fake
obliterated?
news.
Now, President Trump said Saturday that was in fact the case for the, quote, key nuclear enrichment facilities. But what about the entire nuclear program? Is it all gone? It has only been 4 days since the U.S. military struck those 3 Iranian nuclear sites with more than a dozen
with an alien, huh?
57ABs. That's the massive ordnance penetrator bomb, as well as with 30 Tomahawk cruise missiles. Now, intelligence assessments from Israel, from the International Atomic Energy Agency, and from the United States government are still evolving as more information is gathered. Now, CNN and other news organizations reported on an initial intelligence assessment that said that the U.S. strikes did not destroy the core components.
So this is the whole assessment documentation that somehow CNN got, apparently, that talked about how the amount of damage done at these sites was not nearly what they'd hoped.
The country's nuclear program. And likely
And
only said it.
of course, Trump and Hegseth and everyone else is flipping out because it is totally the opposite of the narrative that they're trying to portray to the public.
Back by months. Now, as a response today, President Trump and his administration are pushing back. They are asserting that Iran's entire nuclear program, not just key nuclear enrichment facilities, not just those 3 sites, the entire program, they say, has been decimated.
Iran's nuclear program is obliterated. And somebody somewhere is trying to leak something to say, oh, with low confidence, we think maybe it's moderate.
It was really bad. It was devastating. They were obliterated. In fact, you can't get into the tunnels.
Now, later this afternoon, Trump's director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, on X posted, quote, new intelligence confirms what President Trump has stated numerous times. Iran nuclear facilities have been destroyed. If the Iranians choose to rebuild, they would have to rebuild all 3 facilities entirely, which would likely take years to do, unquote. She did not provide details of what that new intelligence might be. And then, just moments ago, CIA Director John Ratcliffe said, quote, CIA can confirm that a body of credible intelligence indicates Iran's nuclear program has been severely damaged by the recent targeted strikes. This includes new intelligence from a historically reliable and accurate source/method. Notable that CIA Director Ratcliffe said that the nuclear program was severely damaged. That's the term he used, not totally obliterated. It is, of course, possible that at some point after more intelligence assessments are completed, the president's claims of total obliteration of the entire program could bear out to be true. But so much right now remains unknown. We still do not know what is underneath all the rubble at these bombed out sites. Has everything been completely destroyed? Another question, how
What
much
were those
enriched
trucks
uranium
doing there
was
before?
transported from those sites by the Iranians before the attack on Saturday? At this stage in the game, even President Trump's own intelligence community has not come to a final conclusion about the level to which Iran's nuclear program has been set back. It's simply way too early to know. Now, CNN was first to report that one early DIA, or Defense Intelligence Agency, assessment suggested that the U.S. military strikes on Iran this weekend did not completely destroy the core components of Iran's nuclear program, setting back the program by only a few months, not a few years. Now, it's a low confidence assessment, meaning that the DIA is far from sure about it. It was described to CNN by 7 people briefed on the DIA assessment, are now reporting stress that the assessment's conclusion could evolve as new information comes to light. Now, CNN reached out to the White House before reporting on this DIA intel assessment, and the White House attacked the assessment but confirmed that it exists. Even President Trump himself today.
How does that even make sense? Like, they're attacking the validity of the assessment, or I think they originally said that they were lying about it, that the CNN was lying about this whole assessment actually being actually true, or even have been made.
For the horde!
Ooh, thank you very much, dude. And then on top of that, afterwards, they're saying, "Oh, okay, well, the assessment was made; it shouldn't have been leaked." Like, it's just
they confirmed it.
You're not disputing the report said what it said, even though it was initial.
The report said what it said, and it was fine. It was severe, they think, but they had no idea. They shouldn't have issued a report until they did.
See, that's the thing is CNN got this initial report and then started asking questions about it. And then the government started saying, this report doesn't exist. You're full of, you know what?
Fine. But here's
Kush,
the thing.
thank you very much, dude.
Today, President Trump and his administration are going after shooting the messengers in an increasingly ugly way. They're calling journalists fake news for true stories. They're calling for an excellent CNN reporter, Natasha Bertrand, to be fired, which is preposterous. And to which a CNN statement today reads, "We stand 100% behind Natasha Bertrand's journalism," as they should. The Trump administration is also accusing any news media who reports on this intel assessment as not being patriotic.
And then the instinct.
So if you don't follow along with what we want the narrative to be, you're being unpatriotic. That is not the journalist's job to report and be patriotic in the reports. Their job is literally to investigate and report on issues, particularly if it's issues that are detrimental to the American public. Is your government lying to you? Are they trying to hide something from you? Are they trying to scam stuff from you? Are they trying to do other illegal things? Like, this is the stuff that they're supposed to actually be doing.
The instinct of CNN, the instinct of the New York Times is to try to find a way to spin it for their own political reasons, to try to hurt President Trump or our country. They don't care what the troops think.
You, especially you,
Oh,
should
no.
be proud of those pilots, and you shouldn't be trying to demean them.
No, there's
Those
a difference, sir,
pilots
between
flew
asking
at
about an
great
assessment
risk, a
and
big
the
chance
skill
that they'd
of
never
the
come
US
back home and see their husbands
one
or
is
their
questioning
wives. You should be praising those people instead of trying to find some. By getting me, by trying to go and get me, you're hurting those people. They were devastated. You know,
It goes without saying, of course, the pilots and service members involved in this mission deserve honor and respect for carrying out a dangerous, risky mission assigned by their commander-in-chief. And if it turns out that Iran's nuclear program was not completely obliterated, as the president asserts it was,
Like, why would it not be in Americans' better interest for them not to know the answers to these questions? Because if these nuclear facilities are, a danger to the world or American citizens, why is it not a fair question for the journalists to say, "Hey, what, what is the facility like? What is the facility at right now as far as like how damaged is the facility right now? Is it going to take weeks to repair the damage? Or is it going to take years?" That is actually something that should concern American citizens. So why should they not be allowed to ask the question?
that doesn't mean it was a failure on part of the pilots. The bunker buster bombs they dropped had never been used before, and there was always a question as to how much damage they could actually do. No one is questioning whether this was a heroic and valiant effort on behalf of the United States. The key questions for the American people and the world are simply about the degree of success of the operation and the current state of Iran's nuclear weapons program, and what the intelligence, not the politicians, what the intelligence reveals. Our obligation as journalists is not to praise President Trump or protect his feelings or to disparage him or to praise him for that matter. Our obligation is to report facts. In this case, the fact is that an initial DIA intel assessment out of Secretary Pete Hegseth's own Pentagon exists. And that's not going to change, no matter how many insults Trump levels. A lot of insults, by the way. In a Truth Social post, he calls CNN and the New York Times, quote, bad and sick people. The administration casts any reporting on any questioning on the success of an incredibly difficult military operation as fake, as unappreciative, and as disrespectful to service members. But that, however, flies in the face of what journalists have hopefully learned throughout the last 50 years of U.S. history. What did we as Americans learn from the leak of the Pentagon Papers? A top secret 7,000-page leak of a Department of Defense study detailing the history of U.S. involvement in Vietnam.
Wasn't Watergate
perhaps President
first
Richard
reported
Nixon's
by
White House
the
Chief of
press
Staff,
as well?
HR Bob Haldeman said it best in 1971, caught on tape speaking to Nixon about what the Pentagon Papers might suggest to the American people.
But out of the gobbledygook comes a very clear thing, which is you can't trust the government, you can't believe what they say, and you can't rely on their judgment. And then the implicit infallibility of presidents, which has been an accepted thing in America, is badly hurt by this, because it shows that people do things the president wants to do even though it's wrong, and the president can be wrong.
The Pentagon Papers showed us that the government, the Lyndon Johnson administration, the Richard Nixon administration, that officials have been lying to the American people for years about success in Vietnam at the cost of thousands of lives of American troops, service members who served bravely and honorably, and thousands of lives of innocent Vietnamese. Now, some say the lesson from the Iraq War fiasco was that political leaders could twist intelligence to make a case for war. You know who thinks that? President Trump thinks that.
we should have never been in Iraq. We have destabilized the Middle East. They lied. They said there were weapons of mass destruction. There were none.
Now, it is difficult to argue that the news media writ large questioned the Bush administration's cause for war.
Agent Krasnov, yes.
And again, we don't know yet whether this administration
Another
is
rumor
accurately portraying what happened in Iran or not. We don't know. That's the point of publishing what we know, that the government learns once we learn it. The lessons there. The news media needs to press for facts, even if it's uncomfortable, even if, as Americans and as humans, there is a personal instinct to rally around the flag. Asking questions is literally our job. Demanding facts and answers, instead of just taking a president's word for it. History has taught us that
in all honesty, like the president is arguing that the journalist should be his personal PR group, and that's not a journalist's job. The journalists are not there to be the government's PR. It's there to literally fact check, ask questions, and let the public know what's going on.
the most pro-service member action we can take is to ask questions of our leaders, especially in times of war. That, for journalists, is the height of patriotism.
And again, if you are somebody that is, I guess, patriotic or, you know,
At the very moment I record this,
really believe in the Constitution or something like that, you should be questioning, why is the government attacking journalists? Like, if you're, you know, really hardcore with the Constitution, you believe in your rights, your First Amendment, Second Amendment, all that sort of stuff, you should be also just as defensive about your government attacking the journalists and trying to make the general public like just worry that the journalist integrity is really bad, and not to trust journalism in general, because that's going down a very slippery slope that you probably don't want to go down. I want to show you guys something to prove a point. Okay? You guys all know who this is, right? Right? You guys all know who this is? This is the first Ayatollah Khomeini of Iran. So this is the guy that came to power started the Islamic Revolution in Iran. His name was Ruhollah Khomeini, and he came to power, took over Iran when they kicked out the Shah. He was living in exile. I believe he lived in Iraq for quite a few years, and then he went to France, and eventually they called him back when the public rose up to overthrow the Shah. Now I want to show you something, and once you see this, you will never unsee it. Oh, hold on. I'll move this over like this. There. Sort of. I'll move over. But once you see this, you will never unsee it. You cannot tell me that that's not the same person. Watch this. What's going on here? Is Sean Connery the first Khomeini of Iran? You will never unsee this, I promise you. That is literally, that is so close to the same person. All right. Let's see, what else do we want to go over? Al Jazeera. What are we talking about?
Jeff Bezos and his fiancée Lauren Sanchez are expected to tie the knot this Friday at a sumptuous and secluded ceremony on an island in Venice. All week, a star-studded list of guests has been arriving, including Kim Kardashian, Oprah Winfrey, Orlando Bloom, and Ivanka Trump. Venice also hosted the wedding of Hollywood actor George Clooney back in 2014, but Bezos is different as one of the world's richest men and founder of a company
Don't look anything like Kyle Shan
for how it treats its workers. The festivities have sparked weeks of protests from locals who say authorities are pandering to the super rich while the city drowns under tourists.
Oh, dude, come on.
To one of our top stories, the EU summit that just wrapped up in Brussels. Ketivan Gorjestani, foreign affairs editor, joins me on set for more. Ketivan, good morning.
Hi.
Ukraine was placing quite a lot of hope in European leaders ahead of this summit. Did they deliver?
Well, look, it's a little bit of a mixed bag for Ukraine.
What am I
coming
peddling?
out of,
They look
this
they look
Brussels,
exactly the
meeting.
same,
We're gonna
dude.
start
I'm not
with
the only.
glass half full.
I'm not the only one that's pointed it out. Like they look very similar. You can't deny that.
Continued and increased military support that EU leaders called for in.
I look like your dad. Well,
issue
well,
on the issue.
at least now we know where you got your good looks from, Kush.
Ukraine needed more air defenses, more anti-drone system, more ammunition. So this is something that they can pretty much all agree on and want to continue to do. They also want to continue to support Ukraine's defense industry, because they realize that actually Ukraine can build a lot of that much faster than the
I look
Europeans
nothing
can,
like
but they
this
need
guy.
money for that. So that also
Nothing.
comes into the question. Now, there's also the sort of diplomatic aspect with a very clear and obvious and objective goal, if you will, that is written in that communique at the end of the meeting. The EU remains steadfast in
Same
support
person.
for Ukraine's path
Not even
towards
close.
EU membership. So we stay on that track towards, at some point, EU
Actually,
membership. And finally, the bloc also
he's a good-looking
agreeing
dude.
to extend the existing sanctions against Russia, despite a lot
Okay.
of fears going into the meeting that Hungary might try.
Okay, I can see it. Except he's a lot older than I am. But yeah, he's a good looking dude. Okay, sure. I'll go with that.
Going. But, and the but is pretty big, the EU failed to agree to a new round of sanctions that would have increased the sanctions.
What do we got here? Canadian director, something, Canadian news. Iran crackdowns on those see it's complicit in Israel's assault.
That they won't negotiate with the United States. I think that's also very important moving forward. That Iranian president had explicitly said.
I don't look like Kyle Chandler. Kyle Chandler looks like Aladar, okay?
Leader, which doesn't really contradict that, even though it doesn't explicitly say it. I think the signals are that Iran is ready for diplomacy, as the Trump administration has also said they want to pursue it and potentially come back to the negotiating table. I don't know if their position has softened or potentially these attacks would have hardened their position. But we know that the last round of the most recent round of talks were scheduled for that Sunday, just 2 days after the Israeli attacks on Iran started.
Yeah, especially because we heard from President Trump, I think it was yesterday, saying that a meeting was supposed to be had with Iran. And he said, obviously, we haven't heard so far anything from the Iranians, but the president also said, President Trump also said he couldn't care if there's a deal or not. I'm guessing, what is the end game then?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if there's a strategy on the U.S. side, like a long-term strategy. It kind of feels like things are happening by the week, if not by the day. One day, on the day of the Israeli attack, the White House statement was that the U.S. had nothing to do with these attacks. And then the next day, the president's position started to change. He called it an excellent attack, a military achievement. And then within a week, the U.S. joined essentially the war between Israel and Iran. So I'm not sure if there's a long-term strategy, especially vis-a-vis conflict, but at least I would say President Trump was fairly consistent on the campaign trail in the first few months of his administration on wanting a deal with Iran, wanting to try negotiations, which he did. I just don't think he gave it enough time. 60 days is not enough for getting a nuclear deal, which under the Obama team took 2 years of painstaking talks.
Yeah, and that deadline was somewhat arbitrary, right? As we've seen so many of these deadlines. Can I get a sense from you of the tone and the mood in the country right now? Because it seems that Iranian authorities are kind of pivoting from a ceasefire with Israel to kind of an internal security crackdown as well as repression. I'm seeing media reports of mass arrests and executions. What are you hearing from your contacts? And if this is in fact underway, what does it tell you about the regime and the direction it's wanting to take here?
Well, the domestic situation, the domestic atmosphere had been repressive even before the war began. But now the wartime atmosphere has added to that. Obviously, the Israelis achieved a lot of their successes on the ground because they had been infiltrate Iranian various systems, infrastructure, and a lot of those attacks were launched from inside the country with the help of their agents on the ground. And so the state is on a hunt against these agents. It's just past precedent has shown that not everyone who's hunted is going to actually be an Israeli agent or had been involved. The level of involvement and the kind of punishment that would come for it is just something that human rights organizations had warned before, and they're warning now. This sort of securitized atmosphere and the us versus them, or the very red line of who's an enemy and who's an insider, is just going to have very serious repercussions, and I'm not surprised to see that starting.
Yeah, Nega Mortazavi, really appreciate it. Thank you very much for coming in. Appreciate your insight. And still to come tonight, celebrities continue to arrive in Venice for the wedding of Amazon founder Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez. But not everyone is happy with the multi-million-dollar event. We are live in Venice with the latest.
Oh, thank God we get to watch their wedding live. I don't know if I could care less about anything other than Jeff Bezos getting married to Silicone Barbie or whatever the hell she's done to herself. Here's something I wanted to cover as well. What do you guys think of this situation here? This Abrego guy. For those of you that this Abrego guy, for those of you that may be unfamiliar, I don't know how you maybe you live in Europe. This guy was arrested by ICE several months ago, and then without any sort of due process, any court date, nothing, was sent to El Salvador to a prison. How do you guys feel about this? Because now, after a lot of pressure, the government is bringing him back and has slapped charges on him. And I believe the charges are for, what are they for? They're for, I just read it here. Anyways, oh, smuggling charges. Immigrant smuggling charges. And as far as I know, there hasn't really been any evidence to show that he's actually done this. But the American government, or Trump's government, to basically put this case behind them, they brought him back. He's now apparently going to face trial. And again, these charges were never like mentioned the first time ICE grabbed him. They're only being mentioned now because this case has made such big headlines. They brought him back. He's in prison now. He's going to face trial for illegally smuggling immigrants into the country, apparently. And the defense is basically saying this is just propped up bullshit, so that they can then try to set up a BS trial and then ship him out of the country again on these charges. And presumably to another country. It wouldn't even be to El Salvador. There anything that's just a red herring so people won't focus on the genocide in Gaza? Dude, I've been talking about Gaza. I know I'm not mainstream media, but I've been talking about Gaza nonstop, dude. Nonstop. Gaza was to draw focus off of Ukraine. What was going on before Ukraine? What was happening? What was the issue going on with the big story? No, COVID. Yeah, actually, I guess Ukraine's been going on for a couple of years now, hasn't it? So that would have been 2023. So yeah, maybe we were just kind of coming out of COVID? Like maybe a year before that? It seems like once every like 6 months, there's a big boom news story. But I remember in the days leading up to the war in Ukraine, there were the news reports that there was about to be a war in Ukraine, right? Like they had talked about it. They'd said that the Russians were piling up at the border, and it was very clear that they were getting ready for an invasion, and people were warned, get out of Ukraine, get out of Ukraine. So Ukraine happened. So we had Ukraine happen, and that happened for quite a period of time, and then Gaza started happening as well. So people kind of lost focus on what was going on in Ukraine, and then after Gaza, what happened immediately after Gaza? Gaza's been going on for a couple of years, pretty much. Now we've got this Iranian thing, or we had the ICE raids first, right? The ICE raids started, and then suddenly this Iranian war started, and now they're bringing back this guy. He's going to take our, this is probably going to headline the news for a little bit once his trial starts. I can, like, I've got a news feed that I follow that shows any little report that's coming out of certain areas of the world. So when Iran and Israel was going on, I had them kind of locked and loaded for any reports coming out of there. But right now, I've got Ukraine and Russia, and even when the Iranian war was going on, there was actually more fighting going on in Ukraine than it was actually going on in Iran and Israel. There were more rockets, there was more drones, there was more attacks, there was probably more killing, and it's all been kind of pushed to the back. It's not the new blood anymore. That's what I keep saying on the stream. As soon as there's new blood, the old blood kind of gets pushed to the back and kind of gets ignored, and people stop talking about it again. Meanwhile, the maybe the biggest security threat in the world right now is still the Ukraine and Russia, and this stuff that's still going on in Gaza. I feel like nobody's covering it suddenly, except Al Jazeera is covering it, and Al Jazeera got kicked out of Israel for covering it. So there's definitely a series of events that overtake one after the other, and it seems as though even though those former events are still very serious, I'm talking about like Gaza and Ukraine and Russia, there's very little reporting that's actually going on with it. All right, hold on. This is not live. It's not live. Oh, it's not even live. That's why. Let's see. What do we? Oh, is that Donald Trump freaking out? What's
simple
okay.
trade deal rather than a quote slow and complicated one.
That's why I also said together with my colleagues, let's please quickly come to a solution now. I pointed out, among other things, specific industries we have in Germany: the chemical industry, the pharmaceutical industry, mechanical engineering, the steel, aluminium and automotive industries. They're currently all burdened with such high tariffs that really endangers the companies.
France, however, said it would not accept terms that were not balanced.
We do not want to conclude quickly at any cost. If, in the end, the Americans choose to keep 10% tariffs on our economy, there will be a reciprocal tariff on goods and products sold by Americans on the European market. And the tax imposed on our industries will result in an equivalent tax being imposed on their industries. Otherwise, we would be naive or weak, and we are neither.
The EU president says she had agreed with the US to speed up the work ahead of a July 9 deadline to increase tariffs. This as the White House revealed that the Trump administration could extend the looming deadline, with the press secretary calling them not critical.
Next, to ongoing questions over the state of Iran's nuclear program. Iran's
Okay, this
Supreme
is what
Leader
we've been
gave a
talking about.
televised address on Thursday, accusing the U.S. of exaggerating damage from the strikes, which Donald Trump had claimed obliterated Iran's nuclear capacities.
Eventually, we will find out what happened.
Suggested that the strikes only set back Iran's program by a few months, but the Trump administration doubled down on its claims in a press conference. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth asserting that the operation was a resounding success.
Anyone who watches like the press conferences, like Carolyn Levitt is just, she's grating at best. Like it would be like taking a cheese grater and scratching your back with it or something. It is.
Iran's nuclear capabilities as the Trump administration continues to claim, or did they only set it back a few months as a leaked report from the intelligence arm of the Pentagon asserts?
Iran will rebuild.
About whether
You know
any
what?
of the nuclear
You will find out very quickly, and I'm going to explain. I'm going to tell you how you're going to be able to tell relatively quickly how damaged the facility is. And here's exactly how you're going to be able to tell how damaged the facility at Fordo is. Let me actually bring up the satellite photos here. Let's see. Do I have any after? Yeah, I think we have after photos here. Okay, so this is how you're going to be able to tell how damaged the Fordo facility is. If the facility is beyond repair, like I'm talking, it's obliterated, like Donald Trump said. This is the state that it's in now. If it's obliterated, like Donald Trump says, you will not see them try to rebuild this facility. They will not go in there and be like, okay, you know what? We can repair this. We're just going to repair and carry on. If it's only going to take us, a little bit of time, we'll just clear out the rubble and get started again. If it's damaged beyond repair, you will not see them try to rebuild this. But if it is repairable, you will suddenly see trucks coming in here and trying to fix the site because they'll want to use it again. It would actually be stupid of them to actually try and reuse this site because they know the Americans are probably just watching it anyways.
Everyone who heard these words understood there's another truth behind it. They could not achieve the objective they set for themselves.
The only way to know for sure is with on-site inspections, but Tehran has just passed a law ending cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency. The global nuclear watchdog says it's yet to receive any official notification on the matter.
Next, she's often hailed as the most influential figure in the fashion world.
No. We don't. I don't care. Do not give two craps. What is this? Do not give two craps about Vogue magazine.
So I think you're going to hear a lot about that, how they were in love with him, and I also think, as far as the male escorts who were hired, and really here, all Diddy had to have done was to facilitate them traveling from one state to another state, and obviously crossing state lines. That they were not paid to cross state lines, but were in fact just hired, which would not then would not, by the letter of the law, seemingly make Diddy guilty of sex trafficking. The trafficking here would be the crossing the interstate travel. So I think that's what you're going to hear tomorrow. Will the jury buy it? I guess we're going to find out here soon over the next few days.
Yeah, we will see what happens. Is of course the prosecution ending it with their closing argument saying, quote, "It's time for justice." All right, let's shift gears here a little bit, Michael, because there is a big event taking place right now in Venice, Italy, as the festivities kicking off there for the Amazon chief, Jeff Bezos, Lauren Sanchez, unforgettable weekend in Venice, Italy. And did your invitation get lost in the
Shia Islam should not be permitted to rebuild. I am not a fan of Sharia law. To be honest, like I think it's repulsive actually. I actually don't really know the much of the difference between Shia and Shiite. Would be completely ignorant on the situation. I believe that it dates back to an argument as to who was the successor of Muhammad. And I believe one was the son and the other was an uncle or his brother or something like that. And the two factions kind of split at that point. And you got this Shia and the Shiite. I got to be careful in saying that word, as the two different factions of Islam. Somebody who's Muslim or knows more about it can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's where kind of there's a split in the religion, and they kind of went their own paths, basically. And for a lot of that time, they've hated each other. So
off for some other sort of event tonight, some shindig, and at some point here over the next few days, they're actually going to get married, and it's about the fanciest party that you could ever imagine.
I can only imagine what's going on there, the price tag on it as well. All right, Michael, thank you so much.
Okay. Let's hold on. I want to quickly watch Anderson Cooper's report on what happened today. This video just came out. So I want to see, this is him talking about Hegseth and them having a spaz attack at the press conference earlier today, and freaking out about journalists actually asking questions, God forbid.
Good evening from Amman, Jordan. Tonight, the ceasefire between Israel and Iran continues to hold, but many questions remain about exactly what the state of Iran's nuclear capabilities are, as well as what their intentions are and what will happen next. Now, a lot may depend on how much damage was done by the massive bombing raid conducted by the U.S. Today, members of the Senate were briefed behind closed doors by the administration. House members will get a similar briefing on Friday. As you might imagine, senators today emerged from the meeting divided over what they heard. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham embraced the president's use of the word obliterated. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy did not.
It's amazing how they can't even agree on this. Now it makes you wonder, is one side just agreeing with the president because they don't want to be him to lash out at them, or is what they're saying actually what they believe to be true?
Obliterated is a good word for me to use. I can tell people in South Carolina nobody is going to work in these 3 sites anytime soon. They're not going to get into them anytime soon. Their operational capability was obliterated.
I walk away from that briefing still under the belief that we have not obliterated the program. The president was deliberately misleading the public when he said the program was obliterated.
When is the general public going to be briefed on this?
Differences, or it could simply be that the intelligence is incomplete or not fully convincing. Assessments are, after all, still being made. This morning, before the senators were briefed, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff spoke to reporters. The Joint Chiefs chairman was straightforward, talking to reporters and the American public about the operation and the men and women who conducted it seemingly flawlessly. The Secretary of Defense was more animated or amped up. He was very critical of the press's report.
See, this is the problem that we're having, is they both the Democrats and the Republicans went in to have this briefing, about the bombing, and both of them are telling different stories. It's like the general public, you may as well not tell the general public anything, because all you're doing is getting one side of the next. If you're a Democrat voter, you're going to believe what the Democrats tell you. If you're a Republican voter, you're probably going to believe what the Republicans are telling you. Right? You can't actually get any ounce of truth out of these people. The only way to do it is to actually say, okay, this is, have the briefing notes released and show the general public, hey, this is what's going on. But they'll claim, it's classified. We can't do that. I guess rightfully so. But unless you have something like that happen, you're just not going to get, the general population is just going to have no idea what to believe. Except, they're going to take Lindsey Graham's word for it or something.
Reporting on that early DIA assessment, which was leaked Tuesday to CNN and the New York Times.
You see, we're here this morning because in hunting for scandals all the time, in trying to find wedges and spin stories, this press corps and the press corps miss historic moments. There are so many aspects of what our brave men and women did that because of the hatred of this press corps are undermined because people are trying to leak and spin that it wasn't successful. It's irresponsible.
It's irresponsible to ask questions to determine the damage done to these facilities. That, if these facilities are still operational, are potentially extremely dangerous to people all around the world. How is that irresponsible for asking questions?
The Secretary of Defense went into detail about what he claimed reporters had failed to report about the DIA's early assessment, but nearly all...
Actually, I'll ask you a question straight up. What is more important, to report and ask questions about the current situation with these facilities? Are they operational? Are they close to operational? Are they completely obliterated? What is more important, to know the state of those facilities, or to report on whether or not there's toilets in the B-2 bomber? That's literally what Hegseth is getting upset about, is that the reporters are not reporting on what, these pilots and stuff had to go through. And why not? Why can't you do both? Because I've seen reports on what these B-2 planes are like, and there's little video clips of, what the inside of the cockpits look like. But what is more important to the world to know about? Where these B-2 pilots shit, or what is the state of these facilities and how close to operational are they? It's pretty clear that asking these questions, there should be nothing wrong with that.
All of what he cited, we had also cited in our reporting. We thought it worthwhile to
Toilets,
take
I
a few
agree.
minutes and let...
I need to know if it's comfortable sitting on the toilet while I'm taking a shit. And most notably, the most important question is, do these toilets flush? Or do you have to sit in that cockpit with the smell of shit in your cockpit the entire trip? Because then it would be an absolutely miserable experience. I need to know the answers to these questions. That is far more important than whether or not these facilities are damaged, slightly damaged, completely operational, or completely obliterated. I need to know more about the pilots and if the cockpits smell like shit.
Let you hear in greater detail the claims made by Pete Hegseth today, and just a few examples of our reporting on that leaked assessment over the last several days.
They won't even let you know what kind of a microwave is in there, apparently they have a microwave in there as well. Okay, let's report on, are these pilots eating Hot Pockets the entire way that they're going over? Is this honestly what Pete Hegseth is upset about, that the reporters aren't asking questions about what the pilots are eating or where they're taking a dump? He's getting upset that they're asking real questions about the state of these nuclear sites and whether or not they're operational or not. That's what he's upset about? They're asking real questions?
I want to read some of the assessments that have been provided, because whether it's fake news, CNN, MSNBC, or the New York Times, there's been fawning coverage of a preliminary assessment when it admits itself in writing that it requires weeks to accumulate the necessary data to make such an assessment.
This initial intelligence assessment from the DIA, which was leaked, was, as we reported, very preliminary.
What wartime, Montius? There was the U.S. wasn't in a war; they just did a strike.
Doubt more assessments.
And regardless, whether the confidentiality is important or not, it's still the reporter's job to ask the questions. It's still their job to do exactly what they were doing.
Other methods, other sources, and deeper analysis are being done. To be clear, that DIA assessment is only the earliest and first word that we know of on the matter.
I think it's too much to ask, unfortunately, for the fake news. So we're used to that. But we also have an opportunity to stand at the podium and read the truth of what's really happening. The DIA that put that report out says that this is a preliminary low-confidence report and will continue to be refined as additional intelligence becomes available.
And these are preliminary reports, as CNN indicated in its reporting when this broke yesterday, and there will be other reports coming. This is an early assessment. There will be other assessments, and bomb damage assessments takes time.
How about the Israeli Atomic Energy Commission? The devastating U.S. strikes on Fordow destroyed the site's critical infrastructure and rendered the enrichment facility inoperable. Have any of these quotes made their way into the New York Times or the Washington Post, MSNBC,
Fox News,
CNN?
Israel released a statement from its Atomic Energy Commission saying that the strikes destroyed, in their words, the critical infrastructure and rendered the enrichment facility inoperable.
How about the IDF's chief of staff? I can say here that the assessment is that we significantly damaged the nuclear program, setting it back by years. I repeat, years.
Today, the IDF chief of staff said that their program had suffered severe damage that would set them back years.
John Radcliffe, the director of the CIA, putting out a statement just last night.
Late today, CIA Director John Ratcliffe had this to say, and I'm quoting from his statement: CIA can confirm that a body of credible intelligence indicates
Iran's nuclear program has been severely damaged by recent targeted strikes. This includes new intelligence from a historically reliable
and accurate source/method that several key Iranian nuclear facilities were destroyed
and would have to be rebuilt over the course of years. CIA continues to collect additional reliably sourced information to keep appropriate decision makers fully informed. Institute for Science and International Security President David Albright: overall, Israel and U.S. attacks have effectively destroyed Iran's
Wait, hold on. Is he
nuclear program, setting it back by years. I repeat, years.
I want to watch that again.
The IDF chief of staff said that their program
They literally quote
had
them?
suffered severe damage that would set them back years.
John Radcliffe, the director of the CIA, putting out a statement just last night.
Late today, CIA Director John Ratcliffe had this to say, and I'm quoting from his statement: CIA can confirm that a body of credible intelligence indicates
Iran's nuclear program has been severely damaged by recent targeted strikes. This includes new intelligence from a historically reliable
and accurate source/method that several key Iranian nuclear facilities were destroyed
and would have to be rebuilt over the course of years. CIA continues to collect additional reliably sourced information to keep appropriate decision makers fully informed. Institute for Science and International Security President David Albright: overall, Israel and U.S. attacks have effectively destroyed Iran's centrifuge enrichment program.
Joining me now is David Albright, former UN weapons inspector.
There were 3 sites that make the centrifuges, and those had actually been declared to the International Atomic Energy Agency, and so there's a confidence there weren't others, and so all 3 were destroyed.
How many stories have been written about how hard it is to, I don't know, fly a plane for 36 hours?
What are they eating in their microwaves? What kind of
giving the American people an understanding of how complex and sophisticated this mission really was?
Pilots did a remarkable job flying all the way around the world and back.
Okay, so I see what they're doing. So CNN actually did talk about all this stuff.
Stopping safely.
So let's take half-truths, spun information, leaked information, and then spin it in every way we can to try to cause doubt and manipulate the public mind over whether or not our brave pilots were successful.
It was a successful mission. Ordnance was dropped
I need
exactly
to know
where it was supposed to be dropped.
I need to know what kind of pizza pockets they were eating in their microwave, and that is my biggest question right now.
You're undermining the success of incredible B-2 pilots and incredible F-35 pilots and incredible refuelers and incredible air defenders who accomplished their mission.
It was no doubt a remarkable military achievement, flying halfway around the world, hitting targets with apparent precision, then returning home safely. No one would say or has said otherwise.
There are so many aspects of what our brave men and women did that, because of the hatred of this press corps, are undermined because people are trying to leak and spin that it wasn't successful. It's irresponsible.
It's nothing to do with the remarkable ability of these pilots who flew all the way from the United States and back.
Literally said exactly what Pete Hegseth said that they didn't say. Like, was praising their pilots nonstop.
You did drop payloads exactly on target. Massive damage was done. You can term it whatever you want. The job was done,
so
and it was done. It was excellent.
Was Pete Hegseth lying? Was he not telling the truth? No
Executed,
way,
it seems, to perfection. The question is, what were the results of it? That's what Secretary Hegseth claimed we said and what we actually said.
That's actually hilarious. What else do we want to talk about today, guys? Here is a I forget actually his name. He does sort of like a factual opinion piece, I guess. And we'll watch it. You guys can get an idea. I can't remember this guy's name right now. Anyways, he's on Canadian news.
There is a ceasefire in place between
The title is U.S., Israel, or Iran. Who won Trump's 12-day war? He does a pretty good job of reporting a lot of these stories.
three hostile parties: Israel, Iran, and the U.S. They've all agreed to stop fighting. We don't know how long that'll last because it's already been breached at least once. And maybe by the time you watch this video, it'll have been compromised again.
Hold on. Let's start again. 1 second. Okay, so this video is titled U.S., Israel, or Iran, Who Won Trump's 12-Day War? I haven't seen this video at all. So it's a ceasefire between Israel and Iran brokered, according to the White House by President Donald Trump, remains in place for now, silencing nearly 2 weeks of missile attacks. Andrew Chang, he's this journalist, breaks down the key points in the timeline of what Trump has called the 12-day war to explain why all three countries are claiming victories.
At the very moment I record this, there is a ceasefire in place between three hostile parties: Israel, Iran, and the U.S. They've all agreed to stop fighting. We don't know how long that'll last because it's already been breached.
It barely lasted at all, actually.
And maybe by the time you watch this video, it'll have been compromised again.
There were still missiles firing after the ceasefire was supposed to have started.
But if there's any lasting value at all to any tenuous peace, it will only have been because all three sides found their own unique path to victory. As in, while it's tempting to think that there are clear winning and losing sides, and maybe there are, it's important for each side to be able to claim a win. And I'll show you how.
Generations from now, history will record that our generation stood its ground, acted in time, and secured our common future.
Israel's stated objective has been very simple: weaken Iran to the point where it no longer poses an imminent threat to Israel. That involved neutralizing two things: Iran's nuclear program and its stockpile of ballistic missiles. Israel would argue it has now done both.
I want to assure the civilized
So they
world,
can claim victory.
we will not let the world's most dangerous regime get the world's most dangerous weapons.
Over the span of a week, Israel targeted several of Iran's key nuclear facilities. That includes Natanz. That's the country's primary uranium enrichment site, where thousands of centrifuges make the explosive material that would go into a nuclear bomb. Israel has done heavy damage to its above-ground enrichment plant and claims to have heavily damaged its underground centrifuges as well. Israeli airstrikes have killed more than a dozen Iranian nuclear scientists, and they've targeted the country's ability to launch the kind of missile that could theoretically carry a nuclear warhead.
They went after missile stockpiles, they went after missile launchers for sure. They also just, without sort of destroying them kinetically, they just absorbed a lot of missiles that Iran tried to lob at Israel that didn't work.
Israel has also targeted dozens of Iran's most senior military leaders: the commander-in-chief of the
major
Islamic
assassins.
Revolutionary Guard Corps, the Armed Forces Chief of Staff, as well as its deputy commander. Just three among those leaders who were eliminated, according to Israel's Air Force. And Iran's supreme leader himself, the Ayatollah, forced into hiding, reportedly swearing off all electronic communication out of fear that those signals could be traced. Never before has Israel attacked Iran so directly at such scale.
Jesus, look
In
at
all,
that.
Iran's health authority says hundreds have been killed, thousands injured.
We're talking about multiple sites being hit, nuclear, military facilities, prominent Iranian military officials, and some of the key nuclear scientists being assassinated.
The totality of that has never happened before.
And what's worth pointing out is that Benjamin Netanyahu has managed to do this with the support and approval, maybe in part because of the support and approval, of the most powerful country on the planet. For Israel, that's vindication.
A lot of people are suggesting that they forced the U.S. into this situation as well. Not that they got their approval, but basically force the Americans to move, because they remember Israel just suddenly attacked Iran out of nowhere and kind of forced the world to be involved in this.
It has spent the last 30 years, most of those under Netanyahu's rule, trying to convince the U.S. to get more directly involved in the fight against Iran. Clinton, Bush, Obama, Trump term number 1, Biden, they all refused to give Israel the 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs it needed to hit Iran's most heavily fortified uranium enrichment site, built hundreds of feet into the earth. But Trump term number 2.
We've literally been hearing about this. You know, Iran is just days away from getting a nuclear bomb for 32 years now.
2. He said yes. And even better, the Americans did the job themselves.
Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold decision to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history.
And this political high
Do you think Netanyahu wears knee pads? Serious question. When he visits Donald Trump, do you think Netanyahu has knee pads on?
Or Israel's government believes was so decisively and quickly fought and won, this may be an important turning point in Netanyahu's own domestic political fortunes.
Netanyahu is ruling over, an Israeli society that's extremely divided. And of course, they have a multi-party system with an emphasis on the multi-part. So Netanyahu leans very heavily on these right-wing supporters in his government. And because it's so divided, losing even a few of them can topple his government. And there was a lot of reporting right up until like the day of the Israeli attack on Iran. They were threatening to walk. I think it certainly put off these kinds of reckonings for Netanyahu for further down the line.
So can Israel emerge from this war by claiming a win? Absolutely it can. But it didn't win everything. And Iran didn't lose everything either.
They save face is what they tried to do.
There is no question. Iran sustained heavy losses.
And Israel pounding Iran, hitting missile sites.
You can tell here that this building was badly damaged by an airstrike.
But it also struck back against much stronger military powers. According to Israel's health ministry, Iran's ballistic missile attacks wounded, hospitalized more than 3,000 people. They hit critical infrastructure sites like power stations and oil refineries, even a teaching hospital at a university.
You're saying Iran's lucky they got off easy? I'm going to be honest. I think Iran probably did more than Israel and the U.S. thought they were going to be able to do with the amount of damage that they caused in Tel Aviv and other places around Israel. So yeah, they did get off lucky, but a lot of that was also planned as well. If you take a look at what they, like when they struck back at the Americans, they pre-warned the Americans so that Americans wouldn't lose any lives and there'd be minimal damage, but it would still allow the Israeli regime to save face, right? So part of what they did by notifying the Americans allowed them to get off easy. They were smart to do that, because had any Americans died, whatever, you probably could have seen an uprising in Americans that were willing to actually suddenly go to war and wipe out the Iranian regime.
Said that the enemy has made a grave mistake, committed a major crime, once again vowing punishment.
And following Operation Midnight Hammer, that's the American bunker-busting bomber strike on Iran's nuclear program, Iran launched a missile strike on a U.S. base in Qatar.
Crazy
the
that they
largest
did
such
this.
base in the region.
Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard said it made a, quote, powerful and destructive missile attack on a U.S. military airbase in Qatar.
It has the longest runway, and it has been key to our operations, whether in Afghanistan and in Iraq. So this is why they chose Qatar, because Udeid Air Base is one of the most important bases for United States in the greater Middle East, not only in the Middle East, in the greater Middle East.
And this attack would come with a sharp message. From a spokesperson of Iran's armed forces, we warn our enemies that the era of hit and run is over.
جمهوری اسلامی سیلی سختی به گونه آمریکا نواخت
به یکی از پایگاه‌های مهم آمریکا در منطقه پایگاه العدید حمله کرد.
Domestically, they said that they were responding to this horrible aggression by the United States. It was unjustified and a very militaristic message that that tries to draw national pride and attention to the fact that they're sort of sticking it to the man, as it were.
Even Qatar's formal response, its strong condemnation of Iran's attack on the U.S. base in its territory, calling it a flagrant violation of Qatar's sovereignty, underscoring its own right to respond directly. This might have been seen.
One of the reasons why they decided on the Qatar air base as well is I think that they understood that Qatar would be one of the nations that would not respond. They would give out the typical message to everyone saying how we strongly condemn these, but they wouldn't actually respond and escalate it, and it could end the conflict right there.
As an Iranian propaganda win, showing the world that its strike was provocative enough to warrant such a fiery response, even if the attack did almost no damage because almost all of the missiles were intercepted.
If the Iranian regime did not retaliate, I think they would be in trouble domestically.
Yeah.
Iran also benefits from the rally around the flag effect. Now, that rally around the flag effect probably doesn't last very long if the leaders then just sort of
Fizzled
roll
away.
over and play dead.
The Islamic Republic's social contract with the society was that it can provide security and safety because it hasn't really provided prosperity. It hasn't provided political participation. It hasn't provided social and cultural freedom. Unlike a lot of other countries in the Middle East that were being bombed or were unstable, Iran was a stable and secure country. And that image is now broken. So the regime definitely needed a demonstration of strength in pushing back against Israel and also to pushing back against the United States.
But maybe more important than Iran's saving face is the question of whether it was able to save its nuclear program.
Early intelligence finds the U.S. strikes perhaps only set Iran's nuclear program back by months.
The U.S. military strikes on 3 of Iran's nuclear facilities last weekend did not destroy the core components of the country's nuclear program.
Both CNN and the New York Times made headlines, citing classified intelligence assessments that perhaps the American midnight strike on Iranian nuclear facilities like Fordo, that's the one buried deep inside a mountain, that maybe it didn't do as much damage as had been hoped or as had been claimed.
By less than 6
Iran's
months.
key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
We can see from satellite imagery of the Fordo uranium enrichment facility that there are...
So this is afterwards, and I believe, I'm not sure where the, here's some of the air vents that the missiles went down. So I guess this is kind of like the after effects of the blast stuff, some of the stuff coming out, maybe?
2 sets of 3 holes.
Yeah, here we go.
The exact points where a series of American bunker buster bombs would have penetrated hundreds of feet below the surface and exploded. But right now, there is no clear confirmation at all. No independent verification of exactly...
Well, for sure, it's better than them having nukes tomorrow, but we've got to worry, how much damage is going to be done? Are they going to be able to have nukes in 3 months? Or are they going to be able to have nukes in 8 years? It is actually an important question. That's what the journalists were asking, basically trying to get to today, but they were being shot down and told that they were idiots or not patriotic enough, and that they should be talking about what the American pilots were eating for dinner in their microwave ovens that we're not allowed to see because it's too the inside of the spacecraft is too confidential,
How much damage was caused. Add to that a big question mark around the 400 kilos of enriched uranium that Western intelligence believes Iran has and could turn into nuclear bomb-grade fuel.
Up to 8 to 10 bombs within a matter of weeks. It could probably produce the first bomb's worth in just a matter of days.
Wow.
And what you're left with is at least the possibility that Iran's greatest threat to its enemies may have survived.
Strikes cannot destroy the knowledge Iran has acquired over several decades. nor any regime ambition to deploy that knowledge to build a nuclear weapon.
Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success.
They
In a lot
died
of
like
ways,
dogs.
Israel's win is America's win. They are friends. They share many of the same enemies, and both have vowed never to allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
America's commitment to ensuring Iran never obtains a nuclear weapon.
As long as I'm President of the United States, Iran will not get a nuclear weapon.
Necessary to send a focused message to the Iranian government, and that is, your desires for a weapon are unacceptable.
So to whatever extent they may have managed to set back Iran's nuclear program over the course of the last week and a half, they would share in that victory. But Donald Trump has two other goals that I think are relevant here. The first is about projecting power.
There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close.
I haven't seen anybody really dispute that what the U.S. military did to Iran when it flew 7 heavy bombers carrying more than 400,000 pounds of explosives across the Atlantic Ocean directly to Iran with the
Hold on a second.
intent of attacking the country's most heavily fortified nuclear facilities. Everybody seems to believe that was quite a feat to strike in secret.
No, they refueled in the air, Kush. They had the refueling tanker jets meeting them like part way.
Without suffering any casualties whatsoever.
36 hours, I think they were in the plane.
Trump to point out, as he did on Truth Social, how utterly ineffective Iran's retaliatory strike in Qatar really was, actually thanking them for it, highlighting the early notice it gave as to when and where the attack was coming. Such is American might that even its enemies.
Does anyone here have a Truth Social account? I went to make one and it asked me for my phone number. I was like, no. That is not happening. There is no, no.
See their own aggression as purely symbolic.
President Trump wants to primarily demonstrate that he is serious when he says that there are two options, that you either deal with us or you're going to get bombed, that he has the credibility of standing on that position. The president is trying to demonstrate to rivals like Russia and China that the U.S. not only has the will, but an awesome capability to weaken its adversaries.
But for Donald Trump, being able to claim victory also appears to be very personal. His social media account lately has been filled with self-congratulatory images, trumpeting his achievements, defying his opponents, and depicting himself as larger than life, a hero. His posts often read like they are direct appeals to world leaders, his way of reaching out and telling them what he likes, what he doesn't like, creating an impression that he only needs to speak or write reality into existence. And much of what he writes these days is about Trump, the peacemaker.
He wants to build a legacy, right? Solving problems and then getting immense credit for that. He wants to do stuff that's grand. That's what I sort of see as like the through line.
And just so you don't think any of this is an exaggeration, Trump has said repeatedly that he should win the Nobel Peace Prize.
I was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. They will never give me a Nobel Peace Prize. I deserve it. They should give me the Nobel Prize for Rwanda and, if you look, the Congo.
Mike, it was 37 hours, not
in
18.
Fact, one of his staunchest Republican supporters, a congressman from Georgia, has just formally nominated him for the Nobel Prize. And Trump is likely well aware of the lineup of people wanting to thank him for his service.
President Trump, I thank you.
Knee pads on or not? Does he have knee pads on when he's saying this, or only when or only when he's around Donald Trump? What do you guys think?
People of Israel, thank you. The forces of civilization, thank you.
So let it be said, no matter how lopsided the actual outcome of this war may be, what may allow it to end is that all sides feel they've asserted themselves and made a point. But peace is precarious.
This ceasefire is as fragile as it gets because Iran, bruised and wounded, would be keen on reconstituting its nuclear program and its offensive and defensive capabilities. Unless President Trump is able to now use the maximum leverage that he has created for the United States into a lasting diplomatic settlement, then he has only made a bad situation worse.
It's true, the state of play can turn dramatically on a dime. What seem like wins today could quickly become losses overnight. And for whatever victories Israel or the US may claim, Iran's ruling regime, for the time being, has survived. So even if and when the war does end, it's not really over.
Anyways, good video. Let's see. What do we got? That's Al Jazeera's talking about. Are they? Well, they're talking about the Kenya situation.
The police shoot criminals is because
We sort of
when they
talked
are
about this
arrested
earlier.
and
Am
later
I okay?
released,
I'm great,
they
man.
come back to mock the
How are you doing,
police,
InfoSec?
saying that we are still free. We have instructed the police, for any protester who comes near a police station, shoot that person.
Catherine Soy joins us from Nairobi now. We heard a little bit of the reaction from people there as those comments were made, really quite revealing. And how much do they say about the government's reaction to protesters at this point?
Well, people here are shocked by those statements, and a lot of Kenyans are saying that they are outraged now that Cabinet Secretary of Interior was speaking to the police, and it's the tone that he used when he was addressing the police. He said that anyone who tries to attack a police station or a police officer.
Is that what he's saying, Mike?
Shot. He said that he told the police, use your bullets. Those bullets are not there for decoration. He also told those police officers that the government is going to protect them. He also said, and this is, I'm saying this quite a verbatim. So basically, he said that these are not my orders. These are orders from above. So this comes off the back of the protests that happened on Wednesday that turned very, very
that's crazy what's
violent.
going on there.
We know that 16 people were killed. Most of them were shot. We have spoken to a woman, for example, who says that her husband was shot on the head, and we've heard other stories from people who are saying the police were aiming.
InfoSec, you know what? I don't think I have actually seen it. Let me look it up.
Also know that several or many police officers were injured. Police stations.
I think I did see something, but somebody was claiming that they're just like being pushed to report this. Let's see. I'll try and look for it.
Few days. What, if anything, has the Kenyan government learned in that year?
Well, police are people are very angry, especially by the police and that brutality. And it's not just in this protest. We have seen over and over police using so much force on protesters. And just to give you a few examples, just recently, there's a man, a blogger who is also a teacher who was killed in a police cell, in a police station. He was tortured. People came out to the streets, and during those protests, 2 police officers shot a young hawker who was selling masks. He's still in hospital in critical condition. Some of those police
The
officers have been
IAEA. What is it? The International Atomic Energy Association. I think that's what they stand for. I'm not the one saying it, InfoSec. I'm saying the person that I saw that posted it was saying that.
It's not
I don't
clear how
necessarily
he
believe
died,
that.
but he appeared to have been beaten and had burn marks.
I'm trying to find
Moses
something
Mwangi's
from
body
like
was
recent though.
brought here last night He was just 22 years old. They all say they had gone for the protests on Wednesday.
We had hope. We still don't believe it. We didn't think we'd find him here.
Another family is also mourning. Their 23-year-old relative was not a protester. They say he'd gone to work in a town on the outskirts of the Kenyan capital, Nairobi. Wangari Mwangi says her husband, Kevin Jao, was shot in the head as he tried to get back home.
There's tweet accounts saying that the our assessment shows that the centrifuges used to enrich uranium at Iran's nuclear facilities have been completely destroyed, but it doesn't actually have a link to the actual like assessment. Like it's just different Twitter accounts, which I mean, it could be anyone. Like, where's the actual report? That's what I'm trying to find.
Them, the criminal
Where are they getting their information
who,
from?
in the name of peaceful demonstrations, unleashed a wave of violence, looting, sexual assault, and
Late night news stream. I'm glad you're here, man. Thank you very much.
This is one of the most affected areas in the city center. It's a busy business street, and every time there are protests, this is what happens: vandalism.
So this is downtown Nairobi, and there are police here who are saying that they just want to keep the peace, but there's still a lot of anger. Now, many of these shops were looted, and we have been speaking to business owners who say that they have had enough of the chaos.
Rights groups accuse certain politicians and government officials of hiring gangs to infiltrate peaceful protests.
Many of the people who were brought in to violently attack the protesters were paid anything between, $2 to $3.
People were brought in to
Many
violently
of
attack
people
the
who ferried them
protesters.
around on the motorbikes were given $20.
Those who are grieving, those injured in the hospitals, and those who have lost their property say that governments must do better. Catherine Soy, Al Jazeera, Nairobi.
US senators
hold on, I think I
briefed on
found
the
it.
damage caused by American airstrikes on Iran's nuclear facilities say the country's nuclear program was severely damaged but not destroyed. The remarks come as the Pentagon doubles down on how destructive the attacks were. Heidi Jo Castro reports from Washington.
Questions remain about the impact of the U.S. airstrikes on Iran's nuclear program. Senators leaving a classified briefing about the strikes on Thursday did not share detailed information about what they learned, but their responses fell along party lines.
The president was deliberately misleading the public when he said the program was obliterated. It is certain that there is still significant capability and significant equipment that remain.
Obliterated is a good word for me to use. I can tell people in South Carolina nobody is going to work in these 3 sites anytime soon.
The U.S. Defense Secretary was among those who briefed senators. Earlier, he trained his anger on the media for reporting on a leaked preliminary intelligence report that had concluded the Iranian nuclear program had been only set back by months.
You cheer against Trump so hard. It's like in your DNA and in your blood to cheer against Trump because you want him not to be successful so bad.
I'm still trying to find the actual report that people are quoting. Like, I want to make sure that I'm not just saying that this is the IAEA's assessment. They're obviously quoting someone else. I don't know if it's just a couple of Twitter accounts quoting each other, because they all want to break the story, or if there's actually a report. And I'm not seeing so far a report saying that
CIA Director John
the
Ratcliffe
centrifuges
has said
have been
the US
destroyed.
attack severely damaged Iran's program. The country's highest-ranking uniformed officer, General Dan Kane, shared details about the American B-2 bomber's 37-hour mission from an airbase in Missouri to Iran and back. That made history for dropping the massive bunker-busting bombs for the first time in combat.
We know that the trailing jets saw the first weapons function, and the pilots stated, quote, "This was the brightest explosion that I've ever seen. It literally looked like daylight."
A major open question is the fate of Iran's enriched uranium. How much of it survived the attacks? What amount was removed prior?
Senators say they did not receive the answers to those questions on Thursday, and members of both parties agree that as long as Iran has the desire for a nuclear weapon, no amount of military action will remove that ambition. Heidi Jo Castro, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Well, Washington's comments came just hours after Iran's Supreme
How is
Leader
it all these?
Ayatollah Ali
How is it all these people are able to quote that they said that there's, and I can't find the actual IAEA's initial report.
Announced a ceasefire between Israel and Iran.
The United States immediately intervened and got involved in the war because they knew if they hadn't, the Zionist entity would be annihilated. Yet they did not win any victory. They attacked our nuclear facilities, and this matter cannot go unpunished within the international arena. However, they failed to undermine the nuclear facilities. The United States president amplified their military operation, but
Do
it
they
was
have a
later
website?
proved
Hold on.
they've been
Do they have a website? Like International Atomic Energy Agency reports. Here we go. Hold on. Annual report. Events. So far, I've not found. If anyone has a link to their actual report, I'd like to read it.
More on this, we're joined now by Alham Khadkodei, who is an assistant professor at the University of Tehran. She joins us from the Iranian capital. Thanks very much for being with us here on Al Jazeera. First of all, as we heard, a lot of squabbling and debate in the United States about the extent of the damage it did to Iran's nuclear sites. How is all of that actually being viewed there in Iran, though?
Well, in Iran, some people are saying that Trump needs to be seen as someone significant, someone who does big things. So let him think like that. But everyone knows that with the many years of threats against Iran's nuclear...
Did you say, InfoSec, did you say it was today
it would not
or?
have been wise for the Iranians to just leave the installments unprotected or leave the enriched uranium there. It would have been wise and predictable for them to move away the enriched uranium. And the way that the Fordo site specifically was built was in a way that it would not be obliterated, as they say. But I think the significant point here is that this issue of securitizing Iran and its nuclear program has turned into a very big internal domestic fight within American politics. So the question here is that if the operation really was successful, were there any need for the exaggeration that we're seeing on the American side, and also these angry comments and arguments even with the American media? They are even angry with Fox News, which is, completely on the Trump side. So I think what all this exaggeration tells us is that there needs to be a kind of a constructed image of total American victory.
I'm reading what is apparently their last report from 2 days ago.
Not exist.
Yeah. Well, making it all more difficult is the fact that Tehran won't allow IAEA inspectors to actually go to the sites and see the damage, as well as what might have happened to the rest of Iran's nuclear program. I mean, is that a deliberate move by authorities?
Okay, so they just said that they're not even allowed to go assess the damage. So how is there an IAEA report? Like they just said that on Al Jazeera.
IAEA for many years, for decades. Giving the list and names of the people who are active in the
I don't think there's a
nuclear
report.
program, giving the list of the installations and the places where uranium is enriched.
So I'd love to
and
believe them,
what that-
InfoSec, but
what this
they haven't.
got us. So I think it's completely natural, and any other country would do the same thing.
They apparently
to
haven't
think
even been allowed
twice
to the site,
before, they
and
continue
I don't
any
see a
type
report
of
that they've
cooperation with the IAEA.
sent out.
Specifically, if you would think about the report just before the war started, the report about Iran's nuclear activities and whether it was nearing a kind of a military phase or not, that was kind of a introduction or paving the ground for the incoming war that has inflicted my country for 12 days. So I think it's everyone here is thinking that, why do we need to cooperate with the IAEA? Because that would have been an option to go through with diplomacy to prevent violence, to prevent war. But when war has already happened and it threatens us any time, any place, why do we need to go on with that cooperation? So we need to think about that very carefully.
Right. Well, speaking of diplomacy, President Donald Trump says there will be talks with Iran next week. It appears, though, that there is no political appetite for that there in Iran. So diplomatically, where does that leave things right now?
This, I will link this. This is people are talking, hold on. I'm just going to bring this over here. People are talking about there being some sort of a report from the IAEA confirming, I'm actually going to bring this over here. The IAEA report, our assessment shows that the centrifuges used to enrich uranium at the Iran's nuclear facility have been completely destroyed. So I went and searched for the centrifuges, I went and searched for the report and couldn't find anything in any of the reports stating that the centrifuges had been destroyed. In fact, the most recent link is this one here from June 24th. Now, unless there's one that came out today or in the last 24 hours that I don't know about. Hold on. I don't. You heard the okay, that's the problem. The Secretary of Defense, is obviously maybe not telling the full truth, but there's no IAEA report that's readily available, and these people here are all quoting it. Like this guy here, I did a search for it. This is from earlier in the year. This is from 14 hours ago. IAEA report, our assessment shows that the centrifuges. So this is all from earlier in the day. Russia FM Lavrov criticized IAEA's report is ambiguous and politically manipulating, but the U.S., UK, France, and Germany. Okay, so where is this report? Why would the defense secretary not tell the truth? You think the government's always telling you the truth? Like, honestly? I'm not sure if you're being sarcastic or not. Do you think Pete Hegseth always tells the truth? So anyways, just to clear up what we're talking about here, there are people reporting that hold on. Anyways, there are reports that the IAEA, and I think they're getting these from the news conference. Our assessment shows that centrifuges used to enrich uranium at Iran's nuclear facilities have been completely destroyed. So apparently there's an IAEA report. I've done a search for the IAEA report that these Twitter accounts are actually reporting on. And I think that they're reporting on a comment that Pete Hegseth is mentioning. But in their IAEA report from 2 days ago, it doesn't say anything. There's not even any mention of the centrifuges in this entire report. Like there's not even any mention of damage done. And we just watched Al Jazeera talk about how the IAEA is complaining that they're not even allowed access to the site. So they literally have no idea what's going on there. They haven't been given access since the strikes. So you tell me, where's the report? How did they make the report if they're not even allowed on the site? Based on what? They've got nothing to go by. They've actually been complaining through Al Jazeera or other networks, whatever, that they don't even have access to the sites to make any reports. So who is Pete Hegseth quoting when he talks about the IAEA is saying that these centrifuges were completely destroyed? They don't know that. They haven't been to the site. How is that not clear? Who made Iran jump into a peace deal? What here, let me play devil's advocate. What if Iran knows that there wasn't much damage to the site and they thought to themselves, "Hey, let's agree to a peace deal so they don't follow through and destroy absolutely destroy the site." Like if there was only a minimal amount of damage done to it where they could have it up and running again in a few months, would it not be in your better interest to get a peace deal done so that it wasn't continued to be bombed and destroyed? You could look at it that way too. Israel has never let IAEA and yet we are told to believe they have totally legit nuclear program. Do you believe that Israel has a nuclear program? Like we know that both Israel and Iran have a nuclear program. The question is, what is the state of Iran's current nuclear program currently? How destroyed is it? How obliterated is it? Is it obliterated like Trump says? Or is it obliterated like Pete Hegseth says, where he's quoting some IAEA report that doesn't appear to even exist? Like nobody has posted this report. I've looked for it. If somebody has it, I would love to read it. I can't find it. So if anyone has a IAEA report that is floating around making the rounds through Twitter, here, this guy here, this person here, this dude here, like they're talking about some IAEA report. If somebody has, like, if they've got access to it, show me the link. Because right now I haven't seen any evidence that this report actually exists. Hard to tell if this is what does DEI have to fucking do with it? What are you even talking about? I'm just out. This is what any journalist should be doing. Should I just take you at your word that there's some IAEA report because you came to my chat and said, have you read the IAEA report that centrifuges have been completely obliterated? No, the answer to that question is no, I have not. So I started looking for this report and couldn't find it. So what am I supposed to do? Take some random dude that came into my chat and said, hey, there's an IAEA report that says that centrifuges have been damaged. I should just take your word for this? There's nothing here. Nothing. I read the entire thing from top to bottom. While you guys are watching the video, I watched the entire thing. There is no mention of any damage to centrifuges whatsoever. In fact, while we were watching it, hold on. This video with this on this program was talking about how the IAEA is even today complaining that they're not given access to the site to actually make any sort of assessment. So you tell me, is there this report that Pete Hegseth has mentioned? I can't find one. And I question, and now I throw the question back to you. How the hell could they even make a report if they're not being given access to the site like they're stating on Al Jazeera? It seems suspicious. So who are you going to believe? Pete Hegseth that says that this report exists, even though there's no evidence that said report exists? Or the IEA themselves that are stating that they're not even allowed to get access to the site, which you would think they would need in order to make a report. So again, does this report actually exist that Pete Hegseth quoted from? Israel has never even admitted to having nuclear weapons, although it is confirmed they have around 200. I've seen different numbers, but I don't think I've seen anywhere from 20 to 400. Like, so I mean, I don't know what the number is. They're the only country in the world with undeclared nuclear weapons, and we allow them. I don't want any country to have nuclear weapons. And in fact, a lot of you guys know, and we even joke around about it, how often I go and eat shawarma. It's almost a daily thing where I have shawarma, whether it's a wrap or a shawarma plate, as like my big meal of the day. And the guys that run the store, they're a family from Afghanistan that emigrated here during the Afghan war. And the father came over. He's got like health and fitness videos on the internet. Anyways, his sons are probably in their mid-20s, late 20s. We talk about this crap that's going on all the time. And they're probably siding a little bit more with, well, let's just say they're probably not on Israel's side. And one of them said, which side are you on here? And I said, I'm not on either country's side. But I will say this: I don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons. And the guy said, yeah, but Israel probably has nuclear weapons. And I said, so? I don't want more countries to have nuclear weapons, because the more countries that happen to have nuclear weapons, the closer you are to having one country that's got a lunatic that is actually crazy enough to actually use nuclear weapons. So if there's however many countries that are in the world, whatever there is, 190, I can't remember the exact number, 200, somewhere around there. If there's that many countries, the more countries that you have that have a nuclear weapon, the more chances are you're going to have an absolute whack job that will actually use one. So, and I told him, I said, I don't want Canada to have nuclear weapons. Why would I want Canada to have nuclear weapons? Like, I don't want more countries to have nuclear weapons. So even if Israel does have nuclear weapons, that doesn't mean that I think that, okay, well, Iran should get them too, or Iraq should also have them, or, Egypt should have them, or, Iceland should have them. The more countries that have nuclear weapons, the more dangerous it is for the world. And I will suggest that I actually think Iran's regime, their current regime, is a little bit closer to being batshit crazy than a country, say, as like Iceland. If Iceland suddenly declared they had nuclear weapons, I would probably be less concerned about that than a country like Iran, who is vocally, numerous times, said that they want to wipe Israel and the Zionist regime off of the face of the earth and basically destroy them all. They've said it many times. Google it yourself. There's even quotes from them, videos of the leaders of the country saying this. It is without a doubt completely and utterly dangerous if they were to ever have a nuclear weapon. But I don't even want countries like Canada or Iceland or whatever to have them either. Because who knows, one day in 20 years, we could have a complete whack job that is like, fuck it, we're dropping bombs, let's go. My opinion. Maybe it's crazy. Israel and Iran have nukes is that Iran's government is run by extremist theocracy. They are nuts. They are absolutely crazy. Like, they probably believe that them going out, like, they quote all the time about how, they need to kill the infidels, or, you know, whatever. Like they could they're like this far away from believing if they go and nuke Israel out of existence, that they're immediately, that, you know, when they die, they're going to go to heaven and have 30 virgins. A Canadian guy that died in ICE custody, Blother, I did read over that a little bit earlier. I believe he was somebody that was he was legally living in the U.S., but I believe I also read that he was a drug smuggler as well. And I believe it was from a legit like site. Like this guy had like a criminal history of running drugs, stuff like that. I'd have to read over it again. Please don't quote me. I could be wrong, but I believe I did read something along those lines. I guess talking about it is like it is worse than actually doing it, like the Israel state are doing to the Palestinian people. Nobody's questioning how shitty the Israel, at least not in my channel, they're not. Talking about the shit that's going on in Gaza. I've continued to show video and talk about what's going on in Gaza, like repeatedly. I don't know how many times I've shown this picture. You know, like it is definitely still a major issue. This is now, in my opinion, this and the Ukraine situation are the two #1 stories in the world. Like this is immediately what the government should be talking about. Why can't they just be peaceful? It's not Islam, dude. It's not Islam. It's Iran. There's a difference. Like there are peaceful countries. Muslims in general are very peaceful. Like, do you think Christianity is peaceful? Shall we list off the number of wars that have started in the name of Christianity and Jesus Christ? If you think Christianity is more peaceful, or they haven't done what you know, anything to the extent of you know, they've done as far as Muslims go and stuff like that. You know, a lot of people in Iran are turning over to Christ. Really? Never actually heard that, because we looked at a report where it's like 95% of Iranians are Muslim. Yes, in the past, but not 2025. So because they're not doing it exactly right now, suddenly Christianity is the way to go? If it's in secret, Blothar, how do you know about it? Not a very good secret, is it? How is it you know about it if it's a secret, Blothar? Not a very good secret. Let's be honest, whether you like it or not, and obviously we have some people that are this is going to touch, you know, in a yeah, trust me, bro. Trust me, bro, it's a secret. You were in Hegseth's Signal group, and that's how you know, because they were reporting it on Pete Hegseth's Signal group. It is quite clear that religion has sparked a number of wars over the course of thousands of years. How many massacres have there been because of and not even like just Muslims, like Muslims amongst Muslims, Shiite versus Shia, or Christianity, where it's Protestants against Catholics. Like, ask people in Ireland why they hate people in the UK. I guarantee you there's a good chance that it's going to be because the people in the UK are not Catholic. They aren't open about it or going to Christian church because they get killed. Okay, but if they're being secret about it in Iran, how are we finding out about it in North America? Like, if they're that secretive, like I have no doubt that there's probably like a few people here or there that maybe convert to a different religion. It happens amongst all religions. Like there are people that convert to Islam There are people that convert to Buddhism. There's people that convert to Christianity. There's people that convert amongst religions. There's people that convert to being Jewish if you're willing to get your, the tip of your penis chopped off. Like there's conversions between religions. There's Christians that convert to Islam. There's, you just converted to Latter-day Saints. You know what? I don't even know if I was to ever consider converting to religion. I think it's just so like ingrained in my head that it's just there's too much fiction for me. There's too much fiction. Like there used to be a time hundreds of years ago where the stories that were told in the Bible were taken as fact, and now as stories get further and further disproved, it's this story was just a generalization. You just converted to the Church of Alodar. It's called Alodarism, actually, Razmir X. Alodarism. I'll be honest. For some reason, I've had the thought of maybe reading. Like I'm not religious at all. I've had the thought about reading the Bible or reading the Quran, but I feel like I would just get like 5 minutes into it and be like, nah. But I am fascinated by the stories. Like I've watched like tons of like those old like religious movies like Ben-Hur and stuff like that. In fact, I just finished, I'm not kidding you, last week I watched The Greatest Story Ever Told. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the movie. I actually was like, okay, I'm going to sit down and watch this. It's 3.5 hours long or whatever it is. And in 2 sittings, I basically had to force myself to sit and watch it. I'm fascinated by the stories. I'm completely fascinated by the stories, but there's too much that is obviously just made up bullshit to make me believe that, you know what, if all of this is made up bullshit, how do we know the rest of it's just not made up bullshit? And you can be insulted by that if you want, but I mean, that's just the way I look at it. Have you ever seen the Psychological Significance of the Bible Jordan Peterson series? Mind-blowing collective truth. Jordan Peterson is a fucking tool, okay? Like, the guy is... I think Jordan Peterson is a bit of a moron, to be honest. He throws around these big words, walks around in a 3-piece suit, and sits in a chair like he's some sort of, intellectual or something. And he uses big words to make it sound like he's intelligent. Really, he's just a bunch of bullshit. You can be upset with that statement if you want. He's Canadian. I don't give a shit. 2 IQ take? No, dude. It's just I don't get brainwashed by some fucking tool that's sitting there and pretending to be some person that is far more intellectual than everyone else. You cannot argue with Jordan Peterson because, he's just that smart and you're just that stupid. There are actually really good articles out there or YouTube videos, I'm sure, where you can watch how people dissect the way Jordan Peterson makes his arguments. They're actually really good to watch. Don't like Jordan Peterson either, but you're pretty thin ice if you're calling him a moron. He's probably got 100 IQ points higher than you. Nobody has an IQ 100 points higher than me. even Einstein, I think it was like 160. Hold on. What was Einstein? 160. Boom, nailed it, bitches. Nailed it, okay? Einstein's IQ was 160. I can promise you that he's much smarter than Jordan Peterson, and my IQ is much higher than 60. There's also videos recently that have surfaced of Jordan Peterson debating like some kid, and the kid absolutely destroyed him. like absolutely made Jordan Peterson look like a fool. Hold on. I wonder if I can find it. It was something I watched earlier. Mensa is the only credible IQ test. It costs about $30. You know what? There's people that have scored extremely high on IQ tests that have basically said IQ tests are bullshit. So take it for what it's worth. There is a video that I'm looking at that is like 130 minutes long, and it's apparently Jordan Peterson versus 20 atheists. Who has said that? Hold on. Geez, you're making me Google all this. I think they've severely misunderstood the purpose of an IQ test. If they have said that, I mean, IQ tests are a tool to get an idea as to how well people can actually construct ideas or figure out problems. And all an IQ test really measuring your capacity of problem solving. Yeah, basically what I just said. They're a snapshot of your brain's performance anyway. You're not going to see or solve patterns at the same pace each day. There could be several factors to indicate why you did extremely well or poorly. What do you think Isaac Newton's IQ would be? His would have to be higher than even, like, it would be at least as high as Albert Einstein. Isaac. So yeah, okay. I said that it would be at least as much or higher. I'm looking at something that says that he probably would have been rated around 190 to 200. Like what Isaac Newton was able to accomplish is like crazy, actually. What was the video where it basically talks about where he just randomly discovered or invented calculus? I believe I read somewhere that he died a virgin too. How terrible would that be? The laws of motion, laws of universal gravitation, calculus, optics, reflecting telescope, empirical cooling law, and the modern scientific method. Although he was not credited as being solely responsible for the modern scientific method. Like I think widely isn't he generally considered the most important scientist? But I think I read somewhere or saw a video somewhere that he died a virgin. I don't even know what age he died at. Isaac Newton. Wasn't he died at age 84. He lived a good life. He actually lived a good life. 84 years old. He was born in 1643. You know, like to live to your 84 years old at that in that day and age, man, with everything that was going on. That's pretty damn good. Albert Einstein is a fraud. How do you figure that Albert Einstein is a fraud? Isaac Newton was born in, it says he was born in 1643. 1643, he died in 1727. I'd have to read through the, I mean, this is just Wikipedia, so it's not exact fact. But I did read somewhere that he died a virgin. Maybe that's just bullshit, but yeah, hold on. Newton died in his sleep in London March 20th, 1727. He was given a ceremonial funeral attended by noble scientists, philosophers, and was buried in Westminster Abbey among kings and queens. He is the first scientist to be born in the Abbey. Voltaire may have been present at his funeral. A bachelor, he had divested much of his estate to relatives during the last years, and died. Oh, his papers went to John Connor. Shortly after his death, a plaster death mask was molded of Newton. It was used by Flemish sculptor to name in making a sculpture of Newton. So there's actually there's actually a picture of his face. There. That's his face. There you go. That's what Isaac Newton looked like, apparently. Personality, religious views. When did you think Isaac Newton was born? Did you think he was born in like the 1900s or something? Like he's widely regarded as the most important scientist ever. Oh, did I say Albert Einstein? Oh, okay. No, sorry. I meant Newton. I don't remember saying. Maybe I said the wrong person's name. But it was Isaac Newton. Was born in 1643, January 4th. Right around the time of my birthday, actually. But you know, not my birth date. My birthday. Mike, are you going to tell me that it was Albert Einstein's wife that actually made all the discoveries, and Einstein just took credit for it? Is that what you're getting at? I've heard these rumors before as well. I've heard these conspiracy theories before. No, oh, so these are different conspiracy theories that I hadn't heard before. Oh, you think she? Oh, she's also an idiot. Okay. Do we need to talk about the Liver King? We haven't discussed the Liver King situation today. Does anyone care about the Liver King? No, we don't need to talk about the Liver King. What an idiot he is. Who was it that was here earlier that said that there was a report by the IAEA? IAEA Director Rafael Grossi. Iran must immediately allow me or my colleagues to inspect, but our attempts at contacting the authorities are being ignored. So I thought the IAEA had made a report, according to Pete Hegseth today, that all the centrifuges were completely destroyed. Now I'm reading that the IAEA hasn't even been allowed access to the site. Who to believe? Who to believe? Who to believe? What do you guys think? The IAEA are working for Israel. How are they working for Israel? Like they're not even allowed to visit the site. Pete Hegseth said today that their assessment was that all the centrifuges were destroyed. Like right here, look at this. It's been reported by open source intel. I don't know if they're valid or not. And I believe they're reporting on what Pete Hegseth said. So did they have access or not? Pete Hegseth said that they made a report saying that all the centrifuges were destroyed. The IAEA themselves are saying that they don't even have access to the site. How could they make the report? I don't know. I guess we could just blindly listen to what Pete Hegseth has to say. That makes sense. Look at all these trucks. You can say that based on current assessments, which might or might not be vague information themselves. Yeah, but Pete Hegseth is saying that the IAEA reported that the centrifuges were destroyed. I'm saying that they didn't even make a report. Like, the IAEA is saying that they haven't even made a report. They haven't even been given access. Like, there's no guessing that. They're saying that they haven't even had access to the site. What does the centrifuge look like? What does a centrifuge look like? You guys want to see what one looks like? Do you think? Do you think?
Hey guys.
Do you think that the government could? Here's a bunch of trucks. Look at all these big, huge trucks. I want you to tell me. I'm looking at a picture of a centrifuge. I want you to tell me if these big, large trucks could actually carry out these centrifuges that they were using, or did they get stuck? You guys know how big a centrifuge is? You're watching the AN News Network, and I'm going to show you how big a centrifuge is. Do you have the banner? Yes, it is set to Eastern because most people in Europe and most people in Western Canada can very easily convert to their regional time zone. I'm on the West Coast, so okay. Have you guys seen what a basic centrifuge looks like? That are supposedly all destroyed. Do you think it would be really hard for Iran to get rid of these? They made an assessment. Did they make an assessment? So far, we don't I haven't seen an IAEA report assessment on it that these people are reporting from. And this update that I quoted from was stated as of today, the IAEA hasn't even been able to look at the site to make any sort of initial assessment. It's about as big as D's nuts, is it? Here, I'm going to show you what a centrifuge looks like. And these things, the people are all like, oh, they could not possibly get these out of the... Where's the picture? We have a picture of all the trucks? I thought we did. Hold on. There. Here's the picture of all the trucks where people like... This is 2 days before they were bombed. And people are like, oh, they couldn't possibly get all this stuff out of there. Okay? Let me show you a picture of the centrifuge to show you, and you can determine could they have removed these centrifuges. That's a centrifuge. Do you think that these trucks could carry these things out? That's they had all these large trucks. They look like maybe 5-ton trucks or tractor trailer trucks to come in and clear out whatever they could. Tin foil hat. What if America told them? What does it make a difference if they told them or if they just knew based on the reports that the bombers were already flying out? What does it matter? If they knew that they were being attacked, either because they watched the news, or because they were told several days beforehand. How many Iranian friends? Lots. I have lots of Persian friends, actually. Do you not have Persians that live near? Yes, I do, actually. There's a very large Persian community in Vancouver. Lots of my friends are Persian. Like, do you not have Persians that live near you? That is what a centrifuge looks like. In North Vancouver, there's a huge community of them. But I'm talking about people that I've grown up with. Like I've known these people for years. There's several of them that I work with currently. You're from downtown and you're questioning whether or not there's lots of Persians? What? If you live in Vancouver, you are telling me that you don't see lots of Persians, people from the Middle East here. You are smoking crack. Yeah, we're not talking about Persian cats. Why don't you get into the WoW community in Van? I don't even know that there is a WoW community. I'm talking to you. You asked me how many Iranian friends I had. I said I had lots, and then you said, no, you don't. No, I have lots of them. I went to Killarney High School, for fuck's sakes. You think that I don't have friends from the Middle East? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Lothar, I have a very, very strict anti-racism policy in my chat. Very. Okay, so I will give you a warning. I don't give a fuck if it's a joke or not. Okay, you're not taking me seriously? Bye. See you later, dude. I'm not fucking kidding you. If you're going to be racist on my fucking channel, you can get the fuck out. I don't give a shit if it's joking or not. It is very fucking clear. Goodbye. Okay? We all good with that? If you use any derogatory terms towards other races, religions, etc., it's an automatic ban. I actually went to go give him a fucking warning. Into the Magic scene here? No. I actually used to play Magic the Gathering years ago. Years ago when it first started, and I have a very sad story to tell you. There used to be a it was sort of like a, I don't know, like a gaming store, I guess, like Dungeons and Dragons and that sort of stuff on West 4th Avenue. I think around like Balaclava or something like that, Blenheim. And this is years ago. I'm talking like 30 years ago. And we used to hang out there, and this is kind of when Magic the Gathering came out. I don't even remember it was around 30 years ago. And I bought so many cards and boxes, like the whole box of cards. I'll already mad at someone. No, you can watch the VOD. You can watch the VOD. anyways, if they used to have tournaments there, and I bought these boxes, and there was one guy who came up with this or played this deck, and it was so devastating. I was like, man, I gotta come up with that deck myself. So I was they'd have like trading nights or whatever, so you could go in and trade all your cards and stuff like that. And I went and traded a bunch of my cards to make this particular deck. Then the deck ended up getting banned from these official Magic the Gathering tournaments. And the deck had, I don't remember the exact other cards, but it was full of also Black Lotus cards. So I had a deck that was like full of like a third of the cards were Black Lotus. And keep in mind at the time, Black Lotus weren't really worth that much. They were worth like $10. And I probably had like somewhere around like 25 of these Black Lotus cards in my deck. And then after about, I don't know, 6 months, a year, I decided I was just kind of bored of it, and I sold all my cards that I'd accumulated to one of my friends for like $500. And then he sold them all online, but it was before the internet. I think it was called Telenet that was back in the day. So they'd have like a bunch of like local bulletin boards that were all connected through what's called Telenet. They'd have to like literally call in with a regular modem, and then it would upload all of the messages from one system to another, and then the next day you'd kind of get the response basically type of thing. So anyways, I sold all my cards, and then he sold them all online. I can't remember what he sold them for, but it was still nothing in comparison to what they're worth now. And there is a new card, a new hobby shop that is open up sort of near where I live. And I walked in there and I told him the story, and the guy that owned the store, he just kind of broke down. Blothar, I will unban you, but please don't ever fucking talk that way again. Okay? Like, I really don't put up with that shit. What the fuck is the name? Is it Blothar? It's not Blothar X, is it? Blothar 92. There. Hashtag free Blothar. OG Boomer, yes. I was huge in the rave scene. In fact, I worked at nightclubs for many years. I actually owned or ran a after hours as well. So if you're as old as me, OG Boomer, I've been to several of Plaza of Nations raves, yes, including what is the old warehouse in Richmond? What was the name of the River Road warehouse that they used to have a bunch of raves at? I've seen Carl Cox here in Vancouver twice back in the day. I would not be able to tell you how many raves I've been to in my life. I obviously have not been to raves in a long time, but back from the time I was like probably 16 till I was 32 or something like that. So bad that now they end at 12. There is a that's where all the knee pad jokes come from. What's that? The rave scene? You work currently at After Hours? Oh, the music scene, the rave scene, the nightclub scene here. No, Jesus. You work at Van Tech? I actually have heard of Van Tech. Hold on a second here. I have heard of Van Tech, but wish we connected earlier. I think I might actually know someone that works at Van Tech. You used to only talk to me about WoW only? No, it's not. Name's not Soren. Trying to remember if it's Vantech that he works at though. I had actually been asked to. Actually, it's probably safe for me to mention this now. Back when I was in my early 20s, I worked at places like Love Affair, Graceland's, Palladium. I worked at the Red Door, Caprice nightclub. This is me bartending. Did I work? I worked at Studio 54 in New West, bartending. There was an after hours that was underneath Celebrities nightclub. This is years ago. I'm talking like 25 years ago. It was anyways, this is the one that I kind of helped manage. And one night we were called. It was actually a buddy of mine that I was helping to run, but he got a call one morning and said that the after hours had to be closed down because the dance floor, or our ceiling, but the dance floor celebrities above us collapsed. So they basically had to shut down Celebrities, and Celebrities was shut down for several years, and then they renovated the place and reopened it to what it is now. But you were always sort of doing the same thing in Classic, so I can't blame you for burnout. If I was to ever go back and play Classic, I would actually play on the era servers. If I was to go back, I would not be playing Burning Crusade. I would actually go play on the era servers. Epoch, no. I haven't even actually looked into Epoch. I'm not going to lie. I haven't even looked into Epoch, actually. Ooh, hey, I thought you said you've been following me. You just a new follower, new account? You unfollowed me? What's going on here? You know what? The last after hours that I worked at, or sorry, the last after hours that I've been to was not Gracelands. What's the one on Smythe Street? What's the one on Smythe Street that has been there for years? I was there, I don't know, a couple of years ago once. Do you go to any of the nightclubs that are around currently, OG Boomer? Probably have this discussion on offline, but the nightclub scene is garbage now. Like, honestly, compared to the way it was in the late 90s, early 2000s, the nightclub scene in Vancouver is absolutely trash. Like, there's not really anything in Vancouver anymore. And I don't know if it's the last few times I've been to Las Vegas with buddies and stuff like that, it appears to be the same way there too. Unfortunately, people are just milking the industry, trying to charge for bottle service in Vancouver on like a Tuesday night. It's ridiculous. Go with a date. I never go alone or with the boys. I wouldn't even want to go anymore. Same everywhere. People stop going out. I think that's a pretty standard for the nightclub industry. Is people are just not going out anymore. Or you're just getting old. No, dude, it's you talk to people that are still working in the nightclub scene. So, 1 second here. Trying to remember the name of something. Would you party like the 90s if I could? You mean if my body could handle it? I had a lot of fun in the 90s, early 2000s, man. I would not give that up for anything. I had an absolute blast. Social media has replaced all actual. Have you guys seen there's pictures where it shows like the difference between raves of today and like the raves of like years ago, and it's like it's just a crazy difference. There's just like a video. What is this? So this is like a music show today, and then they'll probably show what it was like. What is this shit in the middle here? Everyone with their phones out. Like it was way better back years ago. You know what would be funny is if I could dig up some old pictures of me at raves. That I don't know if I would ever want to put on a public site like Twitch. But there are photos and videos, photos for sure, of me at raves around Vancouver, maybe Seattle. Was the last to experience actual social life without phones. Yeah, it's I notice it every time I actually go out. Like if I go out with friends to a bar, like friends that are my age, we're sitting there talking to each other just like people did back in the 90s or whatever. But if I look around at other tables with younger people there, they've all got their phones out. It's just like, and half the time I'll make a joke that they're just talking to each other on the phones. They're sitting right next to the person, but they're talking in WhatsApp or something. It's just like, it's, and there's definitely things that generation of today goes through that I never had to experience. Like online bullying, that sort of crap. Like we never had online bullying or crap stuff like that on we never had to worry about that, right? Whereas back in the day I had to worry about, you had to worry about getting bullied at school. But there's all sorts of evil shit that kids do to each other today, like like somebody's picture will get out of them naked and it's floated around like the entire high school in minutes. Or someone mistakenly allows themselves to be filmed giving their boyfriend a blowjob when they're like 16 and suddenly everybody's seen it. We never had to worry about that. It's just, there is a different set of social problems that kids today have to deal with that we never really had to worry about. You never had to worry about, getting shot at school. You definitely had to worry about getting into fights and stuff like that. Like we were taught to resolve our issues with a fist fight. Back in the day, you were taught to like, be able to handle being insulted, not being a crybaby over it. But now it's like everyone gets a participation ribbon. If somebody is, if you're in a sports competition or something like that, everyone gets a participation ribbon now. Or if you get insulted, everyone goes after the people that did the insulting. And I truly, maybe I'm just old fashioned. I honestly believe that being insulted or having somebody jab you or tease you or whatever toughens you up. Like you learn how to deal with the real world because you're used to people throwing names around at each other and not being able to turn around and cry that you're being bullied or like I honestly believe that is just part of growing up. The kids tease and joke around with each other and insult each other and pick on each other. And is some of it taken a little too far? Yes. But in general, That's part of growing up and learning how to deal with those situations. Agreed, Eleanor, but I will say plenty of people got bullied in school without the invention of the internet. That is what I mean by there's social things that kids today have to deal with. You know, you can make an AI image of, you know, some girl at your school getting railed by 10 dudes. You know, and then passing it around. Imagine, like, that would be rough. What are they going to do to me when I was growing up in the late 80s and 90s? Draw a picture? You know, like, you know, there's Darth Turek. Thanks for the follow, dude. Actually gonna do a lot of fights at school because people are picking on your friends. I can't tell you how many fights I got into in okay, I am not kidding. I got thrown out of preschool for a day because of a fight. Preschool, for those, I'm sure a lot of you went to preschool. That was before kindergarten. I don't know what age is that? 5? Like, I got thrown out of preschool for a day because I jumped over a table and tackled some kid. In grade 1, I was getting into fights. Then in grade 2, my parents moved us to a different town. Got into a lot of fights there. My parents were called to the principal's office many times, but we were moving to a different community, so I got put into a different elementary school. I brought a knife to school in the 2nd grade because a kid sold my game. Oh my God, dude. 4 was preschool for you? I can't remember the exact age of what preschool was. Basically, it's daycare, right? Basically, it's daycare. So your kids, you know, you're taking care of basically while your parents are at work. I mean, you had to worry about maybe getting beat up, like physically beat up or something like that, but you never had to worry about a lot of the online stuff that kids have to go through today. And that stuff can be pretty rough. You know, and some kids are just ruthless. Some kids are just absolutely ruthless. And then I honestly think that we're too easy on kids that act up and are that ruthless. You know, people are all like, "Oh, you can't do this. You can't, you can't, slap a kid." You know, I disagree. I think there's some people that there's, one way to catch their attention. You know, like, it's just, I learned at a young age that if somebody's yapping at you, one good punch to their mouth, and usually they don't do it again. Your school got shut down because it became too violent. My school was the first school in all of Western Canada that had a full-time police officer. I didn't even find it that rough, to be honest. But we did have a full-time police officer that actually had an office in the school, and he was there every day during school hours. Every day. And, I personally didn't find it that rough. Like, were there fights from time to time? Yeah. But we never had anything like, kids bringing weapons to school or, not like guns or anything like that. Like, your school was 50% immigrants and 50% racist rednecks. My school was a very, very, like, ethnically rich school. I don't know if OG Boomer is still here. I think he was actually claiming that I don't have Persian friends. So when I told him that I went to, like, East Van or Killarney, like, I was very, very, very much in the minority when I was at Killarney. Half of my friends are either Filipino, East Indian. They're from Chile. I'm just thinking of different friends of mine. They're white, they're Persian. Like, it is a mix of everything. Um, and because I've grown up with these people, you ask why I'm so. You guys have metal detectors? I believe we did actually. Maybe I can't actually. I don't. I'm not positive on that. I'm not positive we actually had metal detectors back then. I don't think we did. I think the school that was actually the first one to have metal detectors in our area was John Oliver. Maybe wands, like random wands or something, but I don't remember there being metal detectors. But we definitely had the first um uh full-time police officer in our school. A lot of them in East Hastings Street. OG Boomer, you said you actually now work at Van Tech? That's funny. I feel like giving you a name, but it would immediately. Name some other people off for me, OG Boomer. I'm not sure if it's Van Tech he works at, but for some reason I think it is. I'm not sure. They rent out the space every week. I've never actually been there. I've been asked several times in the last couple of years to go there, though. No, this is somebody that works there, I think. I'm not positive it's Van Tech. Is Van Tech the one that's off of Howell Street? Kind of like down on the yeah, okay. I haven't been there. There's two, a small building and a big. I haven't been there, but I have had many people tell me about it and asked me if I wanted to go like one night when we were out, and I was like, I'm not going all the way over there. I I'm not going all the way over there to go to after hours. Like, um, what else? Is there anything else on internet or on the internet on YouTube you guys want to look at? What nightclubs to go to, OG Boomer? Oh, you know what I did to do today is I bought DaVinci Resolve, so I could start putting out some videos and stuff like that. I actually bought DaVinci Resolve. So hopefully I can start putting out some videos once in a while. With work and stuff like that, it might be difficult for me to you know, get out videos too often, but maybe like I can do these like what we were doing tonight, kind of like the reactionary videos like everyone else would do. I just got to make sure that I don't piss off Ethan Klein. We don't want to piss off the Ethan Klein, right? That's the big that whole mess is just absolutely crazy. um Trying to see if there's anything else exciting that is maybe how many of you are new here for the news and how many are you old from the WoW days and you're just enjoying the news, or you're desperately hoping that I switch back to WoW? I'm trying to find if there's anything like interesting to talk about. WoW is dead. I pretty much agree. Like if I was to go back, I'd just play on the Era server. I would I would probably oh my
Ladies and gentlemen.
I'm not watching that. I would probably play on the Era servers, even though they have boosting and all that sort of stuff. I would just rather play on classic vanilla than anything else. You're actually reading the comments. Well, yeah, I want to interact with my viewers for sure. I just want to make sure people are actually enjoying it. I know there are a lot of people that have come in here, or they were the first few days I was doing it, going, dude, go back to WoW, blah blah blah. Why are you doing the new shit? But I'm just not interested in WoW, and I've always been really interested in keeping up to date with what's going on around the world. Some glasses. You want me to look more in? I actually have glasses. There you go. How's that? Does that make me look more official? Like, you know what the problem is? Now I can't read anything. Now I can't read anything. Now I need a suit. You want me to do the whole what's his name? Steve Luckner look? The whole Steve Luckner look. He does a tremendous job with the Agenda Free TV. But unfortunately, I'm nearsighted, so I don't need glasses to read my monitor. I could just get glasses for the look, I guess. Put on a shirt and tie. But I kind of like being able to just sit here and have a casual conversation about what's going on in the world, right? And on, there's going to be days like this where there's just really honestly not a lot going on. We kind of ran through the gambit of, the Pentagon briefing. We looked at what was going on in Kenya. We looked at, a bunch of other news stories, but there's going to be slow days like this, and sometimes that's better than, talking about a war that's going on where people are dying. Iron Forge Pro. I mean, is it doing good compared to when I played it? Iron Pro. But I haven't looked at this site in a couple of years, probably. I honestly don't even know what to compare this to. Like, I don't know if this is a large number compared to, like, classic vanilla. Classic era, like US. So this is 2,500 people that are currently rating. Oh, wow. Alliance is, like, kind of taken over. You see the leaks about Israel was gonna, I mean, were they legit leaks or just conspiracy theories, dude? Remember, I'm really not big on conspiracy theories. What is Heartseekers? Actually, I think, yeah, Heartseekers got nobody on it. Oh, Deviate Delight, there's still 16 people. Remember how much fun we had on Deviate Delight, man? No, I won't be playing Mop. Mop is no, I won't play anything past Wrath of the Lich King, basically. And in all honesty, I like won't even play Wrath of the Lich King anymore. I could possibly potentially like think about playing the Burning Crusade one day in the future, but right now I just don't really have any interest in playing WoW. I if I was gonna play, like I said, I would be playing on the classic era realm. So there's 25, so 4,500 maybe people that are playing classic era. Oh wait, that's just on the Alliance side. So 45, So maybe 7 or I could just do this. Just add up these numbers, and I'm like going down the list and adding them all up individually. So 45, about 7,000 people roughly playing. Or rating. That's just people rating as well, actually. And that's just on this server. I think Kush, you're still playing on these servers, aren't you? What is EU at? Oh, EU's got way more people. EU's got. Oh wait, no, sorry, they don't. EU has less people on the Classic Era realms. That is actually a little surprising to me. I'm not gonna lie. How many people are playing on the Anniversary realms? So there's about 100,000 people that are actually still playing on the Anniversary realms. Now, question. Oh, hold on. Oh, that's SOD. Sorry, I was thinking SOD. Oh, look at that. The Anniversary realms have way more people than SOD. So the Anniversary realms are basically vanilla with some minor changes, right? And it looks like the population's relatively equal. I've just heard that there's so many issues with bots on Night Slayer and stuff like that. Like that's I hate bots so much, guys, that like that's one of the main reasons why I'm just like, no, screw it. I'm not playing on that effing realm. I don't know how to like compare this though. Like I don't remember what the numbers were for the classic servers. But yeah, I hate bots, guys. I absolutely effing hate bots. So what again is supposed to happen with the like Night Slayer? These are the realms that are moving in onto TBC, right? The Anniversary realms. And Classic Era is staying the same. Season of Disappointment, they're closing, right? And they're moving those characters to the TBC realms. Is that what I heard? And then there's Cataclysm. The Anniversary realms have more people playing on them than Cataclysm? Jesus. What about Eras, the old realms? So if I had actually thought about going back, I would honestly probably play on the Era realms. Because I don't really have any interest in playing TBC. And these are moving to TBC, right? So I'm not doing it anyways. I'm just saying if I was to actually go back, those are the realms that I would probably pick to play. So let me get this right. These are their own. Wait, hold on. These are their own groupings. Deviant Delight still has 16 people on it. That is what? That is still rating. Did we still have people that are playing on Deviant Delight? Deviant Delight was a fun time, man. I am really proud with what we were able to do on Deviant Delight. Like that was an absolutely crazy moment that just kind of came out of nowhere. How many of you guys did any of you guys play on Deviant Delight? I am talking about when we went there with nobody. There wasn't a single person playing on it. We just went there and suddenly we had thousands of people playing on Deviant Delight. This is honestly like population level wise, like still very healthy for You had a character there. It was actually kind of fun. It was really stressful though. Like there was a lot of shit that we had to deal with, but it was. If I look back at my days in WoW, it is one of the moments that I look back at most fondly. Same as our I don't know if any of you played on Heartseeker with us, where just randomly, the Heartseeker was for those of you that are new, was a server that was 100% Alliance, and just randomly out of the blue, I just said, you know what would be fun is if we went to one of these servers that had no Horde on it, played Horde, just to PK Alliance, and then we did it, and we ended up having a guild that rated. We rated up through BWL, and then like Classic was kind of. It was so much fun, man. It was so much fun, and then we'd just go around and like wipe the Alliance raids. Like on Tuesday nights, we had like a world PvP night where we would just go stand in front of AQ40 and wipe raid after raid after raid that would come in and kill all the raid buffs. We were hated. There's people still to this day that hate me because of that. But it was so fun, man. Like those two moments. So Deviate Delight, Heartseeker, and the launch of Fresh were the most fun times I had on Classic. Like they were so fun, man. So fun. Trying to think if there's what else can we talk about? Like I'm still wide awake, guys. Like I mean, we've kind of covered everything in the news. If you go back, I'd play Mage again. Although it might be fun just to try something just completely different at random. Glad you missed out on losing world buffs right before raid. I absolutely hate the Chrono Boon. Like that is another thing that I absolutely despise. Do they have the Chrono Boon on Classic Era? I absolutely despise the Chrono Boon because it actually did so much damage for the world PvP community. I hate it. Boons in Era? Yeah, then yeah. I would probably play Mage. I really enjoy playing Mage, especially in PvP. But the in Battlegrounds, I love playing Mage. It's just so fun to play. But the Chrono Boon really destroyed it. Maybe I would consider. I've tried starting a rogue, but the problem is PvPing in a rogue is just aggravating as hell for me because it's so fucking slow to move around. Get aggro to turn transfers on again from where? You main rogue? I would love to maybe get a rogue up to level, get it up to like level 60 and actually give it a go. It's just leveling. It's just like, man, this is so aggravating, man. Play undead? I'd always play undead if I can play undead. And no matter what class it is, I play undead. Bro, 2 screens put on a documentary level profit. I mean, now you're getting me to think about the old days of World of Warcraft, and you know, I'm not gonna do it though. I'm not gonna do it. I know you can get talents to move you faster in stealth. I understand that, but it's frustrating because you're always unmounted and just kind of slowly walking around and stuff like that. I don't know. And I've got friends that play rogue, like good friends that are well-known rogues. Bob Capeo. I've been in guilds with them and played with them for years, and they make it look so much fun. And then I try and play it myself, and I'm like, this is slow as hell, man. So slow. You know what and then what I always wanted to do was have like a group of 10 shamans to do battlegrounds with. Like actually do battlegrounds and have like that 10-man elemental shaman PvP team. Like that looks like it would be so much bloody fun, but I could never convince enough other people to actually level up and do it. Like you've seen the videos, right? Where like these 10-man elemental shaman teams go into battlegrounds and just destroy everything. But I can never convince enough people to do it. Summer Sale? I don't know who that is. No, oh, Stream Summer Sale. What is that? I don't know what that is. What is the stream? Is this for Twitch? Or Stream app? What? Oh, on Steam? Okay, I have not seen the Project Epoch launch. Let's actually watch it then. I've never seen it before. I don't think I have. This is it? Oh, I think I have seen this, and as soon as I watched it, I was like, no. Oh, it's a private server. Oh! I can't stream it, though. No, it's got new content, dude. I'm a fucking vanilla Andy, man. I'm a vanilla... If it's... No, but isn't Turtle WoW making a Unreal Engine 5 version of WoW? I'm not kidding you. If Blizzard announced that they were redoing... and I think it's going to happen. I think Blizzard is going to redevelop the game in Unreal Engine. I think it's coming. And it would be massive. I would actually try retail again. Already asked him about Epoch. T-WoW is laggy as fuck for NA players. Turtle WoW is? I've played private servers on stream before, and fine. Yeah, I'm not into Classic Plus, dude. I'll watch it though. Undead Hunter. I'll finish it. I can do this. I can finish it.
Serious competition today. Look at them go.
I just see protein shake. Yep. Restores. I heard of some private server that announced that they were launching on Canadian, like in Canada. And I was like, I don't think they understand how this works. Like they would be taken down immediately. I can't remember what private server it was that they were talking about though. They're changing a lot of skills, like warlocks get seed of. Oh my god. No, sorry guys, I'm not into Classic Plus. If it's not like absolute vanilla for me, or you know, like TBC possibly, no, I'm just not. I'm not into it. But like vanilla, one day I probably will go back and play vanilla again. I'm just pissed off with Blizzard because they keep making changes to the game, and now it's not vanilla anymore. You know, like they've made changes and they think that it's just a small little change, but it actually has a like the Chrono Boon destroying world PvP. It actually has a significant impact on the game. I've always maintained that if you if you don't like to lose your world buffs, go play on a PvE server. But for some reason, they need to change the entire game to, you know, because a portion of the population is pissed off that they lose world buffs. So, trying to, Ashes of Creation is another game where I had really high hopes on, and now I'm just not, I'm not paying attention to it at all. Not a fan of Turtle WoW. I've heard on Turtle, and he told me all about the people being corruption. Oh, dude, I can give you a like. Turtle WoW is run by Shenna. If you don't know the story of Shenna and Kroggy, I can fucking fill you in on the story about Shenna and Kroggy. That is the main
fight over the future.
That is the main reason why I won't play there, because of Shenna and Kroggy. Right? Like it is like literally legit like the most corrupt bullshit in the world. I'm like, if people knew the full story of Shenna and Kroggy and still want to play there, then all the power to them. But they've done some really corrupt shit in the past in the private server scene, and there's no chance in hell I would ever want to support them in any way, shape, or form. You're still playing Ashes. It started to get good. I don't know, maybe I should download it or something like that. Like I paid for the early access and I'm not even using it. And I tried to start playing Dune, but their maintenance is always at times when I'm like, I just get home from work and then like 2 hours later they shut the servers down for 2 hours. It's like, well, you know, that's a waste of time. Like, you know, I can't even stream it because after 2 hours the servers go down. And it's so funny how bitchy people are on Twitter. I wish there could be like a bitchy level where I could just say, okay, I don't want to listen to the people that are just bitchy. Like they don't actually add anything to the conversation, and all they are is like crybabying little bitches about something. Or they make shit up. Like there is so much false information on this site, it is ridiculous. I'll give you an example. This is a big story where I live right now. OG Boomer, those of you that live in Vancouver. I think I am Gabe, you said you're from here as well, right? So this is a big story where I live. So since we're talking news, these are our ferries. This is what they look like. They're these big fucking ugly boats. But they were planning on building 4 new ships. And they've sourced out the contract to a company in China to build the ships. And a lot of people are absolutely freaking pissed off that they're not being built here. And they're spazzing all over the internet about them not being built here. Like this fucking moron here. He's one of the morons that is, he's just, all he does is complain all day. I don't even follow his account, but because I'm under 4U, it shows his shit. Anyways, so they're contracted out to a company in China to make these, and obviously they would make it would be a good time for these ships to be built here to have jobs here and stuff like that in Canada. You spend 150 on what? Ashes of Creation? Anyways, your scaling is, oh, okay. Here's the problem though. We don't have any shipyards available to actually build these ships for like the next 15 years. The shipyards that we have here in Vancouver, they're completely filled up with like contracts for the federal government to build new ships for our Navy and for our Coast Guard. Like they literally don't have any free space to build new ships of this size. And people are like, what the fuck? Why are you fucking paying the Chinese to build these ships? That's why. They literally don't have anywhere to build them at the moment. They would have to build all new facilities in order to build these ships. But right now, the ships that are being built in our did somebody mention this here? Anyways, the docks where our ships are being built, they're all taken up by contracts with the federal government to build Coast Guard ships and ships for the Navy. Like we don't have any availability to build these fucking things. And these things are huge. Like they're absolutely huge. So I think they carry like 2,000 people or something like that, like with cars and everything like that. Like they're absolutely huge. You can probably tell that I get really annoyed with people that post shit that is like fake news, or people just aren't doing their due diligence to actually like find out if something's correct or not. Yeah, they are huge. Yeah, absolutely massive ships. And there's like, we live on the coast, so that they go all up and down the coast between different communities, right? Like there's probably 30 of these fucking things. Some of them not as big as this. Some of them are a lot smaller. But these are the bigger ones, and there's probably 10 of them at least that are like this size. Let's see. Here's another report. Remember we were talking earlier, the IAEA Director General Rafael Grossi says Iran must immediately allow me or my colleagues to inspect. Our attempts at contacting the authorities are being ignored. Like, all they want to do is inspect to see what the damage is. And yet Hegseth is reporting that these guys already have inspected. Or have given preliminary reports when they don't actually know. Where the fuck is this? I'm going here. Where is this? Portofino. Hold on. Porto. I'm supposed to go to Italy. Where are we here? I'm supposed to. Oh, it's way up. Okay, I won't be able to go to. That looks nice, though, man. That looks nice. But that's up by Genoa. Yeah, okay, he said they made an assessment which has nothing to base it on whatsoever. And we don't even know that they made an assessment. I tried to find their assessment and it's not online. Like, Canadian has died in ICE custody. Okay, I mean, we don't know how he died. Here, let's actually just look at the news tab because reading a lot of this crap. Spain is starting to speak up about Gaza. Finally, like now the attention can be brought back to Gaza. Spain is demanding that action be taken. Al Jazeera is constantly reporting on Gaza. I did see one article earlier, but I don't know where it is now, of where Netanyahu said that they could have a peace treaty done in the next 2 weeks. And I think that that might actually happen because there's so many countries now that are getting pissed. Oh, it was in the Signal group. Oh, I deleted myself from the Signal group, unfortunately. Massive IDF strikes. And what is this? This is going on right now? Target of attack in Lebanon. What is going on here? The only thing that I've seen. Person. I am following them. Where's Blothar? No, Blothar's back. We let him back. This is apparently going on right now in Lebanon.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar راح تكفر بنيت. يا لطف الله Allahu Akbar لك الضرب الثاني.
Anyone speak Arabic? I think that's Arabic. This does look like it's new. What's going on here? Anyone speak? Was that Arabic? Does anyone speak? What does this say? Target of attack in Lebanon. Hezbollah's fire and defense management site. Oh, so somebody's attacking Hezbollah there. So do we assume that this is Israel doing this? All I heard was Aloha snack bar. IDF up Gaza terror tunnels after 20 months. Still quite a few left. Gaza is the largest urban terror base in history. Okay, so is this the south of Lebanon? Or if we're looking at this go back to four channels. Okay. Hold on. So these blasts are in southern Lebanon. So somewhere around here. So it's likely Israel doing it, I guess. Is this anything but pure racism? This guy here, this Tennessee Republican calls for Zoran Mamdani. He just got elected to be the Democratic candidate for the mayor of New York City. So he'll run against the current mayor to become the mayor of New York. He's of Muslim descent. So there's a lot of people that are calling, like, is this anything more than just racism? Who has snacks? Alan Akbar has them apparently. Like, is it honestly, is this anything more than just racism at this point? Where, is this anything more than racism? Where a Tennessee Republican is calling for Zoran Mamdani to be denaturalized and then kicked out of the country, deported out of the country. For what reason? If the guy's name wasn't Zoran Mamdani and it was like Steve Walker or something instead, do you think this guy would be calling for him to be denaturalized and deported out of the country? This is nothing but pure racism. They did with Obama. Like, it is like, the problem is because there's extremism in Islam, like there's extremism is in Christianity. There's extremism in all sorts of religions. People will use those extremists as a justification to be racist. This is a prime example. And again, if the guy's name was Steve Walker and was white from Germany, there's no chance he'd be saying this. Or Trump from, well, Trump was born here at least anyways, right? But you know what's funny about Trump is his grandfather came here illegally. Like, he was an illegal immigrant when he came to North America. He didn't apply to come to the United States. He just came. You can't see the small. I can do this for you then. What else is going on here? I started making a plan and my girlfriend is accepting it after I did a pitch that we could go to BC and check out nature. She even wants to stay a night at Fairmont. Oh, geez, dude. Your trip is going to suddenly become a little bit more expensive, dude. I thought you were already coming to BC. You were coming to Vancouver, right? So you're going to go to Calgary, like I suggested? I mean, it's up to you if you want to go to Calgary and then drive over there and then drive back to Calgary and then fly to Vancouver. But I mean, yeah, if you can afford it, then yeah. The Fairmont, either stay at the Fairmont in Lake Louise or the Banff Lodge. I would probably say the Fairmont. Staying at the Fairmont would probably be better because then you can get up early enough and go see Lake Moraine. I would be totally jealous of you, dude, if you get to go see Lake Moraine. Like, I would be so jealous if you get to do that. Might fly to Calgary, then drive to Vancouver. Yeah, I mean, check out the prices to rent a car. I believe there's. Oh, actually, wait, no, you stopping. But yeah, like I said, if you can work it out like in the kind of the schedule that we planned and go see if you're gonna be in Vegas if you've got time to go spend a couple of days looking at the Grand Canyon and Horseshoe Bend and Monument Valley, like if you can spend 2 or 3 days doing that as well, and probably I would spend 5 days in Vegas, maybe 6 days in Vegas, 5 days in Vegas. But before you go, like, I can kind of teach you the tips and tricks of going to Vegas and kind of living for a little bit cheaper, because Vegas has gotten extremely expensive. Like, some of my buddies were posting pictures. So we used to go to Vegas all the time. They were posting pictures of what it costs to go to Vegas for like to have like a slice of pizza. I think like 2 slices of pizza and a pop was like $26 American or something like that. If you buy it like at like at a food court on the strip, like at Caesar's Palace or something, it is absolutely ridiculous how expensive it is now. That's why I'm just like, fuck it, I'm not going there. Let's see what else is going on around here. Ten to 12 days in LA, Nevada area. And girlfriend wants to check out LA for days. She likes shopping and big cities in general. Yeah, LA is definitely like you can do the whole Beverly Hills thing, go and see all the movie stars' houses and stuff like that. So you can definitely go there. You can go to I would suggest spending a day in San Francisco. Like, honestly, San Francisco is a really nice city. Let's see, what are we doing here? Palestinians have been killed. Another 27 Palestinians have been killed in the Israeli attacks across the besieged Gaza Strip over the last 24 hours. Grand Theft Auto 6 billion. Oh man. Wow, Japan hangs people when they're given the death sentence. Huh. I didn't even know they still had capital punishment in Japan, to be honest. Here's reports of missile launches in the Ukraine. Yeah, they used to, for suicide, they used to stab themselves. Can you imagine how painful that would be to stab yourself in the gut and then have to drag the dagger like along your gut? Make sure you couldn't be saved. See what's you know what is going to be interesting? I don't know if you guys pay attention to this. This is another kind of little side hobby I have, is paying attention to like inflation rates and stuff like that. So we have a lot of people in Canada that are bitching. Those of you that are Canadians that are bitching about how expensive things have gotten in Canada. Our inflation rate is actually far lower than what it is in the U.S. So it will be extremely interesting to see at the end of this month what the inflation rate is for the U.S. So in like, I guess June 30th they come out. Yeah, June 30th. So in just a few days' time, we should have the new report. Canada's comes out earlier. Here's Canada's though. Like, how people are complaining, oh my God, his fucking prices have gone up by like, ours is actually very low in Canada. They only had US, well, only for the first few months, Razmir. You're not still playing with this guy, right? Oh, you are actually talking about way back in the day. Yeah, way back in the day. I think it was like 3 months or something like that. The game was only available in North America. Ragoon, what's up, man? How's it going? What else were we talking about here? Talked about that. This is funny. For those of you that weren't here at the beginning, we gotta watch this. This is a new town that has been built in North Korea to attract tourists. In case you were looking for a place in North Korea to go to, apparently this is that place for you. Look at the beaches, man. You know what? Kim Jong-un has been doing a lot of stuff recently with his daughter. I'm almost wondering if he's actually starting to mold her into being... Dragoon, what happened to your old account? Why is it saying this is your first time in chat? What happened to your old account? Anyways, I wonder if that's what he's doing, because he's brought her around to a lot of things recently. Spicy to a Bob streamer. Yeah, there were rumors that he's got health conditions, so he's already setting the regime up to start following his daughter. I mean, this place honestly looks kind of cool and all, but North Korea? No, not his sister. This is his daughter that he keeps bringing out now. Like, his sister hasn't really been, like, traveling around with him anymore. He's been bringing his daughter around to a lot of these. How terrified would you be of launching yourself in and splashing the dear leader? Like if this wasn't North Korea, if you told me that this was in Vietnam or something, I'd be like, damn, I'm in. This looks cool. What is it? The Wansal Kalma Coastal Tourist Zone. Is that the name of the actual town? I don't see an actual name, just a zone. Let's get Alador to North Korea GoFundMe. We don't need to watch something on Vernon. Those of you that big spending has a catch. We sort of talked about NATO earlier. They're apparently agreeing to boost the defense spending to 5%, but apparently there's a lot of shifting you can do on your accounting to make it look like you're reaching 5%. You got Alador in a fish fight over a fish fight. It's pretty cheap with plenty of China and Russian going due to them not giving a duck about. Dude, I don't think Chinese people and Russians are going to Korea, okay? Oh, fish fight. Sorry. Maybe I do need glasses. I don't think Russians and Chinese are going to North Korea. Whether they've got a resort town or not. I just don't... I don't see that happening, dude. You also believe I'm a better angler. Well, that's good. I would be scared to defeat the deer leader in a fish catching competition or a fist fight. So I went through this. Satellites, I was getting all angry and shit. Centrifuges we went through. Here's another satellite. Boom. All right. Is there anything else? You guys didn't want to talk about the Liver King for some reason. Nobody wanted to talk about the Liver King. I want to see what these blasts are from. I mean, they've got to be from Israel, right? Actually, hold on. I don't see anything, actually. Oh, wait, what? Oh, this is another guy that was killed, apparently. Sorry, for a second, I thought this was the old president of Iran. German commission recommends raising the minimum wage of, sorry. So, what's the minimum wage for the US dollar right now? Is it dependent on state? I don't know what the, that would be the equivalent of like $17 was what the German euro is being raised to. It's okay. So like Kentucky's probably going to have like a far lower minimum wage than like New York City or something, or New York. New York City's $15. That probably buys you like a can of pop or something. Trying to see if there's anything else. How does it feel that the MVP, Finals MVP, and leader of the champs is all Canadian? I mean, it's to be expected these days, dude. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. The MVP, the Finals MVP, and the leader of the like it's all one person. It's all one person, but I mean, Canadian. We're basically taking over American sports. We're basically taking over American sports. You know, Canada's still king at hockey. The best basketball player in the world right now is Canadian. In football, what did I send? The Japanese beat the Americans in flag football, or sorry, in the world, or in baseball, the World Baseball Championships. Japan also beat the Americans in the, I think it was the under 14 football championships or something like that. Check this out, bitches. Pat McAfee is having a fucking fit because Canada beat the USA's national team in flag football. We are literally taking over, chat. We are literally taking over. Best basketball player in the world, best hockey player in the world. Our flag football team beat the Americans' flag football team. Like, I mean, been a Thunder fan. I don't watch basketball actually. I can't remember the last time I actually watched even a moment of a game of basketball. I could not care less. What is this guy yapping about? Here's his ball leader now. I'm trying to energize the crowd. But many people look bored and uninterested. Oh my god, could you imagine listening to that fucking voice for like however long he's talking for? Here, I'm gonna force you guys to listen to this too.
وهيهات منا الذلة. نعم هيهات منا الذلة نكررها مع الإمام الحسين دائما.
Oh my god. So here's the footage of that explosion. I get this is in Jordan apparently. Against Hezbollah. I there are some sounds that to like North Americans, or I guess English speakers in general, maybe, that are just grating. Like when you listen to Thai people speak in Thai, it is it is kind of grating. It's like, oh my god, like you tone it down a couple of notches, stop screaming. Like they gotta yell at each other as loud as they possibly can. Apparently the rate of interception is about 86%. I think that that sounds pretty accurate, actually, based on how many like missiles we would hear about were being launched and then only like one or two would actually strike. That sounds like it's actually pretty legitimate. 86% is a pretty good. Seems like it's pretty accurate. I don't even want to report on anything that she's doing. Trump administration is looking to speed up its ability to fine those in the U.S. illegally, up to $1,000 a day, according to the rules. So if they're here illegally, do you think that they give a shit that they're being fined $1,000 a day? Here's Spanish PM. Good on him for keeping the Gaza situation relevant in the news. I've got something better for you. I've got something better for you than the interview. Here we go. Wait, do you guys... Oh, you guys can't even hear that. You guys can't even hear that. No sound. Hold on. I'll just add it. Fuck this. Hold on. Is all... Here, you guys should be able to hear it now. Ready? Enjoy. Yeah, that's good enough. That's good enough, right? We don't need any more of that, right? Anyways, if there's anything else? What time is it? All right, guys, I think I'm going to call it there. We've been going for over 6.5 hours, so 10 hours? No. No. I should be back on tomorrow, though. I'm going to have a little bit of time off of work for a little bit, so I'll definitely be able to stream. I did get, I bought DaVinci Resolve today, so I will hopefully be able to start posting videos and stuff like that, but I got to learn how to use it. I'm used to Adobe Premiere Pro, but I don't want to have to pay their monthly subscription, so I actually bought the full version of Adobe, of DaVinci Resolve, but banning us men from women's sport was genius. I'm no longer doing dishes. That's my girl. Sure, she's happy to hear that. Anyways, yes, we will talk tomorrow, guys. We'll see what's in the news. I'll try and get some news stories for tomorrow, and yeah. Take care, guys. Have a good night. If you enjoyed the stream and you're not following already, please follow. It's free. Costs you absolutely nothing.